Simon & Schuster Audio presents Hidden Bodies by Caroline Kepnes. Read by Santino Fontana.
Chapter 1. I buy violets for Amy. Not roses. Roses are for people who did something wrong. I have done everything right this time around. I'm a good boyfriend. I chose well. Amy Adam lives in the moment, not in the computer. Violets are the state flower of Rhode Island, I tell the guy wrapping up my flowers. His careless, dirty hands graze the petals, my petals. New fucking York. Is that so? He chuckles. You learn something new every day. I pay cash and carry my violets outside to East 7th Street. It's hot for May, and I smell the flowers. Rhode Island. I've been to Rhode Island. I went to Little Compton last winter. I was lovesick, petrified that my girlfriend, R.I.P. Guinevere Beck, was in jeopardy because of her emotionally unstable friend, R.I.P. Peach Salinger. Someone honks at me, and I apologize. I know when something is my fault, and when you walk into a blinking crosswalk, it's your fault. Just like it was my fault last winter. I go over the mistake in my head a dozen times a day. How I was hiding in a closet upstairs at the Salinger house. How I had to pee but couldn't leave, so I pissed in a mug, a ceramic mug, and I put the mug down on the hardwood floor of the closet. I ran when I had the chance, and there is no way around it. I forgot the mug. I'm a changed man because of that day. You can't go back and alter the past, but you can go forward, become a person who remembers. Now I'm committed to the details. For example, I recall with total precision the moment that Amy Kendall Adam returned to Mooney Rare and Used to my life. I see her smile, her untamed hair, blonde, and her resume, lies. That was 5 months ago, and she claimed she was looking for a job, but you and I both know she was looking for me. I hired her, and she showed up on time for her first day with a spiral notebook and a list of rare books that she wanted to see. She had a glass container of superfruits, and she told me they help you live forever. I told her that nobody gets to live forever, and she laughed. She had a nice laugh. Easy. She also had latex gloves. I picked one up. What are these? So I don't hurt the books, she explained. I want you up front, I countered. This is just a basic job, mostly stocking shelves, manning the register. Okay, she said. But did you know that there are copies of Alice in Wonderland that are worth over $1 million? I laughed. I hate to break your heart, but we don't have Alice downstairs. Downstairs? She asked. Is that where you keep the special books? I wanted to place my hand on the small of her back and lead her down to the cage where the special books are preserved, boxed, saved. I wanted to strip her down and lock us inside and have her, but I was patient. I gave her a W-9 and a pen. You know, I could help you go yard sailing for old books, she said. You never know what you're going to find at yard sales. I smiled. Only if you promise not to call it yard sailing. Amy smiled. The way she saw it, if she was going to work here, she was going to make a dent. She wanted us to travel uptown to estate sales and hunt library clearances and jam our hands into empty boxes on the street. She wanted to work together. And this is how you get to know someone so well, so fast. You descend into musty, vacated rooms together, and you rush outside together to gulp the fresh air and laugh and agree that the only thing to do now is get a drink. We became a team. An old woman pushing a walker looks up at me. I smile. She points at the violets. You're a good boy. I am. I thank her and keep walking. Amy and I started dating a few months ago while we were on the Upper East Side in a dead man's parlor. She tugged on the lapel of the navy blazer she had bought for me, $5, at a tag sale. She pleaded with me to drop $700 on a signed, wrinkled edition of The Easter Parade. "Amy," I whispered, "Yates isn't big right now, and I don't see a resurgence on the horizon." "But I love him," she begged. "This book means everything to me." This is women. They are emotional. You can't do business like this, but you also can't look at Amy with her big blue eyes and her long blonde hair out of a Guns N' Roses song and say no to her. "What can I do to change your mind?" she wheedled. An hour later, I was the owner of an overpriced Easter parade, and Amy was sucking my dick in a Starbucks bathroom in Midtown, and this was more romantic than it sounds because we liked each other. This was not a blowjob. This was fellatio, my friends. She stood and I pulled her boyfriend jeans to the floor and I stopped short. I knew she didn't like to shave. Her legs were often bristly and she's all about water conservation, but I did not expect a bush. She kissed me. "Welcome to the jungle." This is why I smile as I walk, and this is how you get happy. Amy and I, we are sexier than Bob Dylan and Suze Rotolo on the cover of the Freewheelin', and we are smarter than Tom Cruise and Penelope Cruz in Vanilla Sky. We have a project. We are amassing copies of Portnoy's Complaint. It's one of our favorite books, and we reread it together. She underlined her favorite parts with a Sharpie, and I told her to use a more delicate pen. "I'm not delicate," she said. "I hate delicate." Amy is a Sharpie. She's passionate. She fucking loves Portnoy's Complaint, and I want to possess all the dark yellow copies ever made and keep them in the basement so that only Amy and I can touch them. I'm not supposed to overstock a title, but I like fucking Amy near our yellow wall of books. Philip Roth would approve. She laughed when I told her that and said we should write him a letter. She has an imagination, a heart. My phone rings. It's Gleason Brothers Electricians about the humidifier, but it can wait. I have an email from BuzzFeed about some list of cool indie bookstores, and that can wait too. Everything can wait when you have love in your life. When you can just walk down the street and picture the girl you love naked on a mound of yellow complaints. I reach Mooney Books and the bell chimes as I open the door. Amy crosses her arms and glares at me, and maybe she's allergic to flowers. Maybe violets suck. "What's wrong?" I ask, and I hope this isn't it, the beginning of the end, when the girl becomes a cunt, when the new car smell evaporates. "Flowers?" she asks. "You know what I want more than flowers?" I shake my head. "Keys," she says. "A guy was just here, and I could have sold him the Yates, but I couldn't show it because I don't have keys." I toss the flowers on the counter. "Slow down. Did you get a number?" "Joe," she says, tapping her foot, "I love this business, and I know I'm being a dumb girl, and I shouldn't tell you how into this I am, but please, I want keys." I don't say anything. I need to memorize it all. Lock it away for safekeeping. The low hum of the music, the Rolling Stones' Sweet Virginia, one of my favorites, and the way the light is right now. I don't lock the door. I don't flip the open sign over. I walk to the other side of the counter, and I take her in my arms, and I dip her, and I kiss her, and she kisses me back. I've never given anyone a key, but this is what's supposed to happen. Your life is supposed to expand. Your bed is supposed to have enough room for someone else, and when that someone comes along, it's your job to let her in. I seize my future. I pay extra to get ridiculous theme keys, pink and flowery. And when I place these pink metallic things in the palm of Amy's hand, she kisses them. "I know this is huge," she says. "Thank you, Joe. I will guard these with my life." That night, she comes over and we watch one of her stupid movies, Cocktail, nobody's perfect, and we have sex and order a pizza, and my air conditioning breaks. "Should we call someone?" she asks. Fuck it, I say. It's Memorial Day coming up. I smile and pin her down, and her unshaven legs scratch against mine, and I'm used to it now. I like it. She licks her lips. What are you up to, Joe? You go home and pack a bag, I say. And I'm going to rent us a little red Corvette, and we're going to get out of here. You're insane, she says. Where are we going in this little red Corvette? I bite her neck. You'll see. You're kidnapping me? She asks. And if this is what she wants, then yes. You have 2 hours. Go pack. Chapter 2. She shaved. I knew she had it in her. And I did my part. I really did rent a red convertible. We are those assholes, and we're cruising through the woodsy part of Rhode Island. We are your worst nightmare. We are happy. We don't need you, any of you. We don't give a fuck about you, what you think of us, what you did to us. I am the driver, and Amy is the dream girl, and this is our first vacation together. Finally. I have love. The top is down, and we sing along to Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I picked this song because I'm taking it all back, all the beautiful things in the world that were corrupted by my tragically ill girlfriend, Guinevere Beck. I see now that she suffered from borderline personality disorder. You can't fix that. Beck and her horrible friends ruined so much for me. I couldn't go anywhere in New York without thinking of Beck. I thought I'd never listen to Elton John again because his music was playing when I killed Peach. Amy taps my shoulder and points at a hawk in the sky. I smile. She isn't the kind of asshole who needs to lower the volume on the music and discuss the bird and read into it. God, she is good. But no matter how good it gets, it is always there, the truth. I forgot to take the mug. That fucking mug haunts me. I understand that there are consequences, and I am not unique. To be alive is to have a mug of urine out there, but I can't forgive myself for screwing up like some girl forgetting a cardigan after a one-night stand. The mug is an aberration, a flaw, proof that I'm not perfect, even though I'm usually so precise, so thorough. I haven't hatched a plan to retrieve it, but Amy makes me wish I had. I want the world clean for us. Lysol fresh. Now she offers me her scratched sunglasses. You're driving, she says. You need them more than I do. She is the anti-Beck. She cares about me. Thanks, Aim. She kisses my cheek, and life is a fever dream, and I wonder if I'm in a coma, if all this is a hallucination. Love fucks with your vision, and I have no hate in my heart. Amy is taking all of it away, my healer, my back-teen beauty. In the past, I had a tendency to be intense. You might even call it obsessive. Beck was such a mess that in order to take care of her, I had to follow her home and hack into her email and worry about her Facebook and her Twitter and her nonstop texting, all the contradictions, the lies. I chose poorly with her and suffered the consequences. I learned my lesson. It works with Amy because I can't stalk her online. Get this, she's off the grid. No Facebook, no Twitter, no Instagram, not even an email address. She uses burner phones, and I have to program her new number into my phone every couple of weeks. She is the ultimate analog, my perfect match. When she first told me, I was flabbergasted and a little judgmental. Who the fuck is offline? Was she a pretentious nutcase? Was she lying? What about paychecks? I asked. You have to have a bank account. I have this friend in Queens, she answered. I write my checks over to her and she gives me cash. A lot of us use her. She's the best. Us? People offline, she said. I'm not alone here. Cunts want to be snowflakes. They want you to tell them how nobody in this whole world compares to them. Apologies to Prince. All the little fame monsters on Instagram, Look at me, I put jam on my toast. And I found someone different. Amy doesn't try to stand out. I don't sit alone and scroll through her status updates and home in on her misleading photographs of staged joy. When I'm with her, I'm with her. And when she leaves me, she goes where she said she was going. Of course, I've followed her, and I occasionally look in her phone. I have to know that she isn't lying. I think I smell salt air, Amy says. Not yet, I tell her. Couple more minutes. She nods. She doesn't fight about stupid shit. She's no angry Beck. That sick girl lied to the people with whom she was closest. Me, Peach, her fucking fellow writers in school. She told me her father was dead. He wasn't. She told me she hated Magnolia just because her friend Peach hated it. She was lying. I read her email. Amy is a nice girl, and nice girls lie to strangers to be polite, not to people they love. Even right now, she's wearing a threadbare URI tank top. She didn't go to URI. She didn't go anywhere. But she always wears a college shirt. She got a brown shirt for me, just for this trip. We can tell people that I'm a student and you're my professor, she giggled. My married professor. She digs up these shirts at various Goodwills all over the city. Her chest is always screaming, "Go Tigers, Arizona State, Pitt." I tend to the stacks and eavesdrop as people who come into the shop try to connect with her. Did you go to Princeton? Did you go to UMass? Do you go to NYU? And she always answers, yes. She makes nice with the women and she lets the dudes think they have a shot. They don't. She likes a conversation. She likes a story. My little anthropologist. My listener. We are nearing the road that takes us to Little Compton, and just when I think life can't get any better, I see flashing lights. A cop is coming at us. Hard. His lights are on and his sirens are blaring and the music is gone. I brake and I try to keep my legs from shaking. What the fuck? Amy says. You weren't even speeding. I don't think so, I say, keeping my eyes on the rearview mirror as the cop opens his door. Amy turns to me. What did you do? What did I do? I murdered my ex-girlfriend, Guinevere Beck. I buried her body in upstate New York and then pinned it on her therapist, Dr. Nikki Angevine. Before that, I strangled her friend, Peach Salinger. I killed her less than 5 fucking miles from here on a beach by her family's house and made it look like a suicide. I also did away with a drug-addled soda jerk named Benji Keys. His cremated body is in his storage unit, but his family thinks he died on a bender. Oh, also, the first girl I ever loved, Candace, I put her out to sea. Nobody knows I did any of these things, so it's like that if a tree falls in the woods question. I have no idea, I say, and this is a fucking nightmare. Amy rummages around the glove box for the rental's registration, takes it out, and then slams it shut. Officer Thomas Jenks doesn't take off his sunglasses. He has round shoulders and his uniform is slightly too large. License and registration, he says. His eyes burrow into my chest, the word brown. You heading back to school? Just going to Little Compton, I say, and then I cover. Eventually, taking my time. He doesn't acknowledge my passive-aggressive defense. I was not fucking speeding, and I am not a brown asshole, and this is why I don't wear college shirts. He studies my New York driver's license. A century passes, and then another. Amy coughs. Officer, what did we do wrong? Officer Jenks looks at her, then at me. You didn't signal when you turned. Are you kidding me? Motherfucker. Ah, I say. I'm sorry. Jenks says he needs a few minutes, and he plods back to his car, breaking into a jog, and he shouldn't be jogging. He also shouldn't need a few minutes. As he opens the door to his cruiser and slips inside, I think of my prior offenses, my secret activities, and my throat closes up. Joe, relax, Amy says, putting her hand on my leg. It's just a minor traffic violation. But Amy doesn't know that I killed 4 people. I am sweating, and I've heard about things like this. A guy gets pulled over for a minor infraction, and somehow, through the sadistic magic of computers and system, the guy is pinned for all kinds of other shit. I could shoot myself. Amy turns the radio back on. 5 songs play, and 20 minutes tick by, and Officer Thomas Jenks is still in his automobile, holding my personal information. If he's issuing me a simple ticket for failing to signal, if that's all there is to this, then why is he on the phone? Why does he keep pushing buttons on the computer? Does my freedom end at the beginning of the season when my iPhone shows sun and the sky above is swollen with rain? Because I do know a cop in this state. His name is Officer Nico, and he thinks my name is Spencer. What if he saw my picture in the computer? What if he recognized me and called Jenks and said, I know that guy? And what if, Joe, Amy says, and I almost forgot she was here. You look like you're having a panic attack. It's not bad. It's not even a speeding ticket. I know, I say. I just hate cops. She strokes my leg. I know. She reaches into the cooler and takes out a peach. A peach. Of course it kills me that we are moving backward. She is eating a peach, and I am obsessing about peach Salinger and my mug of piss. That mug. I try to believe that it's gone. I picture a maid swiping it, disgusted, scouring it clean, dousing it with bleach. I picture a golden retriever. People with summer homes, they love their great big dogs. And he's sniffing around, pawing at the mug, and he knocks it over, and his master calls, and he runs, and my urine seeps into the floorboards, and I am safe. I picture a Salinger child playing hide-and-seek. The mug gets knocked over. I'm safe. I see a Salinger cousin, cunty, texting, absent-mindedly throwing shoes into the closet, losing her shit when a full mug soaks her precious Manolos, her Tory Burch sandals. She trashes the shoes. I am safe. I hear the door slam. Jenks is on foot. He might ask me to step out of the car. He might lie to me. He might try to trick me. He might ask Amy to step out of the car. He wears cologne, poor guy. And he hands me my license and the rental registration. Sorry about the holdup, he says. You know they give us these computers and half the time they're jammed up. Technology, I sigh. Free. Free. It's the end of us all, right? All the more reason I'd like you to use that blinker, he quips. I smile. I'm truly sorry, officer. Jenks asks us if we live right in the city, and I tell him it's quieter in Brooklyn and everything is going to be okay. I am blessed. I smell Jenks's hopeful body spray. I see his small life. It's all in his eyes. Unlived. Dreams he didn't chase. Dreams he won't chase. Not because he's a pussy, because he simply doesn't see his dreams in detail. The kind of details that drive a person to pack their shit, to move. He became a cop because of the simplicity of the uniform. You don't have to think about what to wear every day. You have fun, he says. Be safe. I pull back onto the road and I'm relieved that my day, my life, doesn't end here. I have one hand on the wheel and I maneuver the other under Amy's cutoffs. I see our turn up ahead, the one that leads to Little Compton. I don't want the police anywhere in my future, and I accept that I fucked up, that I left one loose end, and I will never, ever do that again. This time when I turn, I use my fucking blinker. Chapter 3. We stop at Dell's Lemonade and sit at a picnic table, toasting with lemon slushy cups. Amy shrugs. It's fine, she says. But honestly, this isn't that good, you know? I love her contrarian way. People think everything is better when they're on vacation. Yelp Nation, she says. Miserable people want to call it a one-star slushie, and insecure people want everyone to be jealous of them and be all, best slushie ever. Sometimes I wish she could have met Beck. Wow, I say. You just described my ex to a T. She smacks her lips. Which one? It's vacation, so I let loose. I tell her a little about Beck, even though you're not supposed to talk about your old girlfriend with the new one. So she was an Ivy League chick? She asks. Was she snobby? Sometimes, I say, but mostly she was sad. You know, most of the people who go to those schools, they are psycho because they spend their whole childhoods trying to get into those schools. They can't live in the moment. I will fuck her on this table right here, right now. You are so right, I say. Did you ever date anyone like that? She shakes her head. You can show me yours, but I don't want to show you mine. She's the only woman left who knows the value of mystery. She tosses her slushie into a trash bin and we lie back on the table, watching the branches above us sway. Talk, she says. Tell me. I start at the beginning, in the shop. Beck without her bra. Amy says that's attention-seeking, and Beck buying her Paula Fox. Amy says that was to impress me. And this is where Amy is so beautiful and unusual. She doesn't interrupt me to tell her own story or slip into a jealous rant. She listens to me, and she is a sponge. It's cathartic for me to describe Beck's viciousness, and this is why you need to get in a car and go sometimes. I don't think we could have had this conversation in New York. I feel so aware with Amy, and she just gets it when I tell her about Beck tweeting from Bemelman's bar, the way she had to look up solipsistic in the dictionary. When I tell her that Beck referred to Little Compton as LC, she kicks the air. She gets it. All of it. I am known. She turns her head. You guys came here together? Her voice is higher, suspicious. No, I say. And technically I'm not lying. I followed Beck here. There's a difference. I tell her about the way Beck cheated on me with her shrink. How terrible, Amy says. How did you find out? I held her prisoner and broke into her apartment and found the evidence on a MacBook Air. I just had a feeling, I lie, because it's also sort of true. So I asked her and she told me, and then that was it. We broke up. She strokes my leg. I tell her to Google Nicholas Angevine, and she does, and she scans the headlines, and she looks at me, horrified. He killed her? Yep, I say. And it's impressive. I framed him for the murder so effectively that I don't even exist in the Wikipedia page about the crime. He murdered her, and he buried her near his family's second home upstate. She shudders. Do you miss her? No, I say. I feel sorry for her, of course, but it wasn't good between us, you know? And when you came along, I mean, it sounds sick, but that was like, well, then I really didn't miss her anymore. She bumps her knee into mine. That's sweet. She promises me she won't cheat on me with a shrink. She is wary of physicians and psychiatrists. People who thrive on other people's pain. God, I love her brain, all pink and mushy and suspicious. I kiss her. I'll be right back, she says, and she leaves her purse with me and crosses the parking lot to the restroom. She walks for me. She turns her back and winks, same way she does in the shop. When she disappears into the restroom, I take her phone out of her purse. I'm never afraid of what I'm going to find when I look through her phone. I just want to know everything. It's like that guy in that old Julia Roberts movie who loves to watch her try on hats and dance around to Brown-Eyed Girl. Nothing in Beck's phone ever made me smile, but rummaging through Amy's always reaffirms the way I feel about her. The first item in her Google search history is Henderson sucks. She's reading recaps of his talk show, Fuck Narcissism, the one we hate watch a couple of times a week, where he sits on the couch and the guests sit at the desk. The hook is that he's sitting on the couch because he's a narcissist who only wants to talk about himself. But every interview obviously devolves into talk about whatever shitty movies the guest host is promoting. She says Henderson's success is proof that our culture is edging toward a cannibalistic apocalypse.
What are you doing?
I startle and nearly drop Amy's phone. I look up guiltily as her shadow falls over me. She's standing, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. Fuck. I swallow. I am caught. Amy, I say, clenching her phone. I know what this looks like, but this isn't that. She holds out her hand. Give me my phone. Amy, I plead. I'm sorry. She looks away. I give her the phone and I want her to sit with me, but she crosses her arms again. Her eyes are wet. And I was literally just thinking how happy I am with you. I'm sorry, I say again. Why are you snooping around? She demands. Why are you ruining this? It's not like that, I tell her, reaching out. No, she says, waving me off. I get it. You don't trust me. And why should you? I'm the one who showed up with a stolen fucking credit card the first day I met you. Of course you don't trust me. But I do trust you, I say. And how strange the truth sounds. I'm looking in your phone because I'm fucking crazy about you, and when you go in the bathroom, I miss you. I get onto my knees and grovel. Amy, I swear, I have never been so crazy about anyone, and I know this is crazy, but I love you. Even when you're in the bathroom, I just want more. At first there is nothing. She is blank. And then she sighs and musses my hair. Get up. We settled back on the bench as a family emerges from a minivan, loud, sandy. 5 minutes ago, we would have been cracking jokes about them. Now we are somber. I nod toward them. You and I didn't grow up like that, and we're a little messed up because of it, I say. It's hard for people like us to trust each other, but I do trust you. She watches the mother squirt lotion onto the kids. Okay, she says. That's fair. About the shitty childhoods and the trust. I hold her hand as we watch the father try to reason with his unreasonable 4-year-old son, telling him he can't have another slushie because he won't have any room for hot dogs at the barbecue. The kid shrieks. He doesn't want a hot dog. He wants a slushie. The mother comes around and squats and hugs the child and says, Please tell Mommy what you want. The child screams, Slushie. And the father says the mother is spoiling the child, and the mother says it's important to communicate with kids and respect their own desires. It's like watching TV. And when they disappear back into the minivan, the show is over. Amy puts her head on my shoulder. I like you. You're not pissed at me? No, she says. I'm the same way. Sometimes I can't believe how alike we are. I stiffen. You've looked in my phone? Candace Benji Peach Beck mug of urine. She laughs. No, she says. But if you would ever leave your phone, I totally would. I'm not very good at trusting people either. I nod. Look, I don't want to be that guy, but we can get better. She squeezes my hand. I might fuck up. Being together is the best feeling in the world. Better than sex, better than a red convertible, or that first I love you. Yeah? I ask. Yeah, she says, and mimicking is a sign of love. This was a good idea, this trip. We get more slushies for the road and get back into the vet. There's been an atomic meltdown, and we're the only 2 people left on Earth, and this is why people shouldn't commit suicide. Because maybe, someday, you might get to sit in the shade with someone who is refreshingly different. I make her laugh so hard that she has slushy spilling out of the corners of her mouth. And then we drive away and find a quiet spot, and I eat her out, and when I finish, I have her spilling out of the corner of my mouth. Your vacation is not the best vacation ever. Mine is. I earned it. She caught me sneaking around in her phone, and still she spreads her legs. When we get to the hotel, she gasps, "Wow!" And when we walk into the room and onto the terrace, I don't gasp. I knew we were close, but I didn't realize I'd be able to see it so clearly. The Salinger cottage, twinkling, lit by fireworks, full of people who may or may not have seen my mug. Amy nods toward the house. "Do you know those people?" "One of them," I tell her. "They're the Salingers." I tell Amy about Peach's dysfunctional friendship with Beck and her inevitable suicide. Amy wraps her arms around me, and if this were a cartoon, I could stretch my rubber arm all the way across the beach, into that house, up those rickety stairs, into that bedroom, reclaim my mug of urine, and then, I would have it all. Chapter 4. The next day, we hit the beach with Ralph Lauren towels. We sit near the Salingers. I figure maybe, I can ask to use their bathroom. We can ask to use a bathroom. Nobody's going to say no to Amy, and while she's making small talk, I can go upstairs. It's a reach, but it's all I've got. "Whoa," she says, shielding her eyes with her hands. "He looks pissed." I turn. A Salinger man whistles and storms toward us. My balls crawl back inside of me. Amy groans. "They're as bad as you said." Let's be calm. But he's not calm. He's spitting. "This beach is private," he snarls. Families fascinate me. Peach is dead, but there is her nose, her frizzy hair. "You need to be on the other side of the sand." You can't be on the other side of the sand, and Amy peels off her shirt like she's Phoebe Cates in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. "I'm so sorry," she says. "Did you want to let us know about anything else?" She smiles at him, and he's staring at her body, and she's a fucking genius. He skulks back to his ugly wife, and Amy laughs. "Can we get in the water already?" "I need to warm up," I say. But really I need to do recon on the Salingers. There are so fucking many of them, romping on their trampolines on the water, on the sand, as if the sand and the waves and the cottage aren't enough. Children scamper, and older Salinger men in Madras shorts with short-sleeve shirts talk vineyard vines, golf courses in Ireland, reunions. The women bitch about nannies and salesgirls and a waitress they all think is after their chubby husbands. You would never know that this family lost their daughter, their sister, their auntie. They are on vacation in every sense of the word, and their only purpose is to alert passers-by that they can't use the trampoline or sit too close. I have never seen such a family of cunts, living for barricades. We've already been yelled at, and I am not getting in that house today. So fuck it. I grab Amy and throw her over my shoulder, and she screams, and the Salingers glare, jealous of us, young, poor, in love. I carry her toward the water, the same water where I disposed of Peach, the same shore where she washed up months later after her tragic so-called suicide. Amy wraps her legs around me, and envious Salinger men watch, wish, drink. We stay like this, glued in Peach's ocean grave, and by the time we get out of the water, most of the Salingers have retreated into the house. It's colder now, and we put on sweaters, and Amy reaches into her beach bag and pulls out a children's book called Charlotte and Charles. "This was my favorite," she says. "Can I read it to you?" "Of course." She leans into me, and the story goes like this. 2 giants, a man and a woman, live on a desert island. The woman is lonely, but the man feels safe. Humans arrive, and while the woman is excited, the man is hesitant. The last time humans were there, everything went to shit. The humans tried to kill them. Charlotte wants to try again, and Charles complies. But sure enough, the humans are ringing bells, the sound of which will kill Charlotte and Charles. But Charlotte and Charles wear earplugs to protect themselves. There's an earthquake, and Charlotte and Charles help the humans, then swim away to a new island. The second to last page of the book is a picture of the giants on an island together at night. Several years have passed. They look at the stars, and Charlotte wishes that more people would come. Charles says that the people would do the same fucking thing and screw them over. Charlotte concedes that this is possible, but she also reminds him that he could be wrong. And in the corner of the page, there is a ship. People are coming. Amy closes the book and smiles up at me. Well? That's one dark fucking book. She smacks my leg. You can't swear at Charlotte and Charles. She spins to face me. Tell me what you think. I liked it, I say. She nudges me. Come on, what did you think? This feels like a test, and it's supposed to be a vacation. I shrug. I want to let it sit a while. I don't like this culture of reading a book and spitting out an immediate reaction. She tilts her head like a schoolteacher with a slow kid. I see that, she says. I've read it 100 times, and I've had my whole life to think about it. She shivers. Are you cold? She shoves the book into her bag, and we leave the beach. I failed to retrieve the mug, and I failed to understand Charlotte and Charles, and walking on sand is just no fun. Ever. Back at the hotel, we shower together. I put my Charles in her Charlotte, and she helps me right back to the BuzzFeed guy. We bring Cajun scallops and buttery lobster rolls and cannolis to our room. We eat in the bed, and we fuck in the bed, and we laugh in the bed, and we wake up bloated, happy. I fuck Amy in the shower, and in the soaking tub, and on the balcony, her favorite, she tells me during what she calls blueberries in bed, and I fuck her on the sofa, and then I fuck her on the love seat. I memorize her face, her trembling lips. Oh, Joe. Her legs quivering, clinging. She opens her mouth, my little seal. I pop a blueberry into that hole in her face, the one that takes my dick in a way that no mouth ever did before. She winks. Good shot. We live here now, in this room, in these sheets, like a fucking John Mayer song come to life. We joke that they will cordon off this room when we go because nobody will ever occupy it the way we did. I love her more now than I did 5 minutes ago, more than I did 5 hours ago. I break the rules and tell her this because she is not like other girls. I know, she says. Isn't it weird the way most people only get more annoying, and you only get less annoying? I jab her with a pillow. I'm not annoying. She shrugs teasingly, and we bash each other with pillows, and she pins me down and drops blueberries into my mouth, and I plant my mouth on hers, and we eat together. One mouth. I ask her about Charlotte and Charles, and she tells me to forget it, and I mark her body all over with my pulpy blue kisses. They'll have to throw away these sheets. And when she comes, she screams, and she throws a pillow across the room. It goes out the window, over the balcony. She giggles. So I guess that was what you call a one-pillow orgasm. For a brief moment, I see Beck, the way she humped a green pillow. I smack Amy's ass. By the end of the day, there won't be any pillows left in here, I say, ready to go again. But she puts her hand on my chest. Whoa, she says. Joe, we do have to go out. We don't have to do anything, I say. And it must have been so much easier in the dark ages, before restaurants, when there was no fucking Little Compton coupon guide designed with the explicit purpose of interfering in our fuckfest. Here, she says, flipping through the coupon guide. Scuppers by the Bay. They have a band. Do they deliver? I try, and it's a waste of time. She's out of bed telling me that I'll be thanking her after I've had a good meal. And that's how you know you're in love. You put on slacks and feign excitement over oysters and live light rock. You grab the keys and leave. Scuppers by the Bay is overstuffed with assholes. The lot is jammed and the valets look stoned. There's a 16,000-piece cover band tooling away in the back, murdering Tina Turner's What's Love Got to Do With It, and the clamor in the kitchen is matched by a screaming spoiled baby at a nearby table with spoiled parents fussing over skewered scallops. We don't have a reservation, and the coupon is not valid tonight, and we are told to wait at the bar for 1 hour, maybe 2. I suggest we go, but Amy nods toward a couple at the bar. They're overdressed. He's swishing his wine in his glass, and she's drinking something blue. I don't want to talk to them, but when Amy whispers to follow her lead, I start to get hard. She dabs gloss on her lips. "Okay," she says. "We're going to pretend to be other people, and we're going to glom onto them." "Seriously?" Her eyes flash. "You be Kev, and I'll be Lulu." We really are the same. I like fake names, but I'm used to it being a means of survival or escape. Like when Officer Nico believed that I was Spencer Hewitt because of my Fagawi hat. "I don't know, Amy," I say, fucking with her. "Lulu sounds pretty fucking made up." She claps, excited, and we decide to be Kev and Mindy from Queens. "I'm a chef, and you're an aspiring actor." An actor? It stings. Why not a director? Or doctor? She cups my chin in her hand. "Well, you're too hot to do anything else, honey." I would like to take her into the handicapped bathroom and fuck her brains out, but she has already started in on the nice couple. When a woman wants to socialize, no penis in the world can replace meaningless conversation about iPhone autocorrects, ducked, ha 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 ha, and rental car snafus. So we pair off with Pearl and Noah Epstein. They're also from New York. That's so crazy. And they're both lawyers, and they're actually likable. Funny. When we shake hands, Noah says, "Hi, that's Pearl. I'm Noah, and we're what Grammy Hall would call real Jews." We talk about Woody Allen, and then we also meet Harry and Liam Benedictus. Harry is short for Harriet, yawn. She's a financial planner, and he's a broker. They have 2 under 3, and they're uptight, but they're also full of compliments. Liam freaking loves movies and wants to hear about my career. We talk small. How funny is it when your mom texts? And I make up shit about my kooky mom sending me crock-pot recipes. Amy talks about how her mom thinks LOL means lots of love, and our new friends think we're so freaking funny. The conversation drifts to terrible places at times, the ups and downs of the NASDAQ, but we survive. In this bar, lying to these strangers, there has never been more honesty between us. We are closer with every lie, undercover together, fusing. Amy talks about her imaginary father, the one who sends her articles about Rachel Ray. She is vulnerable, and we needed this, pretending to be people with parents. Parents who text and call and love and ask for help with attachments. The hostess says we can sit now if we're all willing to squeeze into a booth, and I want to squeeze my dick into Amy, and she is clapping. She loves booths. All women love booths. On the way over, Amy whispers, "Wasn't I right?" "Yes," I say. "This is a fucking blast." I get to sit beside Amy, our legs pressed together. She wraps her knuckles on the table and starts a game. Okay, she says. And every man in this restaurant would trade his woman for Amy. Favorite movie sex scene? I go first. The Town. I've heard this all before, how much Amy likes Ben Affleck and Blake Lively together. I slide a hand underneath her skirt, and she doesn't object, and I move that hand underneath her panties onto her ass cheek. Noah worships that British newsie from HBO, how surprising, and sends the undercooked scallops back to the kitchen. And Pearl knocks over her chablis and says it's because she has spilkus. Harry crafts jewelry and sells it on Etsy. The waiter returns with scallops, and I take the first bite and I nod. They're ducking perfect. Everybody in our party cackles at my stupid, easy joke, and we could be friends in real life. It would be a long Swiffer commercial with dogs and potlucks in Park Slope. I start to wish they didn't think of me as an aspiring actor named Kevin. But then if they knew that we were both high school graduates who never went to college, if they knew we worked in retail, these people wouldn't be friends with us anyway. I squeeze Amy's thigh. That's what's real. My take-home. Amy says I'm for sure gonna make it as an actor, and Pearl says I have one of those faces. Her husband laughs, and Amy's eyes glisten, and she got a little too much sun today. I wish I could hit pause and stay here in this moment, with the light fading. This is what all the love songs are about. The moment when you find your own way forward with someone, and there is no turning back. Amy winks at me and gets out of the booth to request a song, Paradise City by Guns N' Roses, and the band doesn't know it, and she's pouting while our new fake friends are discussing the menu. I kiss her cheek. You're sweet. What's that for? I stroke her thigh and move my hand up to where the jungle used to be. I get it. She is puzzled. Huh? Paradise City, I say. Guns N' Roses, like the first time when you welcomed me to the jungle. Her face is blank. Pearl wants to know if we prefer calamari or Clams Casino, and Amy says both, and she doesn't remember a Guns N' Roses connection. She's not as smart as I am, but maybe it's better that we're a little different. When it's time to deal with the check, Amy pulls the valet ticket out of my pocket. She excuses herself to go to the bathroom, and then I pretend to get a phone call and step outside. We latch onto each other, and the valet delivers the vet, and we're gone, and it's like we were never even there. I do kind of feel bad, I say. I liked Pearl and Noah, and Harry and Liam. Oh, please, she sighs. When you split a check like that, it's almost easier if half the people disappear, you know? When we get back into the room, she brings her blueberries into the bed, and she fillets me with her superfruit mouth, and I smush blueberries on her tits. I want to talk about our lies and our parents and Charlotte and Charles, but she says we should sleep because of the drive back tomorrow. I know she's right, but at the same time, I can't stand the idea of being asleep and missing 1 second of our life together. While Amy snores, I walk out on the deck and see the lights on upstairs at the Salinger house. Fuck that mug. It doesn't scare me anymore. I have a partner now, and this time, I'm leaving it behind on purpose. Chapter 5. The ride home is always different from the ride out. We're both a little burned out, a little hungover. We don't want to stop at Dell's for slushies, and we agree that lemon ice is precisely the sort of thing that sounds great when you start the vacation, but not what you want on the way home. We hit traffic. We laugh about our fake friends, and we forget to find out the brand of the sheets at the hotel. She holds my hand randomly as if to say, I can't believe you're real. This is love. This is Sunday. And when we get back into the city, she strokes my neck. Will you hate me if I just kind of want my own bed? I could never hate you, I respond. We make it to her street, and I signal with my blinker, and she laughs, and that will be a running joke for us. That time we rented that red Corvette and got pulled over for not using a fucking blinker. I can't wait to be old with her. I put the car in park. She kisses me. Thank you, she says. I hope you know how wonderful you are. I hold on to her and breathe her in. Someone behind us honks. I wave the asshole around, and Amy climbs out. At the rental joint, the guy asks me if I had any trouble with the car. It is with great pleasure that I tell him we had absolutely no trouble at all. He looks at me like I'm crazy, and it's okay because I am. I am crazy in love. The next morning, I can't get to the shop fast enough. I can't wait to see Amy. I can't wait to tell her that I found Pearl and Noah and Harry and Liam online. I can't wait to find out if she watched Fuck Narcissism last night, and if so, what she thought of Kevin Hart. I wonder what panties she's wearing today, and I'm excited to see if this shaving business continues. I quicken my stride and I reach the shop, but the music in my head ends abruptly. The door is slightly ajar. If Amy came in early, she would have closed the door, and Mr. Mooney hasn't been to the store in years. I yank the door open and step inside. I see dust particles in the air, and my nose adjusts to the shop, the way a place smells different when you return after a few days. My senses are on fire, and we've been robbed, and I don't want this kind of distraction after such a good weekend. The violets I bought Amy are on the floor, scattered, dry, the vase in pieces. There are papers everywhere, books tipped over. My laptop is gone. I tiptoe around the counter and quietly remove the machete from my hiding spot below the main entrance. I haven't held it in a while, and it's heavier than I remember. I am not calling the cops. They are not all janks, and I've learned my lesson. I creep toward the back of the shop, checking the stacks to my left, to my right. I move past fiction and biography, and at the back of the shop, the basement door is ajar too. The silence of the shop bears down on my brain. They are long gone, I think, but if they are still here, I'm slicing their throats. I clench the machete as I descend the stairs slowly, soundlessly. When I reach the bottom step, I gasp and drop it. I don't need it anymore. There is nobody here, but someone was here all right. Someone who eats superfruits. There's a bowl on the floor next to the gaping hole where the yellow wall of Portnoy's complaints used to be. Amy. She stole every last copy. Didn't even leave one for me. She took the Yates first edition too, the one she blew me for, the one that started it all. There's a blueberry-stained copy of Charlotte and Charles on the floor, right next to my computer and the pink keys, the ones I made for her. I grab my phone and call her, and of course this number is now dead, out of service, gone, just like all the others. I drop to my knees and scream. She left me. She stole from me. I bought that bullshit about her needing her own bed, and she must have come here right after I dropped her off. I throw her superfruits at the wall. Super cunt. I pick up Charlotte and Charles. I understand the meaning of that fucking book now. Don't trust women. Ever. I open it, and there is a message scribbled inside.
Sorry, Joe. I tried. But we really are the same. We both hold back. We both lose control. We both have secrets. Be good to you. Love, Amy.
I haven't made a comprehensive list of everything she took, but so far, I estimate $23,000 in rare books. She knew what she was doing the day she walked in here, and I fell for it. I should be dragged into a field and shot for being so fucking stupid, dick-blind, cocksucked. We're the same, she said. Fuck me. Fuck her. She pulled the wool over my eyes with her latex gloves and her dick-sucking eyes. This was never love. Not on the beach in Little Compton, not in this cage, not in my bed. The bitch came here to trick me, to rob me, and I made her fucking keys. I grab the laptop and get the fuck out of this fucking cage, and I lock it. A little late, asshole. And I trudge up the stairs and I lock the basement door. What a fucking asshole I am. I should lock myself in the basement. And that's when I see another mess. Amy ransacked my least favorite section of the shop. Drama. She stole acting manuals. An actor prepares. 10 ways to make it in Hollywood. How to make them call you back. Monologues for Women, Volume 4. Are you fucking kidding me? You lying, thieving, hairy-legged beast? My head spins. Amy was not an untrained sociologist wearing college paraphernalia to experiment on human behavior. She was not lying to Noah and Pearl and Harry and Liam. She was acting. Why else would she steal those manuals? I sit down at the counter and wake up the laptop. She claims to be so off the grid and above this computer shit, but she managed to erase the recent search history. My cheeks sting at the idea of her on that floor, trying to block me, trying to clear the search she conducted on my computer. Well, she should have learned a little bit more about how these machines work, what they can do for me. Chrome isn't that simple. She only cleared the last hour of her time on my computer, not the whole fucking history. I know my recent searches, rare books and motels in Little Compton, and it's not exactly difficult to shine the light on her key fucking words. UCB, cheapest headshots, free headshots, UCB classes cheap, Ben Affleck, top dollar used books, selling rare books, Philip Roth Price, auditions, casting calls, blonde girl next door audition, sublet Hollywood. She also didn't clear her fucking downloads, and I bring up her application to an Improv 101 Improv Basics class at Upright Citizens Brigade, and a script for some short fucking film with a cover page that references a Craigslist ad. So the bitch has run away to try to make it in Hollywood. Making it in Hollywood is the most disgusting phrase in the English language. It's more disturbing than prolific serial killer and rare terminal illness. I can't wait to catch her and tell her what a deluded loser she is. I print her search history, and there is nothing more terrifying than realizing that the one who knows you best loves you least, pities you even. She knew I was fucked up and alone. She knew I wanted a blowjob and a girlfriend, and she knew I wanted these things so badly that I would let her watch Cocktail 50 times a fucking week in my bed. That I would give her a fucking key. I did that, and I can't undo it. But I can find her. I can eliminate her. And I will. She doesn't get to walk around thinking she got away with this. Fuck no. She doesn't get to think that I'm a sucker who you can fuck over and dump with Charlotte and Charles. I lapped her nipples with my tongue, and I ate her hairy bush, and she used me. She is evil. She is dangerous. She's incapable of love. She is a sociopath. Worse than a borderline. That's why she uses fucking burner phones. She's a criminal. She thinks she's so smart, but if you erase an hour, it doesn't mean shit, not unless you erase the weeks leading up to that hour. She thinks life is better off the grid? Yeah. She'll die thinking that. Cunt. I call JetBlue. I buy a ticket. Sorry, Amy. You lose. Chapter 6. If there's one thing I learned from that horny charlatan Dr. Nicky Angevine and his patient mistress Beck, it's that you can't control what other people do. You can only control your thoughts. If there's a mouse in your house, you have to make it your business to remove that pest, set the traps, check the traps. Amy is my mouse, but this is my house, and I'm deep into the extermination process already. I called the UCB and claimed to be a guy named Adam checking on my registration. This is how I was able to confirm that there is a girl named Adam, Amy reserved for an improv class. I gave notice on my lease. Fuck that shithole, and it's time I got the hell out of here. Out of my apartment where I bring the wrong women into my bed, cold city girls, their hearts are hard and pale, and I can't become one of those New Yorkers who lets the city win. I won't sit behind the counter of that fucking shop the next time some chick walks in and bats her eyelashes at me. I'm fucking done. It's June, and the city is ripe with meaningless fecal heat. It will be a different kind of hot in LA, the kind that made the Beach Boys all tan and giddy, a heat that doesn't harass you in the shade. I get on the train and begin my last humid, smelly ride to Mr. Mooney's. I thought about writing him a letter or calling him, but it's been too many years. I owe him a goodbye. My trip ends, finally, and I leave the train where a mariachi band sets up and hoochies take selfies. Goodbye, subway people. A guy in a suit emerges from a deli across the street with fresh roses, running, trying, believing. Idiot. I walk into the butcher and pick up Mr. Mooney's favorite sausages. I hope he doesn't cry. I hope he doesn't try to lock me in his basement. I turn the corner and knock on his door. He doesn't smile. Don't tell me we got robbed again. No such luck, Mr. Mooney. I laugh. He was almost happy when I called and told him about the robbery. He said that insurance money is the most beautiful kind of money there is in this world. Well, what's wrong then? He jabs. Nothing, I insist. I hold up the sausages. You hungry? He pushes open the screen door and waves me in. His house smells like kitty litter and old ladies, and he doesn't have a cat or a wife. He has 2 eggs on the stove and the radio on. He puts my sausages in the old fridge. You want some coffee milk? He asks. Nope. Sure. He shakes the powdered concoction and sets a small chipped glass down on the table in front of me. He talks about a pillow he bought off an infomercial, how the dame on the phone said he couldn't return it because 30 days had passed. He talks about the eggs at his local market. They used to be cheaper, but now they're ridiculously priced because they're from some farm nearby. In which case, they should be cheaper, he rails. He waves his saggy arm. I don't want to be like this someday, alone, frying eggs, eating local food in a stingy rage. But at the same time, I can't imagine ever loving anyone ever again. Mr. Mooney finishes frying the eggs and sits down with me at the table. The eggs are overcooked, glistening. I think he used a pound of butter, and I don't think he's cleaned the skillet since 1978. So, to what do I owe this honor? He asks. I drink my coffee milk. By some miracle, I keep it down. Well, I say, I've decided I need a change. I'm moving to Los Angeles. He burps. It's wet. Flappy shards of eggs fly out of his mouth. What's her name? Whose name? The girl, he says. Nobody moves anywhere unless it's about a girl. I hesitate, then tell him about Amy, her desire to be an actress, the way she kept it from me. I don't tell him that she was the thief. I knew there was a girl. He dips his finger into the ketchup on his plate and licks it off. You might be wiser to let her go. I shake my head. This is something I have to do. Mr. Mooney sighs. Tip the world over on its side and everything loose will land in Los Angeles. Frank Lloyd Wright said that. He was right. Mr. Mooney rises from his seat and tosses his rank sponge in the sink. Los Angeles is the seat of evil, Joseph. It's the womb of idiocy. It's where everything bad comes from, the peak of the volcano of this nation's stupidity. It's no place for an intelligent man. That's why there's nothing to watch on the damn television set. You're better off here. He'll never say it, but he's going to miss me. I'll give you my email address so we can keep in touch. He takes my plate and stacks it on his. I know if I offer to do the dishes, he'll be pissed. Email is baseless, he dismisses me. Just promise me you won't waste your life on a damn computer. I say I'll see him again soon, and a cockroach scampers by and he stomps on it with his boot. You don't know that, he says. There's no way you could know that. He tells me to lock the door on my way out. Goddamn Girl Scouts are pushier than ever. My apartment is empty. Everything I'm taking with me is in my dad's giant duffel bag, the one I've never used because I've never gone so far away, never had an occasion to pack up everything I want. My books, my clothes, my pillow, my computer. There's a knock at my door, and I don't check the peephole, figuring it's the landlord to complain about the damage. But no, it's Mr. Mooney, in sunglasses. I can't see his eyes. "Word of advice," he begins. "Get your dick sucked." "Okay." "Get your dick sucked," he repeats. "Don't sleep with actresses. Don't waste your time with In-N-Out burgers. Don't watch too many movies. Don't eat too many vegetables. Don't refer to vegetables as veggies. Don't go in the pool. It's cold and dirty. Don't go in the ocean. It's cold and dirty. Don't have a child. Most born there become whores." "I got it." He stares at my unplugged refrigerator. "Is the shop locked up?" "Yes," I declare. "Bolted, shut down." "Good," he says, and he smiles. "Maybe I'll run away too." "Do you want to come in? Have a seat?" But there's nowhere to sit. He reaches into his breast pocket. He pulls out a thick envelope and hands it to me. I protest. "I can't take this." "Yes, you can," he says. "You'll need it." He ambles down the stairs, and I realize I might never see him again. I gather my things and slip the key under the door. A fat kid on the first floor asks where I'm going. "California," I say. "Why?" he asks. "To make the world a better place," I answer. I give the kid some books, none of them rare, all of them important. The kid is grateful, and I'm noble, and it's true, I am going to make the world a better place. That kid is already leafing through Lord of the Flies. Next up, Amy, hogtied, sinking to the bottom of a swimming pool. California. Chapter 7. I don't read during the flight to LAX. I don't watch a movie. I fuck around on Facebook. I finally joined for real, as Joe Goldberg, as me, but it's not what you think it is. I have to fuck around on Facebook. I'm a hunter, going on a wild safari, and I need guides on my trek through this small segment of the foothills of Hollywood known as Franklin Village. I need camouflage. I need friends. And it's not the worst thing in the world to need people. I am inspired by the Fast and Furious movies where the heroes Toretto and O'Connor can't hunt the bad guys without first assembling a team. I need help finding Amy, the same way they need help finding a corrupt Brazilian drug lord. And I can say this for the aspirings in the Upright Citizens Brigade. They're an open bunch. They accept Joe Goldberg, writer, as a friend. And these people talk a lot about the dry cleaner and Tinder and their shoes and their auditions. And yes, they talk about someone they refer to as Amy Offline. The best resource so far is a guy named Calvin, who works at a used bookstore right next to the UCB. He posted a job listing for someone to pick up shifts, and I wrote to him. I think I have the job. None of the other dudes he knows have experience with a register. I ask him about rare books, if he ever sees any original editions of Portnoy's Complaint. Maybe Amy already started moving her inventory. He writes back, "LOL, dude, we get like one valuable book a year. Mostly people who live up Beechwood dump their moldy shit when they move or their parents die or whatever. Or like people on the block are broke and they try to sell stuff, but it's super easy mostly. It's like you get like a couple bucks. It's super chill, dude." In addition to Facebook and Twitter, Calvin has a website where he reveals everything you could ever want to know about him. He's an aspiring writer-director, actor-producer, sound designer, comic, improv player. Can you imagine yearning for attention so badly that your identity required all those hyphens? He worships Henderson and Mark Maron and suspenders and beards and pictures of beards and Tinder and bacon and Breaking Bad and things from the 80s. In Brooklyn, this guy would be working at a branding firm. He would be playing poor and checking his 401k late at night. But Calvin has a PayPal account where fans can help him pay rent. I could never respect Calvin, but he's easy and grateful that I'm willing to fill in when he needs to audition. I order a Sprite Zero and vodka. My second most useful Facebook friend is an older aspiring stand-up comic named Harvey Swallows. I applied for an apartment near UCB in a building called Hollywood Lawns. Harvey's the manager, and when I emailed him about the apartment, he responded with a Facebook friend request and invitation to be his fan. Angelinos. Harvey is the West Coast equivalent of my old coworker, Ethan. Harvey is another open book with his website. He changed his name to Harvey Swallows and moved to LA to be a comic at the ripe young age of 57. His catchphrase is, "Am I right or am I right?" He's big into hashtag Throwback Thursday, and he's shared so many photos of his old life in Nebraska when he was married and selling insurance and growing sick with aspirations. Note to self, do not get sick with aspirations. They eat your brain and trick your heart, and you wind up on a stage in a basement saying unfunny things and waiting for someone to laugh. Nobody is laughing and or paying Harvey to say funny things, so he manages 45 units at Hollywood Lawns. The place is a nice change of pace for me. I get off Facebook and look at pictures of my new home. There's a pool. I could hold Amy under the water. And there's a hot tub. I could boil the bitch. And there is a game room. I can choke her with a pool stick. And it's within walking distance of everything I could ever want, including, of course, Amy. She may not be on Facebook, but you can't pursue an acting career in LA without the internet. A girl like Amy, a brand new sociopath with no agent, no connections, she would start looking for work on Craigslist. Anyone can post a casting call on the site, and actors submit their pictures and resumes constantly, according to Calvin. So I write a casting call, specifically designed to appeal to Amy's overweening ego. Subject: are you taller and more beautiful than the girl next door? Body: indie feature seeks lead actress, stunning and blonde, 5'7" to 5'11", age 25 to 30, reply back with photos/resume. I am astounded by the speed of it all. Within a few minutes, I have dozens of girls sending me pictures. My hands shake every time I open an email from a girl. Some are naked, some are ugly, some are even gorgeous, but none of them are the super cunt. I order another vodka and Sprite Zero, and the two girls across the aisle talk about the bar method, they love it, and carbs, they hate them, and directors, they want to know them. I wonder if Amy would become that kind of person in LA if I don't kill her first. Part of me wants to tell her about the assholes on the plane, but more of me wants to scream at her, to hold her accountable for everything she did, but I can't, not yet. I open a Word document and write to myself, "Dear super cunt, you are a vile, evil thing, and I wish you never walked into my life with your gloves and your bullshit. Cocktail is crappy because the protagonist is ultimately rewarded for being a shallow, gold-digging prick. You think that you're headed for something good? You're not. You're callow. Even when you shaved, your legs were stubbly. You were wrong to steal from those people in Little Compton. They're better than you. Blueberries are disgusting, and you will die no matter what. You need a haircut. Your legs are too long. Your skin is a waste of space because there's no heart inside of you. You're too much of a pussy and a phony to be on Facebook. You suck a good dick, but you're not special. You're dead." The older woman next to me knocks on my tray table. She points at my screen. "Are you a writer?" I save my document. I close it. "Yes. It's a monologue in this thing I'm writing." She points at the headshots. "And directing? You're casting, right? I see pictures." "Yep. Boundaries. Where did they go?" "Here's hoping." She nods. "You know," she says, "if you're casting something, my niece lives in North Hollywood and she's very talented. You can see her at GretchenWoods.com. And that's how it is here. I tell her that I'm making an adult movie, and she gasps and whips her head toward the window. And maybe now she won't go around telling random guys how to find her niece online. But she's given me an idea. Being a writer is a great cover during my expedition. I'll say that I'm working on something called Kevin Mindy Forever, and it will be about me and Amy and our last weekend in Little Compton. It will begin with Amy telling me that she can't sleep in her own bed, and I know how it ends. Me killing Amy. I order another vodka and Sprite Zero and go back on Facebook. One of Calvin's friends, Winston Barrel, has requested my online friendship. He doesn't even know me. I accept friendship with Winston. I immediately receive an invitation to a comedy show along with 845 other people. This is good. When I pull Amy's extra-long body into an infinity pool and make it look like an accident, dare to dream, I will be okay because I will have become a Facebook guy, a normal dude. We live in an era where people who don't have 4,355 friends are considered nefarious, as if socially entrenched citizens aren't also capable of murder. I need friends so that when Amy disappears, my friends can roll their eyes at the idea of handsome, gregarious Joe killing someone. I can't be that guy who keeps to himself. That's too in line with the dated but pervasive stereotype of a killer reinforced by biased TV news shows no matter how many happy-go-lucky husbands go and murder their wives. We all want to fear single people. It's endemic. It's American. I click through my new Angelino friends on Facebook. I love them. They're like kids, the way they just fucking hope. I hate them. They are like kids, the way they just fucking hope. I envy them. They don't sacrifice their bodies for bookstores, and they don't waste their lives underground riding subways and exposing themselves to chemicals and old shit. People move to LA to make it. They dream harder than people in New York and believe that ferociously socializing is critical, that life is all about who you know. And honestly, I don't hate Facebook as much as I thought I would. Suck it, Amy. Sorry, Beck. Once you're a member, there's a network in which you are the center. It's empowering. Humans are entertaining, fun to look at. So are cats. People are so lonely they spend their birthdays on the internet thanking people for wishing them a happy birthday. People who only know it's their birthday because Facebook told them. I like Fast and Furious to establish myself as a fun guy, and then I write to Amy. Dear cunt, Facebook is only people trying to help each other from being lonely. Fuck you. Love, Joe. The pilot says we're almost here, and I lean forward and see Los Angeles through the tiny window. The city is a grid, and like Amy's bush that first time I saw it, the thing fucking sprawls. I can't help but smile. Amy thinks she's off the grid, but she has extremely traceable rare books and aspirations that require online socialization. I'll find her. I wish I could break open the window right now and parachute into Franklin Village, where I know she is. But then she might see me coming, and that would be like whispering to the deer, "Psst, I'm here," right before shooting it. Chapter 8. The first song I hear in LAX is that ditzy fucking Tom Tom Club song about getting out of jail, and it sobers me up hard. A UCLA brat bashes into me with her oversized suitcase. People are pushy, and tourists are slamming into me, all of them on an exodus to get pictures of Sean Penn, who is in baggage claim. In New York, people fight to make a train to get home, or to make it to the squished aisles of Trader Joe's. In LA, people fight to smell an actor, an old man. I've received 2 electronic communications since I landed. One is from Harvey. "Wow!" exclamation point. "You have perfect credit!" exclamation point. "Most people who move here have horrible credit!" exclamation point. It is my destiny to know people who abuse punctuation. The other one is from Calvin. We have a Blu-ray, so bring any movies you want to watch during shift. You aren't supposed to watch movies in a bookstore, and I get into a cab and the driver taps the address of Hollywood Lawns into his GPS, and I wonder if Amy took a cab or a shuttle. I wonder when the wondering will stop. I hate this part of the split, when that girl just lives in your head. I need to get laid. And we take La Cienega and the city gets glitzier as you go north, and I see women in nighttime dresses walking around in the day, like this is okay. I see homeless people like from down and out in Beverly Hills, and I see the Capitol Records building, and my heart quickens when we reach Franklin Avenue. Amy, Amy, Amy. And when I emerge from the cab, I step into dog shit. Fuck, I seethed. My head pounds, the sun, the excessive vodka. The driver laughs. People in L.A., man. They like their doggies. Hollywood Lawns looks like the building in Karate Kid, and the dogs trapped in the small hot apartments bark as I walk up the stairs. The for rent sign beams month to month. I wonder if Amy lives here, in this very building. You never know. She is just the kind of lying transient who would gravitate toward this. Her sublet in New York was week to week. I should have known then, but your dick makes you blind. Harvey looks older in person, waxen, arched eyebrows. It's hard to look at him, and I let him talk to me about his act, and I agree to get drinks with him. He tells me my apartment is on the first floor, right by his office, and I brainstorm future excuses to avoid time with him. He warns me about ridiculous shit. One thing you gotta know about the hood, newbie, he says. This isn't New York. You can't be jaywalking. They will ticket you, and those tickets will add up. I knew L.A. was an anti-walking city, but that's fucking ridiculous, I say. Harvey smiles. You sound like me when I see Joe Rogan on TV. Downright ridiculous. Am I right or am I right? Conversations about Joe Rogan are not a part of my life, so I don't encourage him the way you don't laugh at a child who swears. Hey, I say, I saw the sign outside. Do you get a lot of people moving in all the time? World's full of dreamers, he says. Do you have friends looking? Yeah, I say. And this is where I have to tread lightly. I don't want to say that I'm looking for Amy Adam, because then, when she disappears, I will be a suspect. I'm careful. I know this girl looking, I say, but she wants a share. Fact. Amy has never had her own place. She's a leech. Harvey nods. If I had a nickel for every hot babe who moves in here to sleep on the couch and pay half the rent, he shakes his head, I'd be able to paper the walls with nickels. Am I right or am I right? Harvey introduces me to another guy in the building, Dez, entitled Thug Light. He lives on the first floor, too, and he looks like an extra in an Eminem video circa 2000. Dez has a dog, Little D, and some advice for me. He looks at me hard. Do not fuck Delilah. I nod. Word. I need someone like this on my team. Someone fluent in California 90s moron douchebag language who no doubt has access to Xanax and various narcotics. Harvey digs up the keys to my new home and tells me that Delilah is just sweet and friendly. And I know this means desperate and slutty. And he says a lot of the guys in the building are crass. It's kind of like I'm the talk show host, and everybody comes into my office to work out their bits, he says. Why must everyone want to be Henderson? So you come by any time, work stuff out. It's like a Seth MacFarlane vibe in here, you know, brosif? Sounds great, I lie. Am I right or am I right? He asks, as if he has a contract with himself to spew out his own catchphrase at least twice an hour. My apartment smells like rotten oranges and chicken, and it's full of pink furniture, girl furniture. The former tenant, Brit, moved out suddenly against her will. Her parents showed up here all upset, Harvey says. turning on a pink bubble-shaped lamp and illuminating a Kandinsky poster. She spent half the money they gave her on a nose job and the rest on nose candy. And then she wound up in a hospital because her nose bled. He shakes his head and pats the hot pink futon. I know there's a joke in there. Funny things come in threes. I'm gonna find it, I swear. Anywho, the good news is you scored, Brosif. The futon, the chicken in the freezer, the TV, it's all yours. Her parents wanted us to dump it. At least I don't have to go to IKEA. Great. Harvey picks up the trash can. I know one thing you don't want is old chicken. BRB, Brosif. It's the first almost funny thing he said. I pull a Rachel Ray knife out of the new knife block on the counter. These are useful, sharp, though I wish the handles weren't orange. I flop onto the futon and the cover is stained. Sriracha and semen. That taped-up Kandinsky makes me miss New York. I miss sex. There's a knock at the door and then a girl barges in. She is like one of the girls I saw on the street. Full makeup and a bandaged spandex dress that's one size too small. She is hot, but not as hot as she thinks. I want her on my team. Possibly on my dick. Relax, she says. I'm Delilah, and I'm just here for the blender. I almost tell her that her nickname is Don't Fuck Delilah, but she is talking too much for me to get a word in edgewise. She is late to work, gossip reporting, and she lives directly upstairs. Apologies for noises you hear in the future. The walls are paper thin, and that fucking coke whore promised her a blender. She's opening the closets, slamming them. Delilah is full of rage. Maybe she knows there is a building ordinance against her vagina. She points at the Kandinsky. Technically, that's mine too, she says. But I think you'll appreciate it. You look like you might even know who that is. Andrew Wyeth, I say. She nods. Nice, she says. Brit had no idea who that was. Did Shut Up Harvey tell you about her? Everyone has a nickname. A little, I say. Sounds like a sad story. Delilah tells me that Brit came here to act and wound up hooking. She would go to Vegas with guys and come back messed up, she says. And she kept trying to get me to go with her, talking about how amazing these guys are and how you don't have to pay for anything and you stay at the Cosmo and have the time of your life. Exactly, she says. So I pack a bag to go with her. I mean, I know I'm not actually going, but I wanted to see them all at the airport in case there was anyone famous in there, anyone I could write about. And at the airport, in one breath, she's like, oh, by the way, you have to fuck at least 2 of them, but you get to pick which 2, and it's not bad, I swear. So which 2 did you pick? I ask. Ha, she deadpans. No, I told her I was going to call the cops and her parents if she got on the plane. And did you make those calls? Hell no, she says. She flew back the next day, and I picked her up and took her to Baskin-Robbins and let her cry. I go to the kitchen and find the blender in the cabinet above the fridge. She looks me up and down. So, do you have a name? Joe Goldberg, I say. Do you? I told you, she says. I know, I say. But what's your real name? Ugh, she says. Melanie Crane, but not anymore. Melanie Crane is the girl who fucked up her master's in journalism by falling in love with a married guy at the New York Times. She shudders. That feels like a century ago. That's what I love about LA. It's all new. I'm an undercover reporter and a ghostwriter now. It's possible here to literally leave your past behind. They all think this. These girls, Amy, that they can leave your past behind. Don't they know it's not that simple? It's not the past if it's not finished. You should give me your number, Delilah says as she cleans the blender. I get so many invites to parties. You can be a +1 sometime. Get off the block. She points at me. Warning, you have to get off the block. People live here and they go to Birds and La Poo over and over again, and there is so much more to the city. She sighs. I mean, it's important to get out there. She explains that Birds is a bright, friendly dive bar and La Poubelle is a dark, hip French bar, and that everyone in the village skews one way or the other. I am reminded of the Office episode where B.J. Novak says he does not want an identity at work, and then he burns a pizza bagel and he has one. Fire guy. I am not a Birds guy or a La Poo guy, but I type my number into Delilah's phone. I may need her. Delilah laughs. I am being a bit of a hypocrite, she says, and I wonder if people in L.A. think out loud about themselves the way New Yorkers do, quietly, in our heads. I mean, I go to Birds almost every night, and I even have a tattoo inspired by this song they play there. But the thing is, I go late night, after I've been other places, you know? She bends forward and rolls up her dress and encourages me to come closer so I can see her leg. Close shave, self-tanner. And there are words engraved on her inner thigh. Journey lyrics. As if they need to be on her thigh after they've been used in The Sopranos and Glee and every bar in America. I know it's lame, she says, and she pats my head, ordering me to stand. But you can't live here unless you believe. Delilah is almost special, and it's a hard thing for a girl to be. Not beautiful enough to be beautiful, not smart enough to be smart. Amy has it easy. She's taller, hotter, smarter. There's something so unsure about Delilah, and she would never be friends with someone like Amy, who gets to cross her legs and eat blueberries with her greasy hair. Delilah is a girl who tries. Amy is a girl who takes. At the end of the day, trying is better. I know that now. There's a quiet moment where Delilah and I could run away together and our dynamic would be set. I would inspire her to let go of the aspirations that are holding her down, marking her body. She would get me off Amy, but I want revenge, and Delilah wants her blender. She waves. She goes. The end. I download Journey. I picture Delilah's thigh pressed against my face and I jerk off on my pink futon. Afterward, I shower and put on jeans. I refuse to wear shorts and a t-shirt. I throw away Brit's food, diseases, cocaine residue, and I stop by Harvey's office. He's taking a selfie and the trash can he didn't bring back is sitting there. This is so different from New York. I could go months without seeing a neighbor in my old building. But Harvey's office is a glass box. Everyone here wants so badly to be watched, noticed. And the upside is that the desire to be watched is a blindfold. Harvey doesn't even notice me as I walk by the door and begin my hunt for Amy. Chapter 9. The self-serving, sociopathic, greedy little bitch wouldn't go a fucking day without her superfruits. So my first destination is the neighborhood grocery store, the pantry. But this is not a grocery store. It's a modern art museum, part neon, part busted fender metal, and part repurposed wood signs. The floor is spongy, and the font on the price tags is curly, and the lighting is non-fluorescent. The music is louder than it is in a normal grocery store, and the songs are all over the place. A true mixtape. Donny Hathaway and Samantha Fox and the Everly Brothers and DMX. And I Shazam it all because I want a record of this. This is a grocery store if Cameron Crowe made grocery stores and the lighting is good, dim and clubby. Every aisle has a funny name. There's an aisle of books before they were movies. Snacks, bad things, spices, rosemary and thyme, and processed cakes and cookies, scrumptious, empty calories. The pet food aisle is jamming, and that's called unconditional love, and the baby food aisle is called semi-unconditional love. Most of the girls here are like Amy, tall and scraggly with messy hair and baskets full of superfruits. This is where I'm going to find her. I know it. But I don't find her in the organic produce section, because me, or the section of cheaper produce, because rent. Fatboy Slim's Talking About My Baby comes on, and when the hell do you hear that in a grocery store? I don't think you could ever get annoyed in here. And maybe I could like LA, or at least this one part of it. The flower section, I'm sorry / I love you, is a desert, and nobody loves anybody in LA. There are orchids and roses, and then I see violets, more electric and purple than the ones I got for Amy. A little rotund Mexican woman in a pale blue smock smiles. "They are painted, sir," she laughs. "God doesn't make these." Of course he doesn't. These flowers are the botanical equivalent of breast implants. I thank her and move on, and everyone in here is so happy. My phone buzzes. 6 consecutive texts, all of them images, all of them from Delilah. I open them one by one, screen grabs of invitations to Hollywood parties, complete with home addresses, parking instructions, corporate sponsor logos, and dates and times. One of these parties is at Henderson's house. Henderson. I will kill the broken part of my brain that wishes I could tell Amy about this. I text Delilah. "Thanks. I'll let you know." She texts back, "Have fun with Calvin. Smiley face." I stop moving. This isn't right. I didn't tell her where I'm working. I type, "Huh?" She writes back, "We're buds. I saw him on the way to work. He's cool. Have gun." She deliberately left the typo so she could text me again 10 seconds later. "Have gun. Ha! Fun! I love autocorrect." I don't write back to "Don't fuck Delilah." I walk to Freezer Burn, the aisle where they keep the single people servings and the yuppie flash frozen vegetables, and standing there in front of the pre-made meals is Adam Scott. It's my first celebrity sighting, and I fucking love him in Step Brothers and Burning Love and Friends with Kids. And my palms get damp, and maybe I really am becoming an Angelino because this actually feels important to me. And I'm not alone. An aspiring actress is looking at him while typing into her phone, and so is a dorky guy holding a pack of frozen asparagus. A couple of high school girls giggle and take a picture of him, and that's when it hits me. The good thing about social media and celebrity spottings is that the net is cast wide, all over the world, 24 hours a day. Facebook isn't enough. I need to use all of it. I pull out my phone and download Twitter and Instagram, and it's the most difficult thing I've ever done. Candace Peach, Benji Beck, don't touch this because this is me surprising myself, doing something I never thought I'd do. I follow Adam Scott on Twitter and search for his name. Sure enough, people have tweeted, and apparently Joshua Jackson and his unfairly pretty girlfriend are also here. "Oh my god, literally just saw Pacey, hashtag Dawson's Creek, hashtag Pantry, hashtag I love LA. How hot is Adam Scott? He's so hot the frozen foods are all melting at the grocery store right now. Not saying which one, hashtag greedy. Diane Kruger is too pretty, hashtag not fair, hashtag celebrity sighting, hashtag can't I just get groceries? LA, where you can't get groceries without feeling like a hashtag loser, hashtag pantry, hashtag Adam Scott, hashtag Josh Jackson, hashtag Diane Kruger, hashtag I haven't booked anything in 4 months. I look at the counter and there he is, Joshua Jackson. He's laughing. He's close. People here aren't just shopping for overpriced fruit. They're looking for celebrities, just like I'm looking for Amy. I approach a guy unloading peaches. "Bruh," I say, because I'm going native. "No offense, dude, but are they serious with the prices?" "I know," he says. "Dude, don't tell him, but I'm all about Ralph's. The one on Western, you can buy like 50 burritos for $5. "Yeah," I say. I lay my trap. My girlfriend, though, she's supposed to go to Ralph's, but then she comes here and blows all my money on berries and Wolfgang Puck. She swears she doesn't, but we work opposite schedules, so I can never catch her. He laughs. His name is Stevie, and he's an actor/drummer, and he asks what Amy looks like. "Stone Cold Fox," I say. "Long blonde hair, blue eyes. She always wears random college shirts and denim cutoffs and big bright sneakers. You can't miss her. Zebras stand out in the grass, and she is nothing like the LA cunts in their maxi dresses or their I don't have a job and I just sweated a lot outfits. He says Amy sounds familiar, especially the sneakers. When did you think you saw her? I ask. The wheels are turning in Stevie's chemical-addled brain. He holds up a hand. Dude, he says, she was in here like 3 days ago with this other chick, and they were drunk and eating blueberries, and I was like, you ladies gotta pay, and they ran. Yes. Who was the other girl? I ask. He shrugs. I mainly saw yours, he says. She was fine. Stevie and I high-five, and he wants to text me if Amy comes around. I tell him no, that's cool, but he's got his hands full here, I see that. But he insists. He's bored as fuck, and he can totally snap a pic of Amy on the down low. I test him. Seriously, bruh? He nods. Word. To the mother, I confirm, surprised that there's no irony at play. We exchange numbers, and I fill my cart with Rice Krispies and milk and Wolfgang Puck salad and deli turkey. When I'm cashing out, the woman smiles, giant. Ray and Dottie send their love. Who? I ask. The Botox mom in back of me awes. You are too cute, she says. You're new. They're the owners, she says. That's a pantry thing. Ray and Dottie send their love. I look at the cashier. She nods. Ray and Dottie are fucking geniuses. What better way to win over a city of rejects and desperados than by creating a business where the last thing they do before they take your money and send you away is give you love? My tour continues, and I pass the dilapidated bookstore where I'll be working. A sign in the window reads, back in 5 or 10, and I continue toward the UCB theater. It's smaller than I expected, like a storefront. Posters cover the glass begging for my attention, and a chubby girl holding a clipboard asks me if I want a ticket. Yeah, I say, improvising. Does the beginner class have a show soon? Which class? She asks. Someone inside pounds on the window and she waves her clipboard. Did you want a ticket for the Master Blasters at 5? No, I do not want that. She burrows back into the building and I keep walking. I'm almost home, near the corner of Franklin and Tamarind, and walking here is uncomfortable. Not like strolling in New York. I take out my phone and check Facebook, and fuck it all because someone's commented about off-the-grid Amy dropping out of her UCB class. My head pounds, the heat, the news. Fuck. And then it's that phenomenon, where you're thinking about someone and they suddenly appear. Because right there, in the window of Bird's Rotisserie Chicken Cafe and Bar, is a photo of Amy. It's a surveillance shot. Grainy, black and white, but it's her. Down to the long blonde hair and Stanford swimming t-shirt. Beneath the photo are the words, Window of Shame. I go into Bird's. I sidle up to the bar. When the hot bartender chick asks what I want, I tell her to surprise me. I smile. This woman has to want me. That's how I will get her to tell me about Amy. She winks. I hope you like pineapples. I fucking hate pineapples. Love 'em, I say. Bring it. Her tits are hard, fake, harsh like her, strapped against her chest by her black tank top. Her name is Dina, and she is what happens when the hot girl in the Guns N' Roses video grows up. It's real now, and she tells me how Amy made it onto the Window of Shame. She started coming in a couple weeks ago, she says. She was a pain in the ass from day one, asking for blueberry vodka and sending back drinks, claiming they were weak or not what she wanted. Totally shady. Like, bitch, I saw you water it down. Then she just walked out, didn't pay her bill. The worst, I say. Did you call the police? Dina stops shaking my drink and looks at an old guy with slick red hair. They laugh in an inside joke sort of way. Did we call the police? She repeats. How many minutes ago did you move here? The man asks. Earlier today, I say. Dina gets excited and rings a bell and grabs a megaphone, and I get a free shot of Patron. The man introduces himself to me. His name is Akeem, and Dina says they didn't call the cops because this is Hollywood. She shrugs. They have better things to do than chase down girls who run out on checks. Dina says that Amy is allowed at La Poubelle because it's different there. Guys buy drinks for chicks like that, model types. She doesn't mask her disgust. Personally, I don't go anywhere where I can't pay for my own booze. Self-respect. I stay at Bird's for hours, drinking that pineapple shit, making things right with Dina, laughing at her jokes, letting her be the one to tell me that she doesn't date customers. I leave a fat tip and bring my groceries home and change and rush over to La Poubelle, the place where Amy should be. It's a long, dark bar, like the hull of a Parisian pirate ship. I sit in the back corner. I stay until 2, waiting for Amy to get there. I buy some Xanax off Des. I'm sure that I'll find Amy within 24 hours, 48 at the most. She doesn't have class. She'll be here. She will. Chapter 10. But she wasn't there. She didn't go to La Pou that night, or any night, and now it's been a month and I've tried everything. Hiking, Craigslist, breaking into Harvey's occupant database, even Pilates, but I still can't fucking find Amy. All I have to show for it is a farmer's tan and a bunch of new muted button-down shirts that I never would have bought in New York. My brain hates me for all the stupid casting calls I've posted. None of it works. I stay optimistic. I listen to Patience by Guns N' Roses, and I think of hunters and explorers who spent countless nights in the wild, unsure of where they were, or if they would find what they were looking for. But LA is fucking monotonous, and it's wearing on me, the way I keep not finding her. And when I try to talk to people, everyone says the same thing. Tinder. Fuck them. Amy's not on Tinder. She's too smart, too phony, too old-fashioned. We are the same. I get so mad that I can't sleep, and Des laughs. You do like your downers. And I collect Percocets, just in case I need to drug her. I hate it here. Everyone is wrong. Delilah is bad at flirting. Harvey is too aggressive about drinking. And every day is actually 3 days. A freezing morning, a blistering day, and a cool night. You need a lot of clothes. And every day is the same, which is why it's important to hang a calendar. I see why people move here and wake up one day scratching their heads, wondering when they turned 40 or what year it is. It's claustrophobic, and I have no car, and I hate Amy for not being on Facebook, for not having an email I could hack. I live almost exclusively in this one giant square of earth bound by Tamarind Avenue on the west and Canyon Drive on the east. In New York, you can walk for hours and go unnoticed, and you can follow a woman for several blocks without her knowing. But the cliché is real, and people don't walk here unless it's to improve their precious fucking bodies or to reach another form of transportation. A car, a bus, a lift. They put on sneakers and carry silver canteens around, and what I would do to just have 1 hour on 7th Avenue in the middle of the night. I miss being invisible. I think I might be getting fat, too. Every day, some awful noise wakes me up. Stevie from the pantry accidentally texting me instead of his girlfriend, Harvey practicing his ukulele, or people showing up to shoot piece of shit shorts in the building. I am not a snob, but the average person here is just, well, it's not New York. I stare at my popcorn ceiling and think about my beautiful old apartment. I check up on Pearl and Noah and Harry and Liam. I live vicariously through them now. Sometimes I think about friending them and confessing everything. Maybe Amy mixed up and told one of the girls something that would help me find her. But she's a professional. She knew what she was doing. At the beginning of July, I sign a rent check and hand it over to Harvey. Don't look glum, he says. They say it takes about 10 years to settle in here. You gotta stay positive. Am I right or am I right? I give him the thumbs up he wants so badly, and he claps. And I flee, and I'm so sick of the stupidity of it all. Harvey and his big fucking smile. My boss Calvin, who is a whole other kind of annoying. It's nothing like Mooney Books, and Calvin is one of those people who is better on Facebook than he is in real life. He would be wiser to evaporate and live exclusively online with his telegenic swath of thick dark hair. I want to wipe it the fuck off his forehead and take his stupid oversized eyeglasses too. I feel that way a lot here. Like I want to tear people's clothes off their bodies in a non-sexual way, shave their heads, line them all up for Silkwood showers. Calvin keeps all his passwords on a piece of paper in his wallet, fucking moron. And there's always a movie playing in the bookstore, as if this is a video rental store in the 90s. Today, it's true romance, so that Calvin can tell me for the 50th time that they shot part of it up the street on Beechwood. Sup, Joe bro? Sup, Calvin? Something is always up with Calvin, and he launches into a story about his manager that sounds made up. In the past month, I've learned that there are many Calvins, dependent on which drugs he's on. There is Cocaine Calvin, amping up for a Better Call Saul audition. There is Marijuana Calvin, chill and watching Tarantino and dreaming of being in a Tarantino movie and laughing out loud at jokes that are meant to make you smile. There is Reject Actor Calvin, gut protruding through a tight purple t-shirt, glasses on, reeking of hair products, telling me to be quiet because he's visualizing. Some days, Calvin is a writer. He puts his hair in a ponytail. He works on something called Ghost Food Truck. Some days it's a self-aware campy teen horror flick about a haunted food truck. Some days it's a pitch for IFC about a food truck that is run by ghosts. Offbeat, he likes to say, as if this somehow means a TV show doesn't need a story. Still other days, GFT is a pilot script, possible HBO or FX, but never network, about a serial killer who roams the country killing people and making burritos out of them. The thing is, Ghost Food Truck is like Calvin and like everyone here, so flipping flimsy. It changes depending on what he watched last night, on what his friends watched. At least today I'm dealing with the good kind of Cocaine Calvin. He's dancing and pounding his chest and telling me about true romance again, and he's best like this, getting hyped for an audition, wearing himself out like a toddler. He leaves to try and make it in Hollywood, and I post another useless casting call on Craigslist. Tall, blonde, beautiful. My listings are getting more uninspired as time goes by, and every day that Amy doesn't submit a headshot to one of my imaginary castings, I feel like a detective in one of those shows where they hit you over the head with the fact that a missing child becomes almost impossible to find when 24 hours pass. It could drive you nuts searching for someone in LA, and that's why people here are so miserable. It is fucking hard to find things. Fame, love, parking spots, cheap gas, good inexpensive headshots, an agent, a manager, a happy hour where the nachos don't suck, a tall blonde con artist named Amy. It's been a long month without rain, without clouds, without a sighting. And it sickens me to look back because I've done my part. I set my traps. I assembled my team. Calvin knows to text me the second anyone walks into this place with a copy of Portnoy's complaint, and Amy should have been in by now. How does she pay for her fucking superfruits? Harvey knows to tell me if any new girls show up, tall blondes in collared shirts. Des, too. Dina from Birds quit, but I set better traps there, as well as Lapu and all the places in between. I bought bottles of prenatal vitamins and told the bartenders that my estranged girlfriend is pregnant. I worked up some tears. The female bartenders at Birds said we're all family in the village and they couldn't get over how sweet I am, carrying vitamins around. The guy behind the bar at La Poubelle was empathetic. He looked me in the eye and lifted the bag and promised me he'd be on the lookout. I had so much hope. So why the fuck haven't I found her? Calvin comes back, all coked up, hooting and hollering and doing a stupid jig he does after he nailed it. He goes on Tinder. Jesus, I say. Didn't you just hook up last night? He nods. That's not what I'm doing now. I'm working it, Joe bro. Tinder is the most important casting database in the world, he raves. The place where every actor and actress is hanging out, like what the club used to be, or the drugstore soda fountain was in like the 50s, he burps. Fucking Tinder, dude. My buddy Leo, he got cast off Tinder last week. But isn't it just dating and shit? I protest. I don't want this to be true. I don't want to join, and I don't want Amy to be on there Tindering around. Calvin burps. Swipe, fuck, book. I have no choice. I join. I swipe. And 24 hours later, I think my eyes are broken and my head is so full of faces that I worry the visual part of my brain might run out of room. There are so many girls, and they're all here. It's an infinite database, and when girls on Tinder wander into my 5-mile radius, I can see them in my phone. Now Tinder is taking over my brain, and every time I swipe, I picture Amy in a USC shirt, yawning and strolling out of my radius, and I can't stop swiping because I have to find her. I don't sleep at all for 2 fucking days. It's the most pathetic move yet, and I think California is getting to me. I call Mr. Mooney. He has no patience. I told you, he snaps. Get your goddamn dick sucked. So I try. I meet a girl named Gwen on Tinder, and it's like ordering Chinese food. In the pictures, Gwen is shiny and rested, glistening like pork fried rice. Gwen shows up, and she isn't as shiny in person. Same way the pork fried rice is always greasier than you want it to be. Her skin is puffy. She's pale. She's proof that they can't all be California girls, and she tells me about her acting class and her last bad Tinder date. She drinks red wine and looks at herself in the mirror. Her teeth stain. She sneezes. I say, God bless you. I drink vodka and search the bar for Amy. It's different being here with a woman instead of Calvin. I'm staring at people, and Gwen notices. I was the same way my first month, she says. Everyone's just so much prettier here. Even the men. Naturally, while I'm at the bar with Gwen, I see the most attractive girl I've ever seen in my life, and I can't put my finger on it. She's not classically beautiful by any means, and she is hardly young. Her off-the-shoulder soft sweatshirt showcases the right amount of her boobs, like 2 scoops of ice cream, soft and creamy. Her hair is cotton candy. Her legs are caramel. When the bartender brings me the glass of water I asked for an hour ago, the candy girl and I reach for it at the same time. I'm so sorry, she says. Take it, I say. She smiles. It would be a dick move to hit on her in front of Gwen, and I am not a dick. This is why I agree to see Gwen's new apartment. She lives in a guest house by a pool in Los Feliz. It's depressing and small, and there are pictures of Madonna everywhere. Gwen humps me, and I close my eyes and picture the candy girl. We use each other. She sucks my dick. I spend the night in Gwen's guest house, and this is where it's true when the deluded aspiring actors say that the business is all about timing. The one fucking night I leave the village and fall asleep in Los Feliz, I wake to 3 texts from Calvin. Dude, girl here with Portnoy complaint. She's being weird about money, wants cash, not direct deposit. You want to buy it off her? All good. She was in a rush, so we worked it out. Got it for you. My hands are shaking, and this guest house smells like soup, and I am out of the squeaky bed, and I am looking for my shoes, and fuck, this is my fault. I lost my focus. I have to get out of here, but I can't find my fucking shoe, and I look under the bed, and it's nothing but dildos and stilettos and acting manuals. Fuck my shoes. I don't deserve them. My lift is 1 minute away, and I step out into the overbearing, in-your-face, moronic sun. And I duck my head, and here are my shoes, lined up next to Gwen's, as if she wanted the people in the big house to know about this. About us. I get into the lift, and the driver wants to know if he should take Franklin or Fountain, and he doesn't have sunglasses, and the AC is broken, and he misspells the name of my street in his GPS. The phrase one-night stand is a misnomer. There is no such thing as a one-night stand. Sometimes what you do for one night destroys your future. Chapter 11. It's not a book, it's a screenplay. White, thin, single-sided pages bound by brass tacks. Calvin rubs his eyes, stoned, sucking on a kale smoothie. Dude, you said Portnoy's complained. I am livid. The book. Yeah, he says. Right viggity there. This is a screenplay, I hiss. Who collects screenplays? Joe, bro, don't take this the wrong way, but you need to chill. Have you ever done a juice fast? He hits a pack of American Spirits against the desk. You get so intense. That gets your cortisol going. Cortisol is not cool. This is like getting pulled over for not using your blinker, and I could kill Calvin. I could kill Amy. I could kill everyone and put them in a blender and make them into a smoothie. Fast 5 is on the TV, and I watch Dominic Toretto and R.I.P. Brian O'Connor assemble a team. My team fucking sucks. Joe bro, Calvin says. You got Tinder banged and you look all miserable and shit. I rushed over here for the book. Well, the screenplay is about the book, so, it's kind of the book, only in different form. Like the way iced coffee is still coffee, even though it's cold. I can't help it. Fuck off, Calvin, I snap. Dude, he says, you need to chill. Toretto never chills, because you don't get anywhere in this world by being chill, and Calvin is going on about a Flaming Lips LP, and food trucks, and Big Bear, and bacon, about how wasted he was last night. I wish I had cocaine Calvin. Pothead Calvin is impossible. A no-talent Duplass brother, smug and slow. His buds are texting. They're at some fucking market downtown and they can bring us lunch. And Calvin still doesn't get that I don't drink vegetables or care about dope food trucks in K-Town. I care about books. I tell him I'm not hungry, and he says I need to laugh. And he gives me his iPad and commands me to watch a Killer Henderson video. I tell him I don't want to watch the video, but he says that I have to. Henderson is on, he says. He goes off on his new girlfriend, and this dope is gold. This gold is dope. Genius. Everyone here calls everything genius. Calvin? Joe bro, you need to chill, he says. Watch. Chill. Be. But how can I be chill when Delilah is texting, clinging, and Calvin is yammering about pitching Ghost Food Truck to Comedy Central or IFC? He might get weird with it and go to Adult Swim, and he's banging the vaporizer that never works against the counter, and his ego swells, and Ghost Food Truck would actually be mellower on HBO. And maybe you could even put John Cusack in that truck, and maybe he would pick up girls and disappear and look for the girls and never find them because, it's a ghost food truck and he's a ghost and he doesn't know it. I give in and tell Calvin it's genius, and he texts his writing partner, Slade, and I would bet my nuts that Calvin and Slade will never write Ghost Food Truck, the cartoon, the movie, or the HBO series. People in LA talk about writing, but they don't actually do it. It's the LA equivalent of going to the Cloisters or the Met in New York. You say you're going to do it, but at the end of the day, it's Saturday, or it's too hot, or it's too cold, or you could just as easily watch TV. But then what the fuck makes me so superior? I can't even find Amy. I'm popping next door for another kale smoothie, he says. You want? No thanks, I say. Joe bro, he says. You gotta get out of your head, brother. Watch the H-Man. Calvin, I'm pretty beat. The video's 2 minutes. I actually hate Henderson. Nobody hates Henderson, he says. You crack me up, JB. I give in again, and I watch Henderson on Fuck Narcissism. He's on his couch, in one of his trademark Laugh at Me t-shirts, #boobs, talking about a girl with a dirty vag. I don't like that abbreviation. It's a pussy or it's a vagina, but it's not a vag. He calls the girl an organic pig who smears superfruits all over his sheets, and her vag is hard to reach because of her bush. My hands start shaking, and I turn up the volume. "Blueberries!" Henderson rails. I tell her to keep the blueberries in her vag and think this is a reasonable request. I get hungry, I take a bite, but these sheets, my sheets, these are high thread count sheets, people. Okay? I'm sorry to be that asshole, but I did not just get a deal from Comedy Central. I got a deal from these idiots. So these sheets are not cheap. And she's gonna make it up to me, you know, a little lovin', but then my show comes on and she wants to watch it. Do you believe this shit? So now I got blueberries, I got blue balls, and I'm my own cock block. You sit on your shitty futon, your shitty apartment, and you dream about having the girl and the sheets and the money, and then you get it, and hello, can I get laid in my own bed? Hell no! I'm my own cock block! The crowd roars. He looks at someone in the audience. He shouts, "Love you, Amy, baby. Super kisses, baby. It's all good, right?" My heart thumps and my throat closes. The camera does not pan over to Amy, and I rewind the clip and he says it again. "Love you, Amy, baby." She's sleeping with the enemy. My enemy. Our enemy. Vile, duplicitous cunt. And in Crimes and Misdemeanors, Mia Farrow pulls this shit on Woody Allen. They watch movies together and bond over their disgust for a television producer played by Alan Alda. Woody is smitten, sweet, noble, and in the end, Mia Farrow chooses to marry the producer. She tells Woody that he's not so bad. When I wrap my hand around Amy's cum-stained throat, she'll say the same thing about Henderson. Tell me to lighten up. In this moment at the counter in the bookstore, having found Amy, I have to do something vile too. I have to text Calvin. This is genius. Calvin rushes back. Maybe he did a little Adderall, and he's stoked that I have seen the light and join him in worshiping at the altar of Henderson. Funnier than Richard Pryor. Smarter than Jerry Seinfeld. Did you know he didn't even go to Harvard? He never ran the Lampoon like Conan. And yet Henderson is a genius. Literally, his IQ is like 10,000. And he deadlifts, and he wrestles, and the man can do anything. Right now, he's in Malibu, surfing and Instagramming while riding waves. I could go to Malibu and drown him and smash her head against rocks, but with traffic and bus schedules, I wouldn't make it by sundown. Does he live at the beach? I ask. No, he lives up in the hills, says Calvin. He has these Friday night workouts where he fills the house with people and jams on new material. You know the way comics show up randomly? He likes to do it in his home. It's Friday. My heart might explode with Rachel Ray knives. Cool, I say. You want to go? Calvin shrugs. I don't know, Joe bro. I'm like in the writing zone and I used to hang out with his crew. I mean, I've met him, but like I'm trying to keep it all about the writing right now, you know? Get back into the scene when my shit blows up instead of just hanging out and stuff. Oh, but Calvin, you're never blowing up because you are never finishing anything. I breathe. I reason. Well, that's great, but sometimes the thing you need is to get back in touch with people, you know? I bet if you told him about Ghost Food Truck, he would go nuts. Calvin sighs. True, but like, I feel like I'm entertained by him and I love him, but he would just not be the right producer for GFT, you know? Because there is no such thing as GFT, and I am going to move back to New York someday. I promise my brain I will, but I say this. Honestly, Calvin, you're a funny dude. Like, GFT could be a 1 hour, but picture Henderson and his people chopping at the bit for it, and then you use that ammo to go to your 1 hour places. I will sit here and tell lies all day long to get Calvin to commit to this party. Amy will be there. I need to be there. But I cannot show up alone. I cannot be that guy, and I cannot bring Harvey because the only thing creepier than a guy alone at a party is a guy with an old guy at a party. Calvin hesitates. I don't know the password. I am so close. I've won him over with my compliments, and there's no choice. I need that password. I need it now. I text Delilah. Random question. Do you know the password for Henderson? She writes back, Jim Walsh's hooded bathrobe. I write back, thanks. She writes back, best one ever, right? I love his passwords. Love old 90210. I don't write back. She writes more. I might go. Are you going? But I can't have Delilah around. After I show up with Calvin, I will slip away, some bullshit about meeting a girl, and then I will find Amy and get her alone, and I can't have Delilah following me around asking me who I'm looking for. It's vicious, it's cruel, but there's only one way to stop her from showing up at Henderson's. I write back, actually, fuck it. Do you want to get a late dinner, 10 or 11? I want to go to Dan Tana's, yeah? She writes back, yes. Calvin is playing music, going into party mode, raving about Henderson's guac, and I'm sure Delilah is in her apartment, bouncing up and down, deciding what slutty dress she's going to wear for me tonight, not realizing that she would look much better if she covered up, if she teased me. I imagine Amy is on her knees sucking off her boyfriend, and I bet she doesn't have to do anything to get ready for their big party tonight. I bet they have maids. Chapter 12. You don't go to a party empty-handed, and my reusable pantry bag is stuffed with rope, my Rachel Ray knife, rubber gloves, plastic bags, duct tape, and Percocets from Des. I spent all afternoon looking for pictures of Henderson's house online. Sometimes it's easier to plan the crime if you know a little bit more about the scene. But I couldn't find pictures of Henderson's house online, and I went a little crazy trying to figure out what to do. If Amy loved me, it would be different. I could make eye contact and signal for her to meet me outside, and we could whisper to each other about our regrets and our unresolved feelings. I could tell her to make an excuse, and we could slip off together and drive into the mountains or the beach. Los Angeles is full of places to hide a body. But when the person inside the body doesn't love you, it's not an easy thing. Turning that breathing person into a dead one. I bought a ton of Percocets off Des, figuring this is Hollywood. People overdose all the time. But then I realized that Henderson's in love with her, and if she passes out, he will be all over that shit and call an ambulance. So I lifted to Home Depot, where I bought random stuff. Rope and duct tape, plastic bags, cable ties, and plastic gloves. The girl at the register winked and said she's also a big fan of 50 Shades, and this is what has become of our society. Fucking and killing are the same damn thing. Now I walk outside with my bag, and Delilah texts, "Not stalking, but have fun grocery shopping, smiley face." I ignore it, for her own good. I want her to learn to be less available. At La Poubelle, Calvin is already semi-wasted, practicing hashtags. "Which do you like better?" he asks. "House of Henderson or Henderson's house?" I start planting the seeds for my alibi and tell him I invited this girl from Tinder. He says, "Cool," and he better remember this in the event of an investigation. Calvin orders an Uber and 3 of his buds show up. Fuck. And we pay our tab to meet them outside. The guys all brought beer and they toss their sixers in the trunk. And they give me shit because I insist on holding my reusable pantry bag on my lap. It's too crowded and Calvin's friends are too loud and they won't let up about my fucking bag. Pissant 1, "Is your makeup in there?" Pissant 2. No, his dick is in there. Pissant 3. I heard about those retractable dicks. You get a lot more done every day. Calvin. Guys, if you give Joe Bro any more shit about his retractable dick, he's not going to tell you where you can get one. These guys are pale and puffy with ostentatious t-shirts under wrinkled flannel button-downs, and they hate Woody Allen and they love Wes Anderson. They dismiss crimes and misdemeanors as wordy, and I think they never even watched the whole thing. I wish it were socially acceptable to brandish a knife, but the driver is an innocent bystander, and I wouldn't subject him to any additional torture. We are close, and I still don't know how I'm going to kill Amy. Pissant 1. Americans aren't funny enough to get Parks and Rec. Pissant 2. Parks and Rec isn't American enough to get Americans. Pissant 3. I'd fuck Amy Poehler. Pissant 1. I'd polar Amy fuck. Calvin. Is that because she's your polar opposite? Calvin nudges me. He did too much coke. Joe Bro, come on, he says. You're the one who wanted to go so bad. Get into it. People would fucking kill to be going to this party right now. We continue up into the hills, and this country needs a draft. These assholes should be challenged, beaten down. The Uber driver is unassuming and blank, and I wouldn't be surprised if he kills us all. People disappear in Los Angeles. This is a sad place, haunted. We are still driving up, 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 and I am not a pissant in Pumas, and these idiots won't shut up. They brand Chelsea Handler a slut and Jimmy Kimmel a sellout, and Jimmy Fallon a lucky motherfucker, and they are wrong about so much in the world, and are we there yet? I don't aspire to slave away and live up here. These hills are glum and neutral, even as we climb, and my ears pop, and I should have come alone. I don't have a plan, and these hills aren't even the right hills, the glamorous sparkling mounds that hover above Chateau Marmont. These are the hipster hills, where lazy people in cool clothes pretend they never wanted to be gross rich, but only wanted to be comfortable, chill. My phone alarm goes off because it's 10:30. I text Delilah. Some shit going down. Hang on, maybe late night drink instead of dinner. She writes back, That's cool, let me know. I can bring booze. The world is too extreme with Delilah and her lack of self-respect, and Amy with her big fat ego. I will deal with one girl at a time, and I put my phone in airplane mode. We slow down. We are here. The driver says he is not available to shuttle us home later, and he gets to leave, the lucky bastard. And my throat is tight and my underwear shrunk. The dryers at Hollywood Lawns are no good, and my teeth chatter. I was starting to think I'd never get here, and now this is it. I followed the pissants into the house where Bobcat Goldthwait lived for a few weeks in the late 90s, like I give a fuck. There is a security camera by the open gate and a sign over it that reads, Stick your tongue out at me, I'm fake. The thing about Californians is they think fearlessness is cool. There isn't a single security measure intact, which is great news for me. We cross the overgrown lawn where hipsters idle taking selfies and talking about making it to Mecca. We give the password and enter through the oversized mahogany door, motherfucker. And I smell eucalyptus and cucumbers and money. I don't see Amy. I grip my bag. Calm down, Calvin says. Look around. Lord Henderson is the freaking honeypot. I let him go find the guac and then slump onto a couch, and I'm annoyed that I like the couch. I haven't been anywhere nice in so long. If I had money, I would have a house just like this. And I can't believe Amy is Henderson's girlfriend. She lives here with all the fine things, and I was deluded to think that she would be holed up in a shithole with a sisterhood of competing aspirational climbers. My head spins and I get up. I will not sit on this couch, knowing that she has sucked Henderson off on this couch. I walk toward the kitchen and Calvin joins me. He still doesn't have any guac. He ran into some buds. He took something. I can feel it. He's morphing. He's pushy. He reaches for my bag. I flinch. I got it. It's cool, he says. Everyone is putting the booze they brought in the kitchen. Henderson has a whole bar set up. I got it, I insist. And then I realize it all might begin now, before I even have a drink or a snack, because here comes Henderson. He's shinier and leaner in person, and the smile on his face would be more at home on an action figure. Amy's not with him, but she probably approved of his fucking shirt, a yearbook picture of Louis C.K. The quote underneath reads, "Van Halen sucks." And schmuck after schmuck slobbers, "Best t-shirt ever. Dude, that is badass. Dude, that is it. Dude, Van Halen does suck." And Henderson says, "You're welcome," like he made the joke, like he made the t-shirt, like he has a tenth of Louis C.K.'s talent. There is nothing genuine about Amy's boyfriend with his gleaming skin. It's true, when you make it in show business, you make a deal with the devil. The more pictures they take of you, the less there is inside of you. Unless you're Meryl Streep. And Henderson is a ghost. All muscle, no fat, all outside, no inside. "Get it, boy," Calvin says. "Get at this guac before it's all gone." "Dope guac," says some asshole, and I pick up a Dorito and shove it into the guac. There is nothing remarkable about this guac, about any guac, and California needs to calm the fuck down. They're just avocados. Guac is guac, and while sometimes it's slimy and disgusting, it's never delicious. I look for Amy, and I don't see her, and where is she? Don't hanger-on girlfriends have to hang on to their boyfriends at times like this, when random girls are pouring into the house? A fan asks him about his girlfriend. I stop moving. "She's up north tonight with my mom," he says. Girlfriend. Up north. No. No. I didn't consider that she wouldn't be here. I try to calm down, but it's loud, and Cards Against Humanity isn't that fucking funny, and droll girls wear bold old clothes with deliberately 50s hairdos. Dear women of New York, you are superior. I go room to room looking for Amy, even though she's up north. I pour wine into a glass, and Calvin raves about Henderson. "Steve Martin retweets him every time he tweets," Calvin exalts. "Like, no matter what he says. How cool is that?" Henderson swoops in, scooping Skittles into his mouth full of veneers. "Pretty fucking cool, bro." "That's dope," says Calvin. "Mad dope. Hey, this is Joe. He works for me over at Counterpoint." Henderson nods, and a girl with a microphone warbles, and Henderson asks if Calvin still lives in the Village. "I'm up on Beechwood," Calvin answers, fawning like a girl at a New Kids on the Block concert. "Joe's in Hollywood Lawns." Henderson looks at me. He doesn't have any pores, and his eyelashes are too long. "Birds," he says. "I fucking love that place. All those ripe, drunk girls. Oh man, I used to go there the way you go to Mickey D's. Feast!" Henderson feels it, and he climbs onto a chair and then onto his marble island, and he whistles, and the room goes silent. "You guys mind if I grab this here mic and maybe work out this bit I've been hashing out on my own?" Cheer. "Yes. We love you, Henderson." And then the chanting. "Set, set, set." Henderson tells us that he's seeing someone. Cheers. He says it's going well. Cheers. He says her name is Amy. Cheers. He says Amy is out of town. Biggest cheers yet. Offers to fuck, suck, etc. Every woman in this place yells something along the lines of, "I will fuck you," and if you want to see the opposite of feminism, go to a comedian's house. He goes on. "When the cat's away, the mouse will masturbate on the sofa and RSVP no to dinner party invitations." The hooting. And I don't think a New York crowd would laugh this hard. But the thing is, I'm happy. I'm in this. When Kate Hudson texts me to meet in the CVS parking lot for a quickie, I'm like, "No, dude, go get new tits." Again, the women are laughing, and this is not right. I'm so fucking happy that I can drive by an elementary school without feeling profoundly bitter that I never got laid once the entire time I was in elementary school. It's not funny, making fun of child molestation. Henderson doesn't understand how good he's had it. Earlier today, I had these Japanese hookers, and I was like, I'm so happy in my relationship that you don't need to suck my dick. Just fuck each other. More laughter. My girlfriend would hate me if I admitted this, so you all have to hold hands across America and promise me that you're not going to tell on me. Calvin pledges his allegiance along with all the other followers. I think my balls are uneven. Girls scream out, Your balls are sweet. I think my dick is too big. For a Jew? Again, there is laughter. As if a Jewish man analyzing the size of his anatomy is funny at this late stage in humanity. So you can imagine how good it feels for me that this girl I'm dating now, God, wow, saying that, dating? Like, I can't believe that. Can you guys believe that? He shakes his head. Fuck narcissism. Well, okay, my girlfriend, when we're fucking, she gets really into it. And I mean, like, you guys gotta swear this is just between us. Where's the camera? Who's got a camera? Everyone has a fucking camera, and he knew that. The arrogance of the man who gets on stage and thinks he doesn't need a punchline. He's gyrating, mocking Amy the way she yelps. He pretends to finish, and he grins. That fuckface grin, and he takes a bow. So afterward, I'm like, no offense, but I've been fucking for a while now, and I know that I'm not very good at it. So I ask her if she's faking it. The crowd goes, ooh, and Henderson raises his eyebrows. And you know what she says to me? He smiles. How awful it must be to be him, to be brimming with viciousness. You have to understand, I have this ex, and well, let's just say I never loved him, and he was bad at sex. The Spanish tile floor collapses into the basement, and this is the end. And my insides go quiet as Henderson shares with the world what Amy said about me. I back out of the living room and go upstairs, and I barge into his bedroom, where Amy fucks him and whispers vicious things about me. Well, fuck you, Amy. She used me, and then she used us to entertain her new boyfriend. He knows about me, so I deserve to know about him, and I search for his box of secrets. Everyone has one, and people with no imagination keep theirs under their beds. And sure enough, he has a box of shit about his ex-wife. Journal entries, newspaper clippings, pictures, ticket stubs. Her name was Margie, and she went to Birds with him, sat on his lap, laughed at his bad jokes, and took naked selfies on their shitty futon. They saw Billy Joel and had terrible seats. He was puffier, and once upon a time he had a heart. He got divorced when he started to get famous, when he was on the way up. Margie lives in Lake Kissimmee now and has 3 kids with a salesman. She doesn't look bitter. Never loved him, bad at sex. He can't be happy without her, clearly, and I will put him out of his misery. Downstairs, the laughing only gets louder. Someone needs to stop him from poisoning the world. I grind up 4 of the Percocets and empty them into the reusable metal water bottle by his bed, right next to his bottles of Xanax and prescription sleeping pills. I take his box into his walk-in, live-in, fucking closet, and I text Calvin that I'm lifting with the Tinder girl. I text Delilah, sorry to do this last minute, but I have to bail. I get why Calvin likes improv. There is something kind of exciting about having so little control. I didn't plan to kill Henderson, but then when you go on TV and whine about your girlfriend's bush, and stand up in your home and say mean things about Kate Hudson, and brag about your masturbatory habits, and open up your home to strangers, the password was all over Twitter 10 minutes after we got here. Well, Henderson is going to learn the hard way that you can't go around making fun of people you've never met before. Chapter 13. It takes a long time for the party to end because most of the guests are dirt-poor fanboys who need this night to stay juiced about their own flailing careers. I listen to their American Apparel conversations and the way they analyze their expressions. Even your teeth look stoked. And I wonder what will become of them all. There aren't enough mansions and jobs to go around. Hiding behind Henderson's suits is uncomfortable, and my neck hurts, and it occurs to me that I could walk out on all of this, everything, and go back to New York. But I need closure. Henderson's fucking act changed everything, and now I have to know why Amy said those terrible things about me. I can't leave this house and go on with the rest of my life wondering if I'm bad at sex. And I can't lose the chance to talk to the one person who actually knows where Amy is. There's a loud boom downstairs, and that was the remote-controlled blinds going down all over the house. There is an emptiness in the house now. The sound of Henderson pouring cereal into a bowl, watching a little recorded Seth Meyers before turning it off and locking the doors. That's a good boy. And heading upstairs. All lonely men are the same, and he's no different from Mr. Mooney as he plods up the stairs. My heart beats. I stand at attention, listening as he gets ready for bed. Fortunately, his nighttime regime only involves brushing his teeth and rubbing potions all over his precious face. I hear him walk into his bedroom, the unmistakable click of the metal bottle I spiked with Percocet, the plip-plop of the sleeping pills into his hand, the plip-plop of the Xanax, another sip of his Percocet water, and then his lights go out. He jerks off, and within minutes he is asleep. He is snoring now. I open the door. He doesn't move. Thank you, pills. And thank you, Henderson, for being the kind of asshole who waxes his entire fucking body. I cuff his arms with cable ties, and though it's demeaning, I miss my cage where I didn't have to be reduced to this kind of thing. I pull off the covers and cuff his legs at the ankles. I cover him up with the buttery duvet, and then I slap his face. Nothing. I slap him again. Nothing. This goes on a while, until it doesn't. Until everything in the world, every last bit of it, is in his eyes, in his scream. He is the ultimate toddler, and I put on his Beats headphones and wait for him to accept his circumstances. These headphones are powerful. They do block out the noise, and I turn on his bedside iPod, Jersey Boys soundtrack, not very hipster chic of him, and wait while he thrashes, a dying shark. When he finishes fighting, I take off the headphones and I pick up his iPad. I ask for the password. He begs me, No, please, no! And I approach him with my Rachel Ray paring knife and he caves. Margie 19. Who's Margie? I ask innocently. My wife, he says. I look at him. He corrects himself. Ex-wife. I am in his iPad, and now I need to contact his maid. What? Why? He protests. Please, you tell me what you want. Anything, just let me go. I told you what I want, I say. I want your maid's name. I can wire money to you. His forehead is already slick with sweat. I can sell this house for cash, and you can have the cash, and I can go away. He sobs. Dude, please. He won't stop negotiating, offering me all kinds of fabulous prizes if I would just let him go. I don't want your money, I say. I want to know the name of your maid. He gets it. Jennifer, he says. She's in contacts. I find Jennifer Maid, as opposed to Jennifer Tits, and Jennifer Big Tits, and Jennifer No Tits, and I write, Jennifer, you have the day off. Calling in big guns for this one. Sorry for the late notice. Jennifer gets the text and responds immediately. You're so kind. And now it's time for the real fun to begin. I tell him to stop bellyaching, and he asks me to let him go, and I tell him that's not going to happen, and he screams again. I sit down in his white modern throne of an office chair. Tell me when she said it. Let me fucking go! Tell me when she said it. I don't know what you're talking about, but there's $50K in the safe. I'm talking about Amy. Who? Amy, I snap. Don't say who like you don't know who I'm talking about. You talked about her on your show, and you talked about her tonight, so don't sit here and tell me that you don't know who Amy is. He swallows. He nods. What do you want to know? I want to know when you met her. His lower lip trembles. Are you from the network? I look at him. Could he possibly be that stupid? No, I say. I'm from the world. He cries again and he squirms, and I focus on the future. I imagine the online melee that will ensue when Henderson's untimely death hits the news. Someone will leak the details about the box of pictures of his first wife, and psychologists will say that comedians are notoriously depressed. People will be stunned that Henderson killed himself at the peak of his career. I can hear the funereal battle cry cliches already. Everyone's a philosopher after a suicide. It just goes to show you money isn't everything. Maybe if he was married, things would be different. At least he didn't leave any children behind. What a shame that he didn't even have any children yet. His poor mother, and to think he just told those people how happy he was. Finally, Henderson stops moving. He breathes, sweats. What do you want? I told you, I say. I want to know when you met Amy. Are you her boyfriend or something? I said I want to know when you met Amy. He nods. There is not one single blueberry stain on the duvet, but I bet he's so rich that he has tons of duvets. These sheets are softer than the ones in Little Compton, the ones she liked so much, back when I was good enough. I met her at Soho House, he says. I shouldn't be surprised, but it hurts to think of her with her legs crossed at a private club, where rich people like to sit near other rich people and talk about things rich people talk about. It's the kind of place frequented by girls like Delilah and guys like Henderson, gold diggers and deep pockets, almost like a brothel, less honorable. Okay, I say. And then what? She was at the bar, and she was checking me out, and I asked her what year she was. I dig my Rachel Ray knife into the armrest of his stupid white chair. What do you mean? She was wearing a Peter Stark t-shirt, and I know a couple people who did that program, he says. Who's Peter Stark? I ask. Ugh, Amy. He is smarmy even now as he raises his eyebrows. The Peter Stark producing program at USC? He says, as if I should know this, as if entertainment makes the world go round. I picture her the day she got here, learning about the Peter Stark program, finding a shirt, taking it. Dude, he says, she's not worth it, okay? This is not worth $50K. And then what happened? I don't know, he says. Whatever happens, I bought her a dozen drinks and I got her number and then I don't know. I have a driver. I blacked out. He's an alcoholic, and I bet he doesn't remember most of his life, but he better try. I want to know it all. Did she go home with you? Dude, he says, this is really not cool. Angelinos. As if not cool is the correct way to describe being tied up and interrogated. Did she go home with you? What? Don't act like you don't do this 5 nights a week, Henderson. I'm asking the questions, you answer the questions. And then you'll let me go? He asks. Yes, I say, dummy. Then I'll let you go. Say yes or no, did she go home with you? He looks at the wall. I told you I don't know. Henderson, I stand. This is fucking ridiculous. It is very simple. You met her at Soho House. You asked what year she graduated. Finish the fucking story. He growls. Okay, fuck it. Fuck it. There is no story to finish because she's not my girlfriend. I made it up. I stare at him. You just pointed to her the other night. You said, "Hi, Amy." He laughs, patronizing. It's a TV show, he lectures. I pointed at a plant. People in this business, all they do is make shit up. You mean you're not with her? He sneers. She never even wrote me back, kid. I sent her a dick pic. She must be a prude, or a lessee, or a fucking nut job. So why the hell are you out there telling people she's your girlfriend? He writhes. Because that's my job. I can't go out there and talk about banging hotties every night because sometimes they want your bits to be about relationship shit. Because on TV you make shit up. You never slept with her? He laughs. I told you. She's a lessee or a prude. I stab the chair. He's the same annoying fuck he is on the show. Not everything is made up. He whistles. Yoo-hoo, buddy! Can we fucking move on from this shit already? I'm sick of California with the lies and the jagged earth and the hills and the monotony. I walk into the bathroom. And no, we can't move on from this shit. It doesn't add up. Blueberries? I bolt out of the bathroom. If you didn't sleep with her, why did she say her ex was bad at sex? I demand. He heaves. This is fucking tired. He chomps and snorts, and he's a dog, a spoiled dog. Okay, he says, let's break it down already. I met a chick named Amy. She said she hated my show, which obviously made my dick hard because most of the time girls are just throwing themselves at me. This at least is good to know. He continues. She wouldn't go home with me. She said she's not that kind of girl, but, you know, the ones that say that, they're the ones who will do just about anything a day later, right? So I got her digits and sent her a picture of my dick. Revolting. All of it. The idea of dicks in Amy's phone. And nothing, he says. How did you know about blueberries? I ask. He laughs. She said the best sex she ever had was with some guy, some blueberries, I don't know, bar talk. I told you. I make shit up. I turn it around. Nobody wants to hear me go off about how my lady's ex is like the shit in bed. It's called a fucking comedy routine, son. It's called comics make shit up. It's called let's get you paid. He really thinks he's getting out of this. And I walk into the bathroom. I turn on the water. Best sex she ever had. Still, she ran away from me. From love. From all the good we shared. She would rather sit in a bar and lie to strangers than be with me. Charlotte and Charles. Bullshit. She makes Tinder banger Calvin seem like John fucking Sweetie Pie Cusack, and I get it now. I'm too good for her. Way too good for her. My hands are too good at grabbing her ass, and my dick was too appetizing to her, and she loved me so much she couldn't stand it. I check on Henderson. He's revved up again, moaning and thrashing. Can we get the show on the road? Hold on, I say. We're not done just yet. Dude, he says, go get her back. Fuck me. Fuck this. I look through his phone, but there are so many fucking Amy's in here. Amy Toronto, and Amy Chubby, and Amy Bad Nose, and Amy Tits, and Amy Ass. Who came first? I ask. Amy Tits or Amy Ass? Dude, he says, you try meeting this many people. You have no idea what it is to be in my position. No, I say, but I guess Amy Jim and Amy Chateau and Amy Marmont and Amy Blowjob know about positions. Stop it, he says. Don't act like there's anyone in there that didn't want to be in there. Even Amy Fatass? Especially Amy Fatass, he says. Stop it, come on. Tell me, I say, did Amy Blowjob get on her knees before or after you put her name in your phone? I have 4 women writers on my staff, he boasts. and I only banged 2 of them. I look at his phone. Which one did you bang? Amy Fishlips or Amy Sponsor? That's private, he snaps. Neither. Fuck, stop it, seriously. But there are so many more. Does Amy Sponsor 1 know about Amy Sponsor 2? Kid, he says, you quit now, you get paid. You fuck around, you don't. Who gives better head, Amy Sponsor 1 or Amy Sponsor 2? That's an AA thing, he barks. I was in that for a while, and that's that. But I guess that's not how you met Amy Grey Goose and Amy Tequila. I laugh, but he struggles. Dude, he says, I don't lie to these girls. I'm not the bad guy. This is fucking beat, kid. You gotta stop. Did you meet Amy Bellagio after you boarded Amy American Airlines or before? Fuck off, he snaps. I'm serious. Cut. Stop. Enough. Oh, come on, I say. This isn't your show, Henderson. Do you not get that by now? Frankie Valli continues to croon in the background, lecturing adolescent men about their juvenile posture. Henderson, meanwhile, screams, and I search for Amy Blueberries. She lives here, too, and I never felt so betrayed. My girlfriend, his phone. She looks foul here, lumped between Amy Blueballs and Amy Bradley Whitford party. I want to kill her. I want to kill Henderson. I dial Amy Blueberries, and it brings me to a familiar recording. This phone's not in service anymore. Fucking Amy. Henderson howls, red and enraged. He wants out of his shackles. 5 seconds ago, he was talking to me about getting paid, and you really can't trust anyone here. No wonder Amy thought she'd feel at home. I search his phone for communications with Amy Blueberries. I feel like I'm going to get diseases just from looking at these texts, and I am so disgusted with him, his abuse of power. I bet Jack Nicholson never did anything like this, and I bet Paul Newman never asked women to come over, bring 2 other chicks, I want to watch you eat each other out. All his requests are honored. The girls come over. They bring other girls. It's all horrifying and pornographic, and he is one of America's favorite men. And this isn't Bill Clinton falling for an intern, and this isn't Hugh Grant bumbling with a tranny on Hollywood Boulevard. This is revolting. He doesn't delete any of the messages, and the girls are always writing to him, gushing about his dick. It's huge and hot, even though he ignores them once he gets into their pants. He is a loveless narcissist and only interested in the new. Just like on his show, the way he makes fun of our nostalgic fucking culture and brings on one soulless, noisy band after another, all of them disposable. Then he gets home and rocks out to the Jersey Boys soundtrack and obsesses over pictures of his ex-fucking wife. It's the easiest thing I've ever done, honoring his request for water. I turn off my music. Let's get you hydrated, I say. He stops screaming. He nods. Dude, he says, believe me, brother, I know this city makes you crazy, okay? I get it. We can work this out. You might even be onto something here, you know? And if that's what this is, if this is a pitch, we can talk about that. Fuck it. We're almost there, right? He says this like it's a good thing, and I'm glad the water is strong and deadly. This man is no good for this world. He brings out the worst in women, and his 15 minutes have gone on too long. I pick up his metallic water bottle and pour the Percocet water into his mouth. He coughs and sputters, but he drinks. A lot. His pupils shrink, and his breath grows shallow, and his eyes roll around. I tie a plastic bag around his head. I go to the bathroom and write down the names of all of his skincare products. Everyone will remember him for his stupid fucking talk show, but I will remember him as the man who made me realize that I need to take better care of my skin. I also remember that I have to cut his cable ties. By the time I've cataloged the products in my notebook app, he's dead. I say a mourner's Kaddish. I'm not sad. Henderson got a fuck of a lot done here on Earth. Better he die now than unknowingly pass on an STD to some hopeful girl with low self-esteem, or become fat and irrelevant and begin the inevitable landslide toward the cancellation of his stupid fucking show, his deterioration into that guy who had that show. It's just basic physics. He was too high. He came down. Downstairs, the house smells like guac and beer. Somebody threw a pizza at the print of John Belushi's face. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental, but I do know that nobody bothered to clean up the mess. Assholes. All of them. But at the same time, I'm grateful that people are pigs. I glove up and gather leave-behinds, lipstick-stained cups, sweaters, a bra from the office, and bowls of M&Ms, and I take them upstairs to make a DNA sex party in the bed. We all know how many fingerprints there must be in a fucking bowl of candy, on a bottle of wine, and this will look like some classic, deviant Hollywood orgy gone awry. I seize the headphones, they are mine now, and I leave his Jersey Boys soundtrack on. Let the world know that the man didn't bring his new and cool work home with him. Let them know he had an old heart. I take 2 of his brand new t-shirts, tags on, then I send an empty bubble from his Twitter account. His last word is silence. His final tweet blows up, with people retweeting and favoriting it even though it means nothing. I get it. His silence is an invitation for others to project their voices onto him. Overthinking cultural critics will elaborate on this tweet in Salon, in Slate. The man who never stopped tweeting sent an empty bubble minutes before he died. The symbolism! His tragic sex death will move the masses, and people will learn from him. And in this way, he's a lucky guy. If there's a heaven, he's probably going in spite of what he said about me. On my way out, I buy the Jersey Boys soundtrack on my iPhone. It's a long walk down the hills, and I needed this. We are built to walk, not to soul cycle and jog and hike. Walking is mental. You sharpen your thoughts and process your emotions. I didn't kill Amy, but I found her. Soho House. Of all the places, I should have known that she'd go west. She'll never stop going west, looking for someone richer, someone better. She has a disease, like an animal that can't stop roaming. But I'll stop her soon, after I shower, after I rest. I turn up Bronson, and it's so early that nobody else is up except for a couple of joggers. I debate going into the pantry, but I go there too much. It's time to mix things up. I cross the street and Hollywood Lawns is in sight. A police cruiser veers around the corner, the red and blue lights flashing. It pulls up onto the sidewalk and suddenly the cop is out of the car, pointing a gun at me. I set my reusable pantry bag on the pavement and I hoist my hands into the air. And I don't fucking know how, but I'm caught. Chapter 14. A bitter piece of shit named Officer Robin Fincher grabs the headphones off my head. He has shitty Bakersfield blonde hair, the sort better off concealed beneath a dirt bike helmet. His eyes are too close together. At some point, someone in his bloodline fucked someone he wasn't supposed to fuck, and the genes were compromised. His skin is rough, and he's bad at shaving, and the world is not fair. Even with all Henderson's products, this Fincher would still be a cretin. "Shut it and turn around," he grunts. I don't know what he wants with the headphones, and I don't know how he found me, and I don't know what he knows. But I do know that Henderson's shirts are in my bag. I'm aware of them as if they were flashing lights. "Turn around," he commands. I obey. I stand here, fucked. It's that time of day when the sun is a zombie from a 50s horror movie, slowly intensifying, creeping up on me, my exposed cheeks, my nose. My stomach clenches and my palms sweat, but I did my job up there. I left no prints. I left no mug of piss. "Officer, I say, projecting innocence. Fake it till you make it. Can you tell me what this is about? Fincher walks toward his car, his footsteps heavy on the pavement. This is about you being a fucking prick, so shut it and wait like I said, he calls. He didn't say this was about a murdered millionaire in Los Feliz, but he walks back over and grabs my arm, and I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do that. Give me your license. I give him my license. He huffs. New York, he says. Fucking figures. I will not let relief appear on my face, but I am relieved. This is not about that dead man in the hills. If this were about that dead man up there, this cop would be cuffing me, not bashing Manhattan. I get my bearings as my reactionary adrenaline subsides. Walking around like you own the place, he sniffs. Fucking typical. I wish he could meet the nice cop in Rhode Island and see how it's done. People think cops are bad, and this fucker should be fired because of all the good cops out there who follow the rules and risk their lives to serve and protect people. He sneers. You live here? Yes, sir. You live in this hood? Yes, sir, I say. I live in Hollywood Lawns. Then why the fuck do you have a New York State license? Are you fucking kidding me? Well, I say, I'm just here for a little while. You a hobo? Hobo? No, sir, I say. I'm a writer. He swallows, and I know. This man is an actor. Calvin gets the same look when anyone with the potential to hire him, enters the shop. On a show or some shit? No, I say. I'm just trying it out. He spins away, and I step toward him. Officer, can I ask what this is about? Did I tell you to move? No, I say. And are you deaf? No, I say. And are you a fucking tard? Who the hell says that? No, I say. I'm not a fucking tard. He storms up to me and gets in my face. You think it's okay to verbally assault a police officer? No, I say through clenched teeth. You think you're some tough-ass New York scumbag, transient hobo motherfucker, and you can cross state lines and flap your ugly gums at a California state policeman? No, I manage. Yeah, he laughs. I figured you for a New York wigger pussy. Wigger. This is why they need cameras on police cars, and he finishes writing me up, and it's a jaywalking ticket. Just like Harvey warned me about. I have to pay $375 for crossing the street while the crosswalk was blinking, while there was not a single car in sight. This is wrong, and the motherfucker says he's keeping the headphones. Because you're a fucking tool bag, he says. This city doesn't belong to you. This city belongs to the cars, and you can't walk around here with your goddamn head up your ass. That's not fair, I say, but I can't fight with him. Not after I just killed fucking Henderson. Oh, and you better go to the DMV and register, he says. Fuckers like you, showing up here, refusing to register with the state, you're no better than the beaners who think they can just come on over here and take our jobs. Officer Robin Fincher spits at me as he gets into his cruiser with my headphones, and I picture me joining forces with all the mentally delayed Americans and all the undocumented Mexican workers. We storm the shithole apartment in the valley where he undoubtedly eats egg whites and spinach. He had something green stuck in his teeth, and lifts weights, his arms were unnecessarily jacked, and watches cops. After I get home, I hide my pantry bag in the top right corner of my closet. I shower, I dress, I go to Harvey's office and tell him about this fucking cop and this fucking jaywalking ticket. He chuckles. I told you to watch out, he says. Am I right or am I right? Nobody has ever been so ready to leave Franklin Village as I am right now. But as soon as I get into my apartment, Delilah barges in wearing last night's Band-Aid dress. She's sobbing, and she flops onto my futon, hysterical, and fuck, I forgot I blew her off. I go to her and kneel. Mascara paints her face. Tears flow. She shakes. She drops her purse. She yanks the front of my shirt. There is something phony about her sadness because it feels like a display. Like she could have taken a deep breath before coming here. Like she wanted me to see her in this state. Delilah, I say, breathe. But she sobs. I close the door and her teeth chatter and she doesn't use words. She slips out of her pointy shoes and settles into the nook under my shoulder. Delilah, I say, I can't help you if I don't know what's wrong. She rubs her eyes. She reaches into her purse and unlocks her iPhone, 1492, and hands it to me. The headline reads, Henderson House of Horrors. I clutch the phone. Details are scant, but so far it seems like a sex party gone wrong. She leans into me, crying again. I loved him, she says. I can't. I hold her. I stroke her hair. But there is no way I'm gonna fuck her out of her celebrity death depression. If she came to me because her mother died, maybe, but this is ridiculous. She blubbers. Will you take me home? Home is upstairs, and I pick up Delilah and carry her into the hallway and into the elevator and over the threshold into her apartment. Over there, she says, pointing to her bed, which is directly above my futon. I try to let go of her, but she kisses me, bold. Make me feel good, she says. Please? And before you know it, I'm fucking Don't Fuck Delilah. Why not make things as bad as they can possibly be? Why not bang the stalker upstairs? Joe, she says, open your eyes. I am inside of her and on top of her, and I look at her. Hey. She pulls me closer. My mom is coming next week, she whispers. She wants to meet you. I stop pumping my dick. I'm pretty busy. She grabs my ass. That's cool, she says, smothering my neck in Franklin Village slobber. I get it. We get back into it, and it's better than it was with Tinder Gwen, and I needed this release after the last hellish 24 hours, but Delilah isn't coming, and I'm ready. Come, I say, and I don't want to meet her mother, and she claws my back. Nothing. Come, I say, and I tug her hair, and I bite her neck, and thrust my thumb against her clit. Come, I say, and I pull her hair, and I try not to notice the High School Musical promotional plates on her kitchen counter. Then I get it. She's not coming unless I agree to meet with her mother. She needs the hope of Sunday dinner with me, with her mom, family, fast and furious. I can do dinner, I whisper. Delilah comes, garbled and clingy, and I get off her and stare at her ceiling, as unfortunately retro and shoddy as mine. She curls up to me, and my arm is in a painful sleep under the weight of her heart, her post-coital rundown of her family. Her know-it-all married sister, her fun-drunk mother, the one who wishes Delilah would just get married, as if that's gonna make everything all better. You know, you're good, she says. I've been with some pretty famous guys, and you're really good. I go into Delilah's bathroom, a carbon copy of my bathroom, a windowless vestibule, hell within hell. I take a shit. I don't flush. I leave. An hour later, she texts me. I love that my bathroom still smells like you. My television set turns into an international funeral for Henderson. I killed Henderson and nobody knows it, but everybody knows it. America mourns. His brother is in the service, so this means that all the people who would usually take umbrage with coverage of a useless celebrity are on board. Not one bitter assistant comes forward to call him a douchebag. Hours pass. Delilah wants to come over that night. I tell her I'm sick. It's impossible not to search for Amy on TV when the intrusive helicopters hover over Henderson's house, even though logically I know she's not there. Delilah writes back, Gotta get better from my mom.
She can't wait to meet you. Sunday fun day, XX.
I remember telling Amy about my mom, how maybe we would find her and go to dinner. I wanted that the way you crave samosas at 4 a.m. for no reason. I hate love. I hate L.A. Delilah leaves a care package at my door. Kale soup, a Los Angeles Times, and a pack of Emergency. I want pizza and a New York Times and coffee. I order a large pepperoni and it's late and cold and dry and overpriced. All the pepperoni fell to one side and the delivery guy says he could bring another, but it would take hours. Timing is everything, bruh. He's wearing a goddamn R.I.P. Henderson t-shirt and life moves too fast. I killed him a few hours ago. The delivery guy smiles. I got this at this joint on Vermont, he says. Cool, right? I mean the shirt, not, Yeah, I say, realizing the weight of what I have done. Nobody made shirts for Candace Benji Peach Beck. Those people don't have fans. In trying to assassinate the invisible, elusive Amy, I have killed a celebrity. The others I killed faded away the way grandparents recede into the old photos, or pets just disappear. A famous person never disintegrates from the collective consciousness. Henderson is on TV, on t-shirts. Dr. Nikki Angevine is constantly trying to get out of prison, and his sister-in-law has a website trying to raise public awareness, proclaiming his innocence. The American public doesn't root for a shrink who cheated on his wife with a patient. But they do root for the comedian who set them free, who told them it's okay to be narcissistic, to be a permanent guest. Me, me, me. It would be nice to have something alive to hold on to right now. Something to love me. Something with a beating heart that I can feel. Something to be with me as I sit here in hell trying to figure it out. Am I right or am I right? I say aloud. But there is nobody here to answer the fucking question, and this is why people have small dogs. Why they trap them in their efficient apartments, because sometimes you need another living thing. You need eyes on you. Even if the eyes belong to a fucking Pomeranian. Chapter 15. The people who make it in Hollywood throw their new money north, up in the hills where they settle in mansions where they can look down on everyone. But no matter how big you get, how high your house is, you can't escape from the rats. Rats climb. They're mobile. They aren't bunnies. They don't have a biological drive to burrow. Amy is a rat, scrounging. The kind of girl who bats her eyelashes on her first day of work and wants to know where the Alice in Wonderland worth $1 million is. So of course Amy met Henderson at Soho House. I was wasting my time on Craigslist, at Birds. She got here, she got the fuck out of here, closer to 90210, to Soho House and that wealthy West Side dick she wanted so bad. And no doubt she's still out there looking for it. That Peter Stark shirt is all ratty by now, but I bet she's still wearing it. The traffic is hell and my driver just moved here yesterday, so he took Sunset. You maybe want to take a left, get on Fountain? I asked the driver, the kid. He winces. I'm not really good with left-hand turns, and we have to make one when we get there. Even the kid who just fucking moved here has that me disease, and I let it go. At least I have an in. While the club is private, they do have events that allow common po-folk like me to stream in. Today, for example, there is an audition for an indie film. The casting call is ridiculous. Second-person cuntiness. You are beautiful, but you are ugly. You are life, but you are death. You are the center and the outskirts. You are a paradox. You are mother and child, and you are the reunion. You are Tara. SAG/non-SAG. Blondes bring headshots. The driver turns on his blinker and I get a pit in my stomach. The idea of seeing Amy after all this time is mind-boggling to think of her, mid-hunt for rich dick, Or possibly here auditioning for this movie, trying to be mother and child. Bite me. I emerge from my Uber and I do not take off my sunglasses, and I move past the security guy and he doesn't flag me. I am in the elevator. I made it. 3 slinky Scandinavian girls pile in with me, and they are giggling, and they are my ticket, so I smile. Good morning, ladies. The tallest one doesn't blink.
Are you an actor?
No, I say. I'm an agent. They giggle more. The doors are closing, but we are bombarded by 2 guys who are agents, smug, loud, Muppet men. I told him to fuck off. You told him to fuck off. I fucking ended that before it began, before it existed, before it was in the womb, before it was in my dick, says the alpha, also in his sunglasses. He nods at the women. Ladies? They explode into giggles. The one who spoke to me looks at him.
Are you an agent too?
Not right now, honey, he says. He looks her up and down, then looks me up and down. He returns his gaze to her. If this guy is telling you he can make you famous, believe me when I tell you he's lying. His shoes can't make anybody famous. The elevator doors swing open and we are at another roadblock. There is a meager-eyed man at the desk. He recognizes the 2 fuckers from the elevator and greets them, deferential. The main one whistles with his fingers. Hey, Paco, my shades ever show up? The obsequious servant hangs up the phone and apologizes for failing to find the shades, for failing to find the people capable of finding the shades. He apologizes for being on the phone, and he apologizes for the stairs being slippery, and he apologizes for holding the man back from his meeting, and he apologizes again for not having the shades. The sluts in front of me watch the assholes disappear up the marble stairs. The desk slave sighs and looks at the girls.
Do any of you have a membership?
No, the lead one answers as she shakes her head.
But we have the password for the audition, for the movie.
He groans.
What is the password?
Aniston, she says. He waves them on and asks them to take the elevator instead of the stairs. He looks at me.
You're a guest?
I'm a victim, I say. My girlfriend is sick with aspirations of becoming an actress, meaning that she left me this morning to come here and audition, which makes me evil for not following her along to support her. He laughs.
They're upstairs in the main hall.
Okay if I stop by the bar for a drink first? I ask. He nods.
Just say that Ricardo okayed it. I have to admit that I'm sick with aspirations too.
He whispers and fakes a cough.
Alto, dancer, epic stud.
I laugh, and it feels good to be that guy laughing with the servant as the doors open again and more guests arrive. I leave the blue walls and the art and begin my ascent on the marble stairs. On the 2nd floor, there are lanky, beautiful people lounging self-consciously, stomachs sucked in. I go onto the terrace and see all of Los Angeles, and it looks good from up here. There are small, clean love seats and small, clean people sitting in them. There are beautiful old novels on small shelves. This is the path to Amy. I know it. But she isn't seated at the bar sipping a mojito, and she isn't mulling over dessert, and she isn't marveling at the flowers. I go back inside, where there's a line of doors off a long hallway. I try the first one. It opens and the lights are out, but a woman is sitting in an overstuffed chair facing a monitor. She is barely visible beneath a cashmere blanket and her Beats headphones. Hello, I say, but she doesn't hear me. She is bigger than Beck, but smaller than Amy, and I hate the way my mind puts all girls between those two. I try again, louder. Hello? Nothing. I step toward the girl, and I'm close enough to see the monitor she's watching so intensely. A girl is auditioning for something on the screen. Ah, so this is the girl in charge of the auditions. Hello. Still nothing. I step closer, and now I see her tanned feet, bare, naked, crossed at the ankles. I see her cotton candy hair, and my heart beats faster. I know her. It's the La Poubelle candy girl who took my water. Running into the candy girl when I was looking for Amy. This is fate. I touch her shoulder and she sees me. She gasps. There was a study that said all relationship dynamics are determined by the first interaction. Ours is this. Me scaring her. But she is laughing. She gestures for me to sit, and I do. Her toenails and fingernails are painted iPhone white. Amy's were painted nothing. And her hair is gathered at the top of her head, falling, a ballerina. She shifts, and the blanket slips, and her legs are honey brown, more buttery soft than Beck's, tauter, more defined than Amy's. The girl on screen finishes reading, and the candy girl pulls a yellow legal pad out of her notebook. She writes, ? She holds out the pen, and I wheel my chair closer, and it's that time before you fuck someone and every single movement is penetrative. My body is all dick. I take the pen. Our fingers don't touch, not yet. I write, I'm looking for someone. I hand her back the pen. Our fingers still don't touch. Who? She has fat diamonds on her earlobes. I take the pen, and this time our fingers touch, barely. That wouldn't be fair. She's auditioning. A security guard barges in. She waves him away. It was that easy. She saved me. She is the boss. She motions for me to stay. I owe you a water, smiley face. So she remembers me too. I write, La Poubelle. She writes, yes. I write, yes. She picks up an extra set of headphones, and I move my chair even closer, and there is sex, so much sex inside everything she does. Amy and I bantered. This is hotter. This is purer. She scratches her elbow, and I want to slap my 50 dicks against her elbow. She sneezes. I write, God bless you. Thank you. My turn. I'm Joe. You? She licks her lips. Hi, Joe. I'm Love. There is heat generated by our legs, parallel, our forearms close. I write, Love? She covers her mouth with her hand. My parents are crazy. It's a fun name, though. Like any name after a while, you grow into it and your name is just your name. But then, yes, it's weird being Love. Hello, narcissistic asshole, right? Love is funny. Hello, narcissistic asshole. She smiles and it's on. A spontaneous, nonverbal, blind date. I crack jokes. Love takes pictures of my jokes about the actresses and texts them to someone. A waiter comes. I write down my order. Cheeseburger, medium well, fries, Grey Goose soda. Love bites her lip and looks at the waiter and makes a peace sign. 2. She is an easy-breezy, beautiful cover girl. I actively promise myself that I will not think of her as healthier than Beck and more fun than Amy. I won't let old, broken-down, dead, bad, thieving Love be in the same room with new, sweet, honey-legged Love. I am here, now. She snaps her fingers and points at the monitor. I continue to make Love laugh, and when the waiter comes back with our burgers, I reach into my wallet and Love reaches over and grabs my arm. She shakes her head no. She signs for the burgers, and I crack up when it occurs to me that everyone knows that sex is better when you're in love. She sees me laughing, and she writes one word. Pervert. She doesn't look away when I stare into her eyes. Amy would have hit me or squirmed or made it all into a cynical joke. Beck would have pouted and brought up something boring like the etymology of the word pervert. But Love's eyes remain fixed on me, and I know. She's a pervert, too. Chapter 16. I don't believe in love at first sight, but I do believe in electricity. The way it can recharge you. I am healing. When Delilah texts, I write back, went away for a couple nights visiting my uncle. Love picks up a container of Icebreaker's Ice Cubes gum. She pops the lid and offers the box. I open my palm, expecting her to tip it so that a cube rolls into my hand. But she writes, "You can put your hand in my box?" Everything would be perfect if she had used YOU instead of you. I reach into her box and I pull out a piece of the gum. I have learned from our notebook exchanges that Love is a producer on this movie. She is working with some guy, the guy she keeps sending my jokes to. I tell her that I came by to look for my neighbor who was nervous about her audition. Love does that thing girls do when they like you, where they find out you're single and they can't smile and look at you at the same time, so they stare at the floor and their cheeks turn red and their eyes crinkle, and yes. I write that my neighbor is really tall, blonde. Did you see anybody like that? Confident, Love shakes her head no.
We're looking for someone more petite. I don't remember any tall blondes, no remarkable ones anyway. Do you have a picture of this girl?
I shake my head. But it's fine. It doesn't matter anymore. Her grin widens. All first dates come to a brutal, nasty end, and ours does when a voice blasts into our headphones. It's a man. He is loud and fast. 40 to love, 40 to love, checkity, checkity, breakity, breakity. I write, "Is that your boyfriend?" She laughs. She shakes her head no. That was it. My answer, my prompt, my cue, my yes. I yank off my headphones and Love does the same. I kiss her. She kisses me back. It is the warmest kiss of my life. Love's mouth is Soho House, velvet and marble, members only. I don't try for anything more than this, and I pull away first. She says hello to me, and her voice is at once pornographically suggestive and judiciously blunt, like she has been on trial, been recorded, part of that generation that was instructed to use your words. She shakes her head and laughs.
It's so weird to hear your voice when you haven't heard it for a while.
She's right, and I'm laughing, and she smells so damn good.
Come meet my brother, she says. He's the one who wrote that ridiculous fucking casting call, but you know, he has a vision.
She explains that their parents used to be obsessed with tennis, watching it more than playing it. Love doesn't play much, yes, and 40 isn't much of a jock, who cares? It's funny what girls think you want to know. We walk through the main room and she waves hello to random people. Love is a passport. She's Ray Liotta in Goodfellas and Julianne Moore in Boogie Nights. A hostess. A leader. With her, I can go anywhere. She looks at me before she opens the door marked screening room. Bear with me, she says. 40 can be a lot. She's not kidding. The room reeks of cigars and lobster. 40's on the phone and he motions for us to be quiet while he humors his agent. Contrary to popular belief, Philip Seymour Hoffman is not dead. He's alive and well, camping out in 40 Quinn. 40 is bow-legged and blonde, in Madras shorts, a Steve Miller Band t-shirt, with a giant boy smile. Love tells me they're twins, but 40 looks 100 years older. His skin is leathery from sun, cocaine, and court-ordered community service. His hair is the opposite of his skin. Shiny to the point of silken, possibly transplanted from a doll. Yellow and conditioned and parted in the middle.
He's intense, she whispers.
Are you guys close? I ask.
We're twins,
she says. She didn't answer the question, and she tucks her hair behind her ears and begins organizing his mess. We only ordered 2 cheeseburgers and 40 ordered everything on the menu. I try not to react to this mess of wasted food. I will not fuck this up. 40 has a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and he pops the cork off a bottle of Dom. I did not feel the groundlings, girls, he says into the phone. I need more heart in a woman, you know? Nancy is going to hear from me because I specifically told her, do not bring me funny unless you bring me honey. He hangs up, growling, and Love reels him in.
40, she says in a kindergarten teacher tone. Calm down, it's gonna be fine.
It's not fine, he says. We didn't find her.
We will, she says. But right now, 40, this is Joe. Funny Joe.
40 puts down his bottle, stubs out his cigarette, and claps. Old sport, you fucking cracked me up. I extend a hand and I like this guy, not because he is complimenting me, because he is right. I am funny. I am talented. I am old sport. The three of us settle into club chairs and talk about the actresses, and it's oddly easy. All my life, I've struggled to fit in. I can't stomach Calvin's wannabe posse, and I can't sit with Harvey and listen to him work out his bits, and I could never go through life as Delilah's +1, but this feels easy. Love leaves to pee, and 40 throws a crumpled napkin at me. Just be good to her. Hell yes, I say. So you guys are from here? He looks at me like I'm insane. Are you serious right now? I look at him like he is sane. Yes. He cackles. He claps. Dude, he says, I love you for not knowing where you are right now. That is fucking epic. His eyes darken. Unless you're full of shit. God, no, I say. I came here looking for someone and I bumped into your sister, that's it. Love returns and asks what she missed. 40 throws another crumpled napkin at her. You missed the part where my heart was made whole again, he says. The part where I learned that your new friend Joe has no idea who we are. Love crosses her arms. 40, she says. Come on. It's fine, I say. I'm not with the government. 40 laughs too hard, and Love picks up the napkin and throws it away, even though she doesn't need to do that. You have to forgive my brother, she says. He's deluded sometimes, and he thinks we're famous, but we're not. But we are, he says. Joe, you ever hear of the pantry? Best grocery store ever, I say. There's one right by my house. In Brentwood? He asks. No, I say. Santa Monica? He asks. No, I say. Dude, you full-time it in the Boo? He asks. I live in Hollywood, I say, in an apartment building. 40 steps back, and it's like at school when they find out you get free breakfast and lunch. Cool, he says. Hollywood if she could, right, bro? Our parents own the pantry, Love says, and my mind is blown and I don't try to hide it. Which does not make us famous. Everything is hazy as Love and 40 squabble over whether or not they're famous. I can't believe Love owns the pantry, my special place, my haven. Ray and Dottie have been trying to send me their love since the day I got here. So, will you be joining us and the moms and the pops at the Big C? He asks. I look at Love and she smiles at me. We're going to Chateau, she says. Will you come? Sure, I say. And it was on my list of places to go, but I don't want to act like a fucking tourist. 40 strokes his chin and stares at me, and Love asks what his problem is, and he sighs. I'm gonna guess that our new friend doesn't have a jacket, and I'm gonna suggest a pit stop along the way to amend this unbearable injustice. Yes? I look at Love. I say yes. Chapter 17. I'm at home in Love's Tesla, and I was born for this. We pull out of Soho House, and I show her my pantry playlists in my phone. My Shazam search history, too. She wants to see my most played songs, and she is perplexed. This is a lot of stuff from Pitch Perfect, she says. Do you have a girlfriend? I tell her she's funny, and I make up some shit about watching it on Netflix in the middle of the night, and liking the swimming pool mashup. Then I bring it back to us, to the pantry playlists. I just can't get over it, I say. I love those playlists. I go in there just for the music. She gets all excited and her knees bump and she drums her elbows on the wheel. You don't understand how I'm about to blow your mind, she says. I make those playlists. And she's not kidding. My mind is blown. Love is the music designer, and she is the person letting Valerie by the Zootons melt into Gregory Abbott. Nobody ever notices, she says. And I mean, I think about this music. I obsess over this music. I think it's because of my name, but I have like 10,000 pictures of me posing in love songs, like Stop in the Name of Love, you know, me in front of a stop sign. I think it's okay to touch her and I pat her knee. Don't worry, your dorky little secret is safe with me and I'm not going to jump out of the car. She has so many different smiles. This one is impish. You can't, she says. You're locked in. Good, I say. She put me in a cage already. I tell her I love the funny names the pantry has for each section. I named those when we rebranded, she says. I came up with Procrastination Nation when I was in college, freaking out about my thesis. I can't believe this, I say. I ask if she studied drama in college, and she tells me she's not an actress. I mean, I don't think you grow up here without thinking about it, but I have a charity called Swim for Love, where we give lessons to at-risk kids. That's my main focus. These movies 40 and I try to make never come together, which is fine, but I'd rather do that than audition. Wasn't it so sad? I tell her my zombie aspirations theory, that fame is the antidote, the issue of supply and demand. She says I sound like a writer and I say I'm a bookseller. But enough about me. Tell me about the pantry, everything. She says her great-grandparents helped build California, one pantry to start an empire, and now they own dozens of markets in California. They own acres of land and malls, and holy shit, the girl is loaded. I'm not telling you to tell you, she says. I mean, I'm not bragging. I know, I say. And I mean it when I say I would be excited if you only had the one store. I love it there. She laughs. I'm starting to get the picture. And we have to thank your friend, the one who auditioned. She taps my shoulder. The reason we met. Love is bold. Love is horny. We should send her flowers. Or candy. What was her name again? Nice try, I say. I'm not telling. She slaps the wheel. I laugh. I still can't believe the way your parents have been telling me about you, and I had no idea. Well, that send our love thing, that was my dad's idea, she says. My parents, they're kind of grossly in love. And after we were born, my dad was like, let's spread the love. Let's make that a part of our everyday. I think it's sweet. My parents hated each other, and our grocery store had fucking rats. She has a loose, high laugh. She says that Ray and Dottie are middle school sweethearts. Dottie's father was a butcher. Ray's father owned the pantry. They fell in love as children, stayed in love as teenagers, and they're still nauseatingly in love now. I laugh. Love says that I won't be laughing in an hour when we're all at Chateau together. It's just not normal, she says. It's like they never got over each other. They act like they're in high school. That's unusual. Love says it kind of sucks and sighs and says she believes in laying it all out there. She blames her parents' happiness and her given name on her proclivity for relationships. She's been married twice. Twice? I ask. I hold my phone up to the window. My service is bad and I want to Google her. Use my iPad, she says. The password is love. The password is love. And I pick up her iPad and she tells me about her husbands. She met Michael Motorcycle in Vegas, total asshole. And she was young and stupid and resentful and on blow. They lasted 11 months. 11 months, I say. That's impressive. You gotta try, she says, and sometimes I can't tell if she's being earnest. She married her second husband, a black doctor named Dr. Trey Haynes, 8 years ago. He was my heart. I go into Safari and look at her search history. Boots, puppies, boots, snow boots, puppies, labs, chocolate labs, black dog booties, over-the-knee boots, yellow labs. I don't see how this can be it. Maybe it's some rich person privacy setting where no matter what you look up, it just says boots, puppies. Because the girl searching for boots and puppies can't be the insightful woman here in the Tesla, the one telling me about her marriage to Trey. We were both 27, she says. We were crazy in love. Boots and puppies. Uh-huh. But then he got sick. Cancer, she says. People always talk about the fight, but Trey didn't get to fight. We didn't get to, I didn't have the chance to clean him up after chemo or shave my head to go along with his. He died that fast, I say. And maybe boots and puppies are a defense mechanism. That's horrible. It wasn't cancer. He drowned when we went surfing right after he got diagnosed. She grips the steering wheel more tightly. My mom would kill me if she could see me right now. She says I talk about this stuff way too early. But you know how your brain has sort of a baseline resting thought? A thing you talk about with yourself? Mug of urine, Candace, Benji, Peach, Beck, Henderson, mug of urine. Yeah. Well, mine is always about Trey, she says. I think he killed himself. I think he felt so bad about me having to watch him die that he killed himself. And not in a coroner poison kind of way. I mean, did you ever read Flesh and Blood? Yes, I say. Well, you know the guy who's gay and he can't deal with it and he swims out to die? Yes, I say again, and I can't believe Boots and Puppies is talking to me about Michael Cunningham. Well, I think that's what Trey did, she says. He couldn't handle the idea of me and my family dealing with it. My parents are all about good things, but bad things, she shakes her head. Is this too much? Should I put on some music or something? I hold her hand on its way to the dash. No, I say. So is your brother married? Ha, she says. That's our family joke. I was married twice by 30, and my brother can't even date one girl for more than 5 minutes. The best role models can be the worst role models. Love tells me that it's impossible to live up to Ray and Dottie's relationship. She doesn't even know why they had kids. They're so in love with each other. You hear about moms being like, fuck my husband. I love my babies now, she says. And my mom, she loves us, but she loves my dad so much more. Are your parents together? You said they fought, but some people, that's just how they communicate. Ah, rich girls. No, my mom left. They weren't a model for anything. If only you got to choose your model, she says. But we get what we get. Love is 35 now, which will make her the oldest woman I've ever slept with, and I realize how badly I do want to sleep with her. She uses her blinker. She is kind. She says she's sort of also from New York. We have a couple places there, she says. But I never last more than a few months. It sounds lame, but I think I'm just too sensitive. How so? I ask. Love grew up mostly in Malibu, but was homeschooled with biology trips to the Galapagos and immersion semesters in public schools, and she loves Los Angeles. She used to want to be a lawyer. This is a problem we have, she says. A family thing. My dad is like, I got these 2 kids, and one wants to make movies, and one wants to defend the bad guys, and nobody wants to run the shop. Is that how he really sounds? She slaps my leg. You'll see. Love doesn't believe in bad people or good people. She believes in people. Her September 11th goes like this. Love was in her first year of law school at NYU. And in all honesty, I hated it, she says. I wasn't getting along with anyone, you know. I was in my room watching Legally Blonde, wanting it to be more like that. And the bad part, when Elle Woods doesn't even have any friends. I was miserable. Weren't you a little young? I ask. Love is 5 years older than I am, many years older than Beck and Amy. But she is not that old.
Well, she says, remember, I was schooled independently, and my dad, well...
Her voice trails off, and I suspect a lot of her stories have holes filled by money.
So I was up all night at this divey bar, whining to my friends about how I wanted a sign.
A sign? I ask.
You know, she says, a sign that it was okay to leave law school.
She honks at someone who tries to pass her.
And then we're still fucked up, just walking it off, and it begins. The towers, the hell, and the world goes insane. And my friends are like, holy shit, there's your sign.
Wow, I say. I will not judge her. Instead, I think about her nipples.
Please be horrified, she says, mind reader. I realize how assholey that all sounds. To say it was my sign. It sounds stupid and selfish and solipsistic to say that September 11th was my get-out-of-law-school free card.
That's harsh. Beck had to look up solipsistic in the dictionary. Amy did not own a dictionary.
But when you're young, you need all that validation, and you read your horoscope, and you say things like, if the guy at the bar gives me 2 cherries and not 1, it means I'm supposed to leave this bar and go somewhere else.
I get it. Love wants to know where I was on September 11th. And we are stuck in the shitty part of Sunset where it's all strip malls. I tell the truth. I got in trouble at work. Mr. Mooney locked me in a cage in the basement. I missed it. By the time I got out, the smoke was clear.
Wow.
She drums on the steering wheel. She says she loves eccentric people. She loves old people. She loves a good story. She says we have really good September 11th stories and that we can make a good movie out of them. She likes the idea of a New Yorker who missed New York. She asks how old I was. 16, I say, too quickly. She laughs. I want to eat her candy pussy.
Joe, she says, one thing about me, I don't give a shit about age. I'm not one of those girls. You can be younger than me all you want.
Her mother calls and Love talks to her about tennis balls and net jets. I can tell that Love likes me by the melody of her voice, by the way she tells her mother she's bringing someone. When Love finishes up with her mother, she zips into the valet at Hollywood and Highland.
Will you think I'm a horrible princess if I say I can't deal with this traffic and I'm dying for a drink and I would rather just get you a jacket somewhere here?
I don't think Love is a horrible princess, and I don't let her pay for my clothes at Lucky or the Gap.
Almost ready? Love asks.
Almost, I say. When I emerge from the dressing room, Love is wearing new clothes too. A tiny little white dress with slits on both sides.
Wow, she says. I can't believe that jacket's from the Gap.
I can't believe she's wearing a nightie to dinner. But I'd rip off the tag like she asks. My mom always said, the rich are different. Chapter 18. I live here now, at this particular table, on this particular night, at Chateau with these particular people, my people, the Quinns. I am born again a Quinn. Unofficial son-in-law of Dottie and Ray, the Dottie and Ray who send me their love at the pantry. And they know how to hug, how to talk. They are round, happy people, and we talk current events, and they don't understand the hoopla about Henderson. I'm old school, Love's father declares. Give me Johnny Carson, or Jay Leno at his desk. Hell, I'll take Jimmy Fallon because the kid dresses well, but don't give me this punk on his couch.
Dad, don't be so harsh, Love admonishes.
No, I say. I see where he's coming from. I think Henderson was poisoning us all. There's honor in asking people questions. There's honesty in it, curiosity. It's intellectual. Earlier generations, they were more comfortable as listeners, and Henderson promoted an idea that we could all be the center of attention all the time. But if everyone is on stage, who's in the audience? Everyone stares at me. And this has happened a couple of times tonight. when I questioned the value of organic vegetables and expressed my opinion on kale. But I own them, and I win again when Ray claps. You are a breath of fresh air, Joe. Dottie beams.
So smart.
Love rubs my thigh, and she is right. Ray and Dottie do seem in love, and they love me. Ray wants to know if I like boats in Cabo because he's got a new Donzi he's dying to get in the water in a place in Cabo. La Groceria, he says, enthralled with his terrible accent. The neighbors, they thought we were nuts, but I like a good name. Why shouldn't I call it La Groceria? Everything sounds better in Spanish. I Googled Donzi. It costs around $500,000. Ray and Dottie insist I eat and drink whatever I want. Your first time at Chateau is a special thing, according to Ray. Lives are made here, Joe. This is the mothership. This is our family tradition, and when you're with us, you're family. You understand? Love laughs him off, but he is right. Chateau Marmont is a country that doesn't allow extradition, a safe zone, a haven, and everybody cares about me. Is my chair soft enough? Is my drink to my liking? Is it too hot, too cold? Do I need a heat lamp? Do I eat shellfish? I have never been so nurtured, and love whispers, my parents, not so bad, right? And I have a new respect for aspirations, because this is a great way of life. 40 breezes in and hugs me like we're best friends. Ray huffs. You see all those girls today for your audition, but somehow your sister is the one who comes away with a new fella. 40 brushes it off. She's got the love, Pops.
Your father and I just want to see you happy,
Dottie adds. I know, Mom, 40 says. And I assure you, when I finish casting and finalize the rewrites and get my agent the bio he needs for that pilot shooting in Sedona and get him the rewrites he needs for that other pilot shooting in Culver, I assure you, dearest parents, I will meet a very nice girl and get married and pop out 2 perfect children. Maybe even twins. Love laughs.
You're horrible.
But 40's not done. Because it's very easy to meet available, beautiful babes while I'm heading up 5 projects at once. He knocks back a shot of tequila. But tonight, to Mom and Dad on Dad's half-birthday. In my navy blazer over a plain t-shirt, I pass as one of these people at Chateau. Ray tells stories about the good old days, running around the first pantry, working double for pennies. His parents gave him nothing. That was a different time. And Dottie says the past is the past. She says you can't pretend you have nothing when you have so much. She squeezes my arm.
See, his father was the owner, and my dad was the butcher, so it's only because of me that he knows what it was to be poor.
I understand, I say.
Of course you do, she says. You're from New York.
Love keeps her hand on my inner thigh. This is a family, and Ray and Dottie like me because I work for a living. I could live like this, but Westward Ho is by definition about expansion, and our party is larger all the time. Friends come by this half-birthday party, and Love has to go be nice. 40 slaps an arm on my back. You don't work in the business, right? He asks. No, I confirm. I get a kick out of it, though. Your notes were of value, he says. He tears into 3 packets of artificial sweetener, which is precisely what this business needs. He wants a high five, and I'm there, and he's talking about Almost Famous, and he vents. People here don't like to think. They're afraid of it. Like, if they do it, there's no turning back. But you're a thinker. You're like that statue. I can tell. I see that. Thanks, I say. Ray leans in. He's a professor. 40 nods. And this is a nickname I can handle. The Professor. And Love returns, dangles her arms over me, and whispers in my ear, "Professor." "No," I say. "It's the professor." Ray claps, and here comes our unofficial guest of honor, producer Barry Stein. Everyone rises for Barry Stein, and then Bradley fucking Cooper, Chateau, is hugging him, inviting him to sit. And now Barry is coming for us. He's so West Coast that he could have been in Ocean's 11. He wants us to sit. He doesn't smile. He's too cool to smile. Dottie is devastated that he's come on his own. "The wife and nanny are in the dumps over Henny," he says. And that's a new one. Henny. He switches gears, not unlike Delilah, and slings an arm around Love. "But Dottie, if it pains you to see me all alone, I'll gladly take this one right here." Fucking pig. But Love's father laughs, and Love excuses herself for the ladies' room with a kiss on my cheek. Stein sighs. "All the good ones are taken." Dottie smiles. "This is Lovey's new friend, Joe. He's brilliant." Ray endorses me too. "This kid's got the goods, Barry." Barry says it's nice to meet me, and I don't like him, and I don't like the rich blonde motherfucker approaching this table. His hat says Vineyard Vines, and his t-shirt says 4C's Ice Cream. And when I wanted to come here in a t-shirt and jeans, we had to go shopping. Love returns from the restroom and hugs this man. "Milo, it's so good to see you." The waitress makes room for him, and Dottie kisses him and invites him to dinner, and 40 elbows me. "Don't waste your time turning green," he says. "Milo is just our brother from another mother." I tell 40 I'm fine, and then I'm on my feet, extending my hand. Milo opens up for a hug. "Fuck that," he says. "Bring it in." Milo's eyes are too big, his smile pandering. He's overly gracious with the waitresses, too complimentary of the cake that Dottie got for Ray. He's a fucking liar to the bone. He's a television producer. "By trade," he says, "but my heart is in the theater." I want to know if his dick has been in love, and she says that he's way too self-deprecating. All people have a blind spot. Love's is Milo. She doesn't understand that he deliberately undersells himself so that she will gush over him. "Milo is amazing," she raves. "Unlike me, he stayed in law school." He looks down bashfully, and immediately I know that they were fucking on September 11th. Love goes on. "And Milo isn't just a producer, he's the producer. He's the reason New Blood Connecticut won all those awards. He just knows so much." Milo smiles. "The lady doth exaggerate. Please, be a friend. Tell me about you." But Love cuts me off. "Joe," she says, "Milo is also a fantastic writer. He's just back from Martha's Vineyard, where his movie played at the festival, right?" "Actually, it was Nantucket," he says. "And I think Uncle Barry might have had a hand in that. And it's just a short." I look at Barry Stein, who just shakes his head. "All I did was watch the movie, officer, I swear." We all laugh, as if this is funny, and it isn't. And Milo tells everyone about his short fucking film, and Love pays attention to him, not me. I am not involved in this conversation, and I slip away to find out a little bit more about this fucker. I go online and learn that Milo is Barry Stein's godson, not his nephew. I learn that he and Ben Stiller posed for photos together less than 24 hours ago. I learn that his short is a based-on-fact retelling of the most searing event of Milo Benson's childhood, when his older brother shocked Darien, Connecticut by murdering Milo's father, hedge fund owner Charles Benson, in cold blood. Fucking Republicans. They kill each other over money, and then the liberal boy left over takes all the cash and makes a career out of repurposing this one event from his childhood, first into a book of drawings, and then into a Vanity Fair essay, and then into his TV show. I head back to the table, where Milo and 40 fight for the attention and approval of Barry Stein, who says Milo's ideas have tremendous potential, but pats 40 on the back and tells him that his ideas need work. These are two very different statements, which is idiotic because at the end of the day, either you have something or you don't. Milo orders an acai bowl, and 40 orders a Patron double. I nudge 40 and tell him that last idea sounded good. 40 nods, and Ray raises his glass. To family, to food, to fun, to the fast and furious. Ray and Dottie are proof that money can buy happiness, and 40 groans. Dad, enough with those movies. And Love laughs.
Joe, she says, something you have to know about my dad. He is obsessed with Fast and Furious movies.
I smile. That's fine, I say. As long as your father acknowledges that Fast 5 is the most brilliant one, an affirmation of family values that simultaneously points the finger at our corrupt judicial system, even as it endorses traditional American values like Sunday dinner and loyalty. I'm fucking on tonight, and Ray claps his hands. Right again, Professor! Love groans. She prefers little movies. And 40 is drunk now and quoting The Big Chill, as if his knowledge of acclaimed movies will convince Barry Stein that he has something of his own to say. Ray doesn't like his son like this, drunk and trying. He doesn't like it when Barry Stein motions for Milo to move closer and save him from 40, and I bet sometimes Ray wishes he and Dottie never fucked it up and had kids. It's an ugly thing, the inside of a family, the disappointments, the disgust, and I am relieved when Dottie tugs on my arm.
Professor, she says, I still can't get over that you read all those Jonathan Franzen books. I loved the corrections, but I couldn't get through it. Everyone in my movie club was so excited for the corrections to become a film.
Movie club? I ask.
We were a book club, she concedes. But we couldn't get through this one book that had us all stumped. Something about Haiti. I don't know. It was so long and so sad. And Haiti? It's a reach for us, honestly. I wish we were worldlier, but I'm small at heart. Anyhow, now we watch movies. But maybe if we had a guide for which books to pick...
You should ease back in with something more relatable, I say. Maybe Portnoy's Complaint? And I choke on my drink because I didn't even realize Amy was still on my mind, and she is, clearly, or I wouldn't have suggested that fucking book. Hey, Professor. 40 leans in, only to be interrupted by a waitress who lays a hand on my shoulder. She is sorry to trouble me, but she has an urgent message. I look around for Love, and Love is gone, and the waitress slips me a napkin. Order, Joe Goldberg. Deliver to Suite 79. When? Now. Chapter 19. Life is kind of like one of those Barry Stein movies where everything works out. I take my orders and I find Love's wing and I knock on the door. She is slow to answer and I take in the luxury of it all, the detail, the panels on the walls. Even the abandoned room service trays look like high art. Flutes, cheese knives, truffle fries. The door opens and Love furrows her brow, looking at me blankly.
I'm sorry, she says. I didn't order any room service.
Love, I say. I know you didn't order any food. I got your note, at the table. She cuts me off.
I said I didn't order room service, she objects.
Then she winks, and it's like that. She tries to close the door, and I stop that from happening with my foot. Love is kind. Love is patient, but also, mainly, above all, yes, Love is perverted. Miss, I say, as if I've done this a million times, it's a courtesy from the hotel. a token of our gratitude.
This is sort of inconvenient, she simpers, running a finger along her collarbone. My butler just drew a bath.
I tell her I wasn't planning on getting wet and that I have strict orders to service her. She opens the door and it's like stepping into the vault of a fucking bank. It just feels like money. The parquet floor, staunch hardwood, hard wood. Love's little silk shorts and her matching teddy and her buttery skin, slightly darker than the creamy walls. The bed is through French doors, and she could have shut those doors, but she didn't, and I look at those sheets, white, crisp, and I look at her, white, crisp, and she shakes her head.
I told you, she says. My butler drew a bath.
She motions for me to follow her into the bathroom, and it's an obnoxiously Spartan design. A sink you could find in a walk-up in Reseda, unremarkable chipped tiles on the walls, exposed pipes and a dull shower curtain out of a porno movie, pulled aside to reveal the full tub. But it's not full of water. It's yellow. And she giggles.
Don't tell my dad,
she says, breaking character.
I don't do this all the time.
Is that champagne? I ask.
Veuve Clicquot.
I bite my lip. Why must something always go wrong? I never should have come up here, and I don't want to get into a tub of champagne. She could have said it was fucking Andre, and I would have been irritated because I do not need a bathtub of money. First she wants to pretend that I'm her servant, and now she wants to rub her money on my cock, literally. She wants me to soak in her wealth. We are young and new to each other, and this is the good time, the new time, and we don't need a tub of money, and she knows that I can't afford to fill a tub with Veuve Clicquot, and I don't need to do that because my dick alone is good enough. She slips out of her shorts, and a proper lady would have taken off her shirt first. She is bare, as I expected she would be. No jungle there. She moves one strap over her shoulder, exposing one of those love tits I've wanted to see. And she lifts that round love tit and licks her tongue against that firm love nipple, and the shirt collapses onto the floor. She steps into the tub and sinks into the money water, and I don't move, and my head explodes with bad love wordplay. Is this love is all you need is love for real?
Come on in, she says. It's so good in here.
But I won't come on in. Of all the fantasies she could have gone with, she had to make me into a servant. She could have opened the door and pretended that I was a CIA operative, or the hotel doctor, or an escaped convict, but in her fantasy, I'm servile, a have-not, and she's a princess. This is not my fantasy, and she is not the boss, and I tell her to get out.
Joe, she says, what's wrong?
Get out of the tub.
This is for us.
Drain the tub, love.
This is $25,000 worth of champagne, she argues. Why don't we just get in?
I step closer. Drain the tub. She doesn't want to drain the tub, and she grinds her teeth.
Why?
I look at her. Because I don't need $25,000 of anything.
I thought it would be fun, she pouts.
She stands, parts of her body obscured by bubbles, and she hits the drain. The money begins to disappear into the sewer system, and I tell her to dry off. I slam the door. Fuck her if she thinks she can buy me. I kick off my shoes and peel away my clothes. I hear her snag one of the many plush towels. She's drying up, fuck you, symbolism. And she's pissy, slamming cabinets and draining the tub, ashamed and lecturing me about waste. Yes, the girl who fills a tub with champagne is going to teach me about conservation. This is good. She should feel ashamed. That money could have fed a lot of poor kids. And this is my room now, and I am in charge, and she yanks the door open and she's wrapped in a towel.
What the fuck is wrong with you? She asks. Really, I want to know.
Take off that towel. She looks around as if I'm the kind of asshole who would record something this intimate. I tell her the rules. No talking. She nods. I'm going to recreate what we had in the room at Soho House. We're going to play Joe Says. She opens her mouth. Joe says no talking. She smiles, complicit. She drops her towel. Joe says hand on pussy. She slaps her right hand over her vagina. Joe says left hand on pussy. She switches hands. Rub your clit. She looks at me. Our eyes are locked, and I step even closer. Kiss me the way you did in the room. Her lips quiver. Feel how wet you are down there. Now feel how hard I am for you. She looks down at me. Push me under the bed and climb on top of me and ride me until you can't take it anymore. Tell me what you want, exactly what you want, and make me give it to you how you like it. I reach for one of her taut, ripe nipples. Let me start by licking your tits as I feel you up. She spreads her legs, and now we are so close that our eyelashes could touch. Come as hard as you can, because you don't need any fucking champagne when you're fucking me. Show me that you know that. Take me. She huffs. Own me. She puffs. Joe says, fuck me. We are on the bed. I don't even know how we got there. I just know about skin meeting skin. Love is all you need is love. And this sex is a circle. It never ends. We are animals and she is loud. Joe says don't stop. Fuck me. And when I'm not possessed by the pure rapture between her legs, between the sheets, I laugh. Joe has love. I have never known this kind of wetness. The stuff of pornography, sopping. I want to eat her, but I hold back. I am not a servant. And I nip at her belly, and she pulls me on top of her for more. And she is silent, demanding, and she pulls me inside of her, and it's like Chateau, the body version. I belong in here, in love. I want her to taste me. Get your dick sucked. And I tell her, and she turns into a different person. Oh, I kind of don't do that. If there were music, it would stop. Oh, I say. Kind of is the most useless phrase in the English language. Well, I could do it to you. She squirms. I just like it better like this, she says. She kisses me, and her pussy envelops me, quicksand, and it's impossible to argue about blowjobs as she rides me like a donzy on the water, bump, 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 and it would be perfect, my best performance yet, were it not for that little voice in the back of my head, a warning, a caution. Get your dick sucked. It's almost as if she heard Mr. Mooney and she knows I need more. She looks at me. There's a Coke in the fridge, she smiles. Will you get it? I bring the glass bottle of Coke to Love, and she shakes it and sprays it all over my chest, and yes, it's on my dick, and yes, kind of, was just foreplay, and she is licking the Coca-Cola off my midsection. She is nothing but a tongue, a set of eyes, hands. She is below my belly button, and she is stroking my inner thighs, and now she has me in her hands. But somehow there is new cold Coke on my legs. She rises, and her eyes meet mine. Fuck me, she says. Joe says, suck me, I say. Love says, fuck me. She takes over, and I give it to her, and I know she's never had it like this before, because she tells me she's never had it like this before. We finish together. Bliss. Natural symphonic mastery of sex. I am thirsty, spent. I swallow the last drops of Coke, and we laugh about our sticky bed. Now I'm thirsty, she says. I think there's some Coke left, I say, on my dick, and I grin. Nah, she says, and my joke goes right over her head. I'm good. She pinches my nipple. Soon she is asleep and I am awake. The sex. The sex. I ate Amy's superfruits, but it was never worth getting her jungle stuck in my teeth. It's just right with Love's pure, classic Coca-Cola pussy, and I will block out the critical part of my brain hissing that the Coke was tainted by the champagne. Fuck you, brain. I dig around the room for Love's panties. I am a hunter. I want to smell Love, taste her. I find them eventually, and they're in the trash, mixed in with a banana peel, numerous price tags from Neiman Marcus, and a half-full jar of face cream. I move the trash bin across the room so she'll see it when she wakes up, and I fall asleep too. I wake up the next morning to her laughing. "What's so funny?" I ask.
"I see you figured out my little indulgence," she says. "I never wear the same panties twice."
I know. You throw them away every day? She kisses me.
"But now that I have you, you can keep them all and you can sew them together and make them into a quilt."
I'm not sewing your fucking panties, Love.
"Oh, yes, you are."
Oh, no, I'm not. We kiss. She licks my earlobe.
"You want to take a shower? Or you want to fuck?"
I want a blowjob, goddammit. Hashtag my day in LA. Hashtag chateau problems. Hashtag can't get my dick sucked. Joe says, "Let me taste you." She pulls away.
"Joe," she says, "is this going to be a problem?"
There is nothing even remotely resembling a problem in this room, I say. I was just playing around. I can feel a story coming, and I'm right. Love has never been comfortable with anything oral. Her mother claims she never gave Love's father a blowjob, and she told Love that if a man loves you truly, he doesn't need that. Wow, I say. I can't believe you talk about this stuff with your mom.
"We don't really have boundaries."
Huh.
"What?"
Nothing.
"Joe?"
Don't take this the wrong way, but they met in middle school. Do you really think your dad has gone his whole life without getting his dick sucked? She shakes her head.
"That's the part of the story I'm getting to," she says.
And then she tells me about the year she and 40 had their Sweet 16, a giant Beverly Hills bonanza with hundreds of people. She got a horse as her present, and 40 got a massage.
"And 40 gets home," Love says, "and he is messed up." And I'm like, "What's wrong?" And he is like, "I can't tell you." And I am like, "You have to."
And
my dad's masseuse sucked his dick. And she told him she did that for my dad once a week.
I'm sorry, but that's fucked up. Love shrugs and says that we can play Joe Says all day long, but she'll never do anything oral with me. Or anyone.
"I know you want to know if I did this for Michael or Trey," she says. And the answer is no.
I strategize. I'm just thinking, it's different for everyone, I say. What your mom doesn't like, maybe you would like. Love says that she is 35 years old and she knows exactly who she is. She kisses me and grabs a room service menu. We order eggs Benny and coffee and pancakes, and we both look at mimosa on the menu, but champagne is a sore spot. I tell her I like her. She says she likes me too. We sink into the bed together, and this is what it is. Sex. Then a knock at the door, then food, then rest, then movies, then sex. Then we think about leaving the room and we don't leave the room, then sex. Then sometimes we get in the tub, then movies, then food, then sometimes a song, then sex, then Joe Says / Love Says. Love has a butler named Henry, and she texts him, and he shows up with animal-style In-N-Out burgers. We half-watch movies on TBS, Love's favorite station. When Bride Wars begins, she says she never cheated on either of her husbands. I tell her I never cheated on anyone either.
"But you were never married?" she asks.
No. I don't want to tell her about Beck or Amy. That's what feels so unique about this room, this thing with Love. I've been trying to find Amy for so long, and now to break away from all that hunting, to rest, In this room, in this bed. I rarely think about the mug of piss in Rhode Island. It's as though there are invisible guards outside, like nobody can get us, our DNA, our pasts. It's only been 5 meals, maybe 2 days. I genuinely don't know. Love is a drug. The more she opens up about her life, the less I want to share my own stories with her. My life feels too small, too gritty. Okay, she says. You'll let me know when you're ready. Love is patient. She doesn't push. It's actually fun to watch Cocktail with her because, unlike Amy, she takes it for what it is. Love likes Hannah and her sisters, but she doesn't love it the way she loves Crimes and Misdemeanors. Just when I think she might be perfect, she claps for the opening credits of Dirty Dancing. She hits the mute button. Let's not have any sound, she says. I've seen this so many times, I don't need to hear it to watch it. I blindfold her to see if she can watch it without hearing it or seeing it, and I kiss her all over her body, underneath her knees, her elbows, her inner thighs. I do not eat her out. I make her come without touching her vagina. She says that's a first. Does this place have a pool? I ask. It does, and Mr. Mooney was wrong. The pool is not cold and dirty. The pool is a giant blue oval, as welcoming as Love's vagina. My phone falls inside of it, and Love swan dives to the bottom and emerges with it in hand. Her butler puts it in rice. I'm tempted to ask him to throw it away. Love says my broken phone is a sign that I'm supposed to relax. And maybe I am, because it's hard to care about my life before love. This is why people go west, smashing rocks and hoping to spot something shimmering in the creek, dip a pan into the rocky water and lift it and strain it, and then feel solid gold in the palm of your hand. Everything I did was worth it because it led me straight into love's arms. Chapter 20. I can't decide what I like more. This bed, or these sheets, or this view, or the balcony, or the jam and toast that were waiting here when I woke up. Chateau is adult Disney World, the kind of place where they're one step ahead of you. I didn't have to ask for my phone. It was here when I woke up, in the little basket by the bread, by the silver coffee pot, so much more elegant than Keurig. Love's still sleeping, and I put on a robe and pour my coffee and spread jam on my soft blonde bread and walk out to the balcony. I am awkward at first, not used to having toast and a balcony and a robe. I'll have to look in the mirror after I finish my breakfast because I'm curious to see if I look different, if all this luxury closed my pores. Maybe I don't even need to buy Henderson's skincare products. I'm happy. And they could evict us right now, and I wouldn't care as long as they let me take that dirty little minx in the bed. Even the no blowjob bit. I'm a man. It's good to have a goal. I lean on the balcony rail and turn on my phone. When it finally boots up, it proceeds to buzz like it's having a heart attack from trying to keep up with all these texts from Delilah. Hey, what do you think about tomorrow? My mom says hi, LOL. My mom loves Dan Tana. Seems good, right? Hey. Joe? ASDJKASDKASDSDA. Hey, are you okay? Harvey says you never came home. Calling hospitals. My mom is only here till Monday. This is fucked. Going to Birds? Going to Birds. See you there? ASDBSJKDASKD, yes? Knock, knock. La Poubelle? At La Poo. Fuck off! Hey, Joe, are you okay? Look, I know I shouldn't have asked you to meet my mother, but it's not what you think. She's cool. I didn't mean it in a meet the parents kind of way, so you don't have to disappear on me. There's a picture of Delilah's tits. Real. Pert. There's another text. If you're not dead, I'm never speaking to you again. I don't need this. I have a lot of great things in my life and a lot of reasons to be happy, and I don't need you blowing me off like this. So do me a favor and just leave me alone, okay?
Okay.
And now it's Calvin's turn. He wrote to me just 18 minutes ago.
Dude, hot chick in store. She's got a Portnoy's complaint. Book, not screenplay.
I thought I was done, that it was over, but my beating heart and shaking hands tell me it's not. Amy. Finally. I write back, hold her, on my way. Calvin writes back, how? He wants to be a writer, but he can't come up with a fucking plan to make a girl wait 20 minutes. I send my orders. Tell her that your supervisor is in yoga and you have to wait for him to get out so you can get his approval. Calvin writes back, cool. He should have said smart, and with shaking hands I scribble a note for snoring Love. Gotta run, be back soon. And I nearly fall over trying to get out of the fucking robe and into my clothes. I shut the door and step into the hallway, into reality. I don't have a key, this isn't my suite, and I kick a discarded room service tray. Lazy, unhungry fucks tossing out lukewarm, high-end pancakes, and I don't belong here. I had a purpose and a goal, and I need closure, and fuck! I hail a cab on Sunset. The world is uglier than it was before, and I feel hungover even though I wasn't drunk. Calvin texts. She asked what kind of yoga. I said Hatha, FYI. I write back, I'm close. And I am. This is it. I am queasy and the cab is fast and we are here. Across the street, I see her in the shop flirting with Calvin. Cunt. The crosswalk is flashing red, but fuck it. This is Fast 5 and I have my target in the crosshairs. I will risk another jaywalking ticket. I get out of the cab, I run. I make it to the double lines before the driver wails on his horn. You need to pay me, he screams. I forget to pay because I'm so used to Uber and technology is killing our instincts. I look into the shop. Amy and Calvin must have heard the horn because they look up, and Amy's eyes widen. The driver wails on the horn again, and now the light is green and more people are honking. Range Rovers want me out of the fucking way, and a woman in a Prius enjoys laying on her horn, taking out all that rejection rage on me. Even if I did run out on this cabbie, which I can't, the mug of piss, I would miss Amy. She's out the door and she's on foot. She's around the corner, into a waiting car, a passenger, not a driver, and she's gone. I don't get hit by a car, but if I did, I don't think it would matter. My nerves are shot. I've gone from the high of love to the adrenaline of Amy to the crash, to forking wrinkled tens out of my wallet to pay this cabbie as he bitches about, you kids and your Ubers, and to know that I was so close. All the nights I spent in this village waiting, that bitch knew. She had to have known. The cabbie goes, disgusted, as if his shitty day compares to mine. I walk east to the corner of Franklin and Bronson and wait for the crosswalk to turn white. I plod across the street and into the bookshop, and Calvin looks like a different person. He's shaved. His hair is short. He's wearing a #IWasThere t-shirt.
Dude, he says. I did everything I could, but she had to jam. She said she'll be back.
I don't bother telling him how wrong he is. I just slump into a chair behind the counter.
So where have you been? He asks.
I was in West Hollywood, I explain, and I can't believe I missed her.
Did you have a meeting?
He asks, as if that would matter, as if I didn't move here to kill Amy, to find Amy. I tear into one of Calvin's Think Thin bars. Yeah, I say, deflated.
A 2-day meeting?
He asks, all hopped up now, as if this might mean he gets to ride along.
Delilah said you haven't been around.
Delilah. And I sigh. Yeah, I say. A friend in town, a meeting, no big deal. Calvin picks up his iPad.
She was filthy hot, he says. The Amy chick?
Yeah, I say, but Love is prettier and softer, and Amy has fucked me over again. I groan. Love does not know my phone number, and never seeing her again is possible. I ran out on her, and this is what Amy did to me, and Love might think I used her for her body and her bed and her truffle fries. Life is better when it's simpler. If I could just kill Amy, I wouldn't have to worry about her. She wouldn't get in the way of things. If Amy were dead, I would know Love's phone number. Calvin rubs his forefinger on his iPad, the way he always does when he sees a hot girl on Tinder. He smiles.
You can almost see her nips, he says. Want to see?
I don't want to look at nips, but he pushes the iPad at me, and these nips I do want to see because they are Amy's nips. How did you get this?
I pretended I was taking a selfie, and I got a picture of her,
he says. And Calvin missed his calling. I could hug him. Did you get anything else?
Don't be pissed,
he says, holding up his hands. Okay, I say slowly.
Well, I tried to tell her that the owner was coming back, he laughs. The hatha yoga shit, but then I said something about Kundalini and she caught on to my bullshit and she was like, what are you really trying to do here? And I was like, I'm trying to get to know you. And she was hot for me, Joe. I'm sorry, but it was like some classic sitcom shit where the friend tries to get the girl to stay for the friend, but then the girl likes the friend.
My heart beats again. I toss the Think Thin bar in the trash. Did you get her number?
No, he says. But I did get her address. I told her I would send her a flyer for this show I'm doing.
You got her address?
Yeah,
he says. I reach for his iPad and he pulls back.
And this show, it's called Back in the Day, and we're totally analoging it, We're gonna not promote on Facebook or Twitter or...
Calvin, I barge in. What's her address? He squirms.
Can I say something?
Fucking A. Sure.
I kinda can't.
Why the fuck not? I snap.
It's property of my improv group, and technically, she gave it to the group.
I take a deep breath. I will not lose my mind. That's cool, I say. But I won't tell her how I got it.
Yeah,
he says. He smoked an ounce of weed today. Fucker.
But I'll know that I gave it to you, and I'll feel shitty about that.
Calvin, who Tinder bangs one girl after another. Calvin, who won't look Delilah in the eye when he runs into her at Birds. Calvin, who won't watch Enlightened because he just can't get into a series with so much chick voiceover. This guy is now going to talk to me about boundaries? Keep me away from Amy fucking Adam? God, she's a manipulative beast. But I'm better. I hop off my chair. Smoothie? I offer.
Always, he says. Kale.
I go next door and order the kale smoothie, and I go into the bathroom and crush 3 more of Dez's Percocets. 20 minutes later, Calvin passes out. At last. I reach into his pocket for the password cheat sheet he keeps in his wallet, and I get into his iPad and into the database for his improv group, and boom. The building is around the corner on Bronson, and Amy did settle into this neighborhood. Maybe she got a wealth hangover, and maybe she's still the girl who tells the guy she's using that she misses her own bed, and maybe she's back in it right now, freaking out about seeing me, eating frozen chicken and waiting for the truffle oil to evacuate her pores and ooze out of her body. I go to the pantry and buy violets, the painted ones. Then I go to Bronson and buzz apartment 326. Nothing. I buzz apartment 323. Nothing. I buzz 101, and 101 is female, and 101 is awake.
Hello?
She says, husky. Flowers, I say. The girl in 101 doesn't ask who they're for because everyone likes to get flowers. Woody Allen knows this. Angelica Houston gets murdered in Crimes and Misdemeanors because she wants flowers and lets a stranger into the building. My breath quickens when I enter the lobby and I have to dart into the stairwell because apartment 101 is just a few feet from the front door. In the stairwell, I freeze. I am shaking. The flowers rattle, swish, swish. I don't have to do this. So Amy is harassing me. So what? I could just slip out of this building and run back to Love. I prefer Love. She's sweeter. She knows music and she's ready for me. So what am I doing in this stairwell, jeopardizing my future with love? Fucking closure, I mutter. If only eternal sunshine of the spotless mind were a real thing, and it's such an asshole Angelino thought to have, unoriginal and bratty. I can't erase my memories of Amy, but I can stop her from fucking around with my future. I begin my ascent toward her apartment. This stairwell is concrete and white, and every time I step, it echoes. Everyone in this building is sleeping. Angelinos need beauty sleep. They need energy to make storyboards for web series, and hike and talk about movies they'll never make and walk their dogs that hate them. My heart pounds, and I reach the 3rd floor, and I turn the doorknob, and it squeaks, and I flinch, and I bet nobody was ever murdered here before. I jimmy the lock of 326. Nothing is built well anymore, and the front door opens directly into the living room, which is awash in bras, bowls of cereal, empty bottles of Corona Light, and Us Weeklies. There is one sofa, covered in frayed blankets, and a small TV. To the left is a galley kitchen with a sad little countertop meant to facilitate socializing. The TV is off and the apartment is quiet, but there's an open box of Cocoa Krispies on the counter, like someone just made a bowl of cereal and wandered away. I pass the counter and walk past the Pier 1 bar stools into a narrow hallway. The walls are white and there is a bathroom at the end of the hall, and the door is open. A closet door to my left is ajar, which means that the door to my right leads to the bedroom. Amy's bedroom. This is it. I put my hand on the doorknob and push. The room is small and dark. Marilyn Monroe hovers above the bed, a breathy beacon in white, immortalized on the wall.
Why, hello, Joe.
Beneath her is a rumpled comforter covering the faint outline of a body. Hair peeks out from those covers, blonde, greasy. My breath is short. I count down. I flex. I clench my jaw. And in one fell swoop, I peel away the blanket. There's a shriek and a kick, and a little ninja, a foot shorter than Amy, in a black tank and black panties, springs up as I fall onto my back. The floor is hard. Wood. Her foot is a weapon, and she knows it. She kicks me in the crotch. I scream and roll to my side, and that foot gets my kidney. I fold into myself, and now she gets my tailbone, and I retreat, and now that fucking foot jabs me in the belly. Stop, I beg. She kicks me again, harder, and I deserve this because I didn't find Amy, because I don't know love's number, because my balls have been kicked into my intestines. She jumps on the bed and stands in karate chop mode. She yelps, "Don't move!" As if I could turn over, as if my body isn't a collection of throbbing, busted places. I breathe. This was supposed to be Amy. That was supposed to be me on the bed, in control. I open my eyes. She perceives my eyes as a threat, and she jumps off the bed and kicks me in the head. Everything goes away now. The pain, and the fear, and the anger, and the lukewarm blood. Blackout. Chapter 21. "Don't move," the girl says again. I can't move. She's being redundant. While I was out cold, she went to work on me. She tied my limbs together with resistance bands. I'm a mermaid flat on her white shag area rug. I can't talk. A resistance band is wrapped around my head, cutting through my mouth and jamming my tongue. The girl paces. She grips her cell phone, and I wonder when she called the cops. What's taking so long? How bad is this gonna get? Fuck these fucking resistance bands, and I have only one move. I cry. In the big way. For everything bad, the starving kids and the way Harvey refreshes his YouTube videos. For Calvin's body, how confusing it must be, the pot and the coke, the acting and the writing. I cry for Mr. Mooney and his eggs, and for Marilyn Monroe, framed here too. She is everywhere, and yet she is dead. My captor picks up a pair of scissors and kneels beside me. Ferberizing a baby is no easy thing. She pulls the band from my cheek and cuts it. "Enough!" she screams. I blubber. I work my lower lip. I drool. My God, thank you. She grabs a hand towel and wipes my face. Stop it. I'm sorry, I stammer. I won't move, I promise. I know the cops are coming. Her eyes flash to the left, and she did not call the cops. She grunts, throws the hand towel on the floor, and she is still holding her scissors and her phone. I said, stop it. I nod. Sorry. She paces, and there is a reason she did not call the cops. Anyone would call the cops. That mysterious reason is all I have, and I wish I knew what it was, because if it goes away, I'm fucked. Sometimes they're slow, I assure her, but they'll be here. She stops moving. I said, stop it. I'm sorry. Stop talking. I will, I say. There's just something I want you to know before they get here. She groans. She looks at me. I blurt, I was looking for my girlfriend. You broke in. No, I say. The door was open. No, it wasn't. Go look, I plead. I swear to you, the door was open, just like Lydia said it would be. The girl storms across the rooms. Her thighs are hard, shiny. She opens the door. She examines the knob. She slams it. I do know how to pick a fucking lock. She returns to me. Well, who the hell is Lydia? Do the cops have your code? I ask. I am #Team Girl. You should call 911 and make sure they know the access code. They have it, she lies. She grimaces. She gets a text and she reads and types, and it's probably her best friend, who is like, call the cops. And this girl is like, I got this. And the friend is worried like, you need to call the cops, sweetie. This is cray. I can smell the dynamics, and I know I have a shot at freedom. This girl doesn't want to bring in male authority figures. Look how many resistance bands she has in her possession. She was training for something like this. This girl is a vigilante, like the renegade hotel manager in Red Eye. I can't make sense of the Marilyn Monroe pictures and the West Elm furniture. They don't match up with her rock-hard thighs, her resistance. But I do know that she would rather have me tied up in her possession than in a holding cell in a part of town she doesn't like. She could have rolled my unconscious body out the door and onto the street. She could have done a lot of things, but she knew how to beat me without breaking me. She tosses her phone onto the sofa. Is everything okay? I ask, subtly instructing her that we are equals with each other's best interest at heart. She doesn't like it, and she comes at me and jams the scissors toward my face, stopping a few inches away. I'll ask the questions, fucker. Okay, yes, I say. You're in charge. She crouches over me. I wish she would put on some fucking pants. Who are you? This matters, what I say to her. I have to be someone she wants to set free. This is the most important question I will ever answer, and I swallow. I'm Paul, I begin, my mind whirring. Okay, Paul. What else? I swear to you, I am not a sicko. I didn't come here to hurt you. You didn't bring a weapon, she concedes. She pulls the scissors back, the tiniest bit. I nod. I'm a mess right now. Girls want men to be messy. She takes the scissors away. I sigh. I'm taking a semester off from law school. I want to be a prosecutor. Uh-huh, she says. Is your girlfriend in law school too? I don't have a girlfriend, I answer. She raises her scissors. I was too quick. I fucked up. You said you were looking for your girlfriend. You specifically said that. Lydia. I'm sorry, I say. I'm freaking out here. She purses her lips. She puts down her scissors and picks up her phone. I should call the cops. I nod, like a Republican promising to lower taxes before a live national audience. You should, I agree. I play hard. I don't blame you if you do. I would have called the second you knocked me out. I show up in your bedroom. It's a fucking nightmare. I can't believe I went to the wrong place. If I were you, I would have done the same thing, and I'd call the cops. This is fucked. I know it. She doesn't dial 911. She looks at me. But it's not like they're going to resolve anything. They'll just throw you in jail and let you out a day later. True, I say. But then, when you fuck up like I did, you deserve a night in jail. She still does not dial 911. I'm becoming human. Becoming Paul. Her allegiance is shifting. I know I should call, she says. As a citizen? In a neighboring apartment, Shooting Star by Bad Company comes on, blasting. A moment later, it disappears as suddenly as it started. We both laugh. Every morning, she says. Alarm clock. That's one hell of a way to start the day, I say. He lives alone, I presume? He's a she says. And I've got her now. She's opening up. I can see it happening. Anyway, you're right, she says, and it's an important sentence. I'm going to call 911, she promises, but no, she isn't. This isn't about you or me, she rationalizes. This is just what you have to do in these situations. Yes, I declare, unafraid. It's the right thing. She slides the unlock button on her phone. I watch her fingers, unpainted, short nails. She enters the passcode. I listen to the neighbor trudge. She hits the number 9. She hesitates. I go in for the final swoop. Don't feel bad, I say. Believe me, I know I got myself into this. She stops pushing numbers. What is your deal? She asks. And I win. Now I launch into my elaborate story. I tell her that a few months ago my girlfriend cheated on me during my first year of law school, which had been very stressful. Where do you go to law school? She asks. And God bless women, curious, mysterious creatures, mutating from one mood to another. UCLA, I answer, and now I get to the good part. I tell her I was devastated and depressed, and I went on casual encounters on Craigslist. That's where I met Lydia, I explain. And Lydia and I had coffee, and she had this fantasy where she wanted me to show up and surprise her in bed. Ew, she says. She sits on her sofa. Does she live in this building? She did, I say. Or I got the address wrong, but I would have to look at my phone. She had said that she only locks her door when she's with someone, that I was welcome any time. Anyway, I know it all sounds disgusting, but your door was unlocked, and I thought this was the place. She springs. She can't believe she forgot to lock her door, and she blames herself now. She hits her head with her phone. I need to get better at living here, she says. The air changes now. She's all about herself, her own failure to lock the door after this guy left. She isn't afraid of me anymore. She's afraid of what would have happened if someone truly dangerous had shown up here. She tosses her phone on the sofa again and picks up her scissors. Hold still. She cuts the resistance bands that bind my arms together, and now we get to know each other. Rachel is a nanny. She was the head of the Rape Crisis Center in college, and she still teaches self-defense to women. I caress my wrists. That explains your moves. Rachel works for a rich family, and this apartment belongs to them, which is the reason she didn't call the cops. They're so paranoid, she says. If I called the cops and the cops called them, it would be a whole thing. She puts down her scissors. They're kooky LA zillionaires, she says. You can tell how completely sexist and backward they are by all this Marilyn Monroe shit and all the fluffy rugs. It's what an old man thinks a young woman wants, you know? Well said. I agree, still her prisoner, her yes man. Are they famous? She says they are, but she winces. I signed a non-disclosure, she reveals. I can't talk to friends or tabloids or anyone. My mom doesn't even know who I work for. Wow, I say, that's crazy. She says. Hopefully I'll be out of here soon. Anyway, are you going to call the Lydia girl? I don't understand women in Los Angeles. The fearlessness. I could be anyone. I could have been lying. I am lying. I could be a pervert, one of the rapists she is trained to combat. Why is she smiling at me and coyly asking about my imaginary Craigslist hookup? How did she recover so completely to the point of flirting? No, I say. I rub my wrists. I think this is a sign that I should lay low.
Right, she says. You'll get out there when the time is right. I went to this amazing seminar in solitary expansion last month. Life-changing stuff.
She is such an alum. She graduated 10 minutes ago and thinks everything can be solved by rallies and communication and banners and hope. She beams.
Coffee?
I don't want her to call the cops, so I say that I want coffee. She directs me to sit on the sofa while she pours coffee grinds into an old-fashioned coffee maker. She starts talking about herself. In addition to being a nanny and a self-defense instructor, she is an SAT tutor, and she doesn't understand rape fantasies.
I did women's studies at UCLA, she says. So many of the women who study that shit are crazy into rape fantasies. Explain it to me while I freshen up.
She walks past me into her bedroom, and she does not close the door all the way. I can see her as she moves around her room, trying on Victoria's Secret pink sweatpants and kicking them off and slipping into jeans and getting out of those too. And here I sit, waxing fake intellectual about rape fantasies and control issues in Craigslist. Nanny Rachel emerges in a tiny black cotton skirt and big fat Ugg boots and a tiny gray half t-shirt. She's wearing lip gloss, lots of it. She brushed her hair. She sprayed perfume. She got dressed up for me. I broke into her home and found her in bed, and she got dressed up for me.
Well, I see what you mean about the thrill of giving up control, but I feel like I give up enough control every time I walk out of my apartment. In the bedroom, I want to be in charge. But I guess you figured that out.
She pours coffee into chipped IKEA mugs that scream love in all caps. Life is cruel, and the word love shouldn't be plastered all over the fucking place. She smells like cigars.
You look like a black coffee guy.
I nod, even though I want cream. Thanks. She looks out her window at the middle parts of the palm trees.
I do love this place, though. And the baby is easy. He doesn't know he's an asshole yet.
She sighs.
But the commute is awful. The family's in Brentwood and Malibu, and I was commuting from Eagle Rock, so the dad was like, why don't you stay here? You know how it is here, the way people are either broke on unemployment or giving out free apartments.
Cool, I say, and I need to know if Amy lives here or if she pulled this address out of a hat. So, do you have a roommate?
Not since I was in college, she says.
Amy picked this address randomly, and because of that bitch, I came here, got beaten, tied up, and forced to drink bitter coffee out of a cracked love mug. I tell Nanny Rachel I have to go. I don't agree that we should exchange numbers. She looks crestfallen.
Good luck with school,
she says. Thanks, I respond. Good luck with the rich folks. She laughs.
Thanks, Paul.
I cross Franklin. I fucked up my chance at a brand new life with love, and I take the long way around to avoid Calvin, and I reach my building, and Harvey's not in the office. So there is a God. But Delilah is standing at my door, and her arms are crossed, and her eyes are narrowed, and then she says it.
I know about your problem, Joe.
So maybe there isn't. Chapter 22. This is not my lucky day. Delilah is pacing in my apartment. When I stood her up, I pissed her off, and unfortunately, she didn't dive into a quart of Ben & Jerry's. Instead, she went on a research mission. She's been obsessing about that night I stood her up. She won't say what she knows, but she is building a case against me.
Explain that, she snaps. We had plans.
I know, I say, placating. It was Calvin.
You're a grown-up, she snaps. You're not 10. Don't talk to me about fucking Calvin.
You asked me what happened. I will my forehead to stop sweating.
Your answer can't be Calvin, she says. You have to take responsibility for your actions, Joe. Your actions have consequences, and you ditched me, and that was wrong.
I know it was.
Do you?
She asks, and here we go again. She's downloaded some app that will stop her from texting me in the future. But never mind about the app, because I'm the one who led her on, and she thinks there's something up with me. There is nothing, I protest. I flaked.
You haven't lived here long enough to use that excuse, she says. You're supposed to be a New York guy.
Delilah, I plead, can you please let this go?
But she can't.
She has more to tell me. She knows that I told a bartender at Bird's that I knocked up a girl. I did, but I didn't. It's complicated.
That's bullshit, she barks.
Delilah, I say, can we not do this now?
Why? She asks. Do you have somewhere to be? Is it time for you to go freaking wander around the pantry like a zombie?
I don't wander around like a zombie.
Ask Calvin, she says. He'll tell you otherwise.
You just said to leave Calvin out of this, I remind her.
Don't change the subject.
She comes back at me, arms crossed. She says she found out from Calvin that I was at Henderson's and that it was my idea to go to the party.
I know you were there. I have proof.
She shows me a video on YouTube, and there I am in Henderson's fucking kitchen. I want to erase the internet.
Calvin said 1 minute you were there, and the next minute you were gone. So where did you go, Joe?
I forgot how small this apartment is, how thin the walls. She is trying to put me in a cage, and I won't let her. Delilah, this is not cool.
No, she says. It isn't cool to let me suck your dick and then turn around and shit all over me. That is not cool, and I wanted you to man up and explain to me why you haven't been to work in several days and why you were at Henderson's party when you told me how much you hate him, but if you won't do it, if you won't, just tell me.
She trails off and takes a deep breath. She sits. She points at the floor. I sit. What? I ask. She rubs her hands together. She repositions Indian style. She's enjoying this. She wants this, whatever the fuck this is.
Look, she says. I know.
I don't say anything.
I know.
She says it again, and I don't like it. I know. She knows I don't like this, and she reads me well. She really is an investigative fucking reporter, and her hand goes on her chin, and her chin lowers, and I wish she would disappear into thin air. Poof. And depending on what she says next, I might have to make that happen. She breathes in.
I know about your pill problem.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? I exhale and unclench my fists, and she has no idea she saved her own life just now. She sits by me and links her arm through mine and begins to act out some sort of rehab rush fantasy where she can save me from my addiction. She strokes my back and talks to me about promises and halfway houses and the craziness of L.A.
Des told me how many Percocets you've been buying, she says. And the way you disappear and wander, I put 2 and 2 together.
She blames the apartment. Brit fell apart too in here. She stares at the Kandinsky.
We can get you better, she says. We can. You just have to want it.
I need her to think she's right, and I tell her I want to do this on my own. I think I need some time, I confess. Ha. She pats my leg, all business.
Do you have insurance?
I tell her that I do, and she says she has an idea, and she leaves and returns 5 minutes later with a fucking board game.
Chutes and ladders, she says. Sometimes you just need to, be a kid again, you know?
I don't know, but I push the spinner and feign interest in her tedious anecdotes about celebrities and about the time that George Clooney sort of flirted with her. She swishes down another chute, and the game is never ending, and this is what you deserve when you don't fuck Delilah. I should have known it would come to this, but I was a fool. She wanted me to meet her mom, and I should have gone and placated her. But stupid me, I thought I could fuck Delilah. I thought I understood her in a way that other morons in this building don't. But there was nothing to fear because she's incapable of loving someone like me. She's a star fucker and a gold digger, and while she claims to put on her Band-Aid dresses in the name of work, in the name of gossip, she is putting on these dresses because Nicolas Cage married a waitress, because Matt Damon married one too, because George fucking Clooney promised his dick to a hot lawyer. Even if I had shown up and met her mother and told her I loved her and bought her flowers for no reason and asked her to move in and started talking rings and babies, even then it would never last. She would continue working and squeezing into dresses and going to Golden Globes parties and trying to spill drinks on people like James Franco. This is how Callista Flockhart got Harrison Ford, and she would leave me for James Franco if she got the chance. But I did not see the whole picture. I was starved from not getting my dick sucked. I was paranoid because of Henderson, and I was lonely, and I didn't see the loophole. There is something that Delilah loves more than famous cock. Research. And she doesn't know the real story, but she knows too much.
My mom says hi, by the way, she sniffs.
I push the spinner. Tell her hi back, I say, and I wonder if Love is awake, if Amy is alive. She checks her messages and says she might be getting into an Ed Norton premiere tonight. She wants me to beg her to stay. I don't. She runs her finger along a chute.
So, how did you get into Soho House?
I look at her. Huh?
My friend Ethel saw you there.
Who is your friend Ethel?
Just a friend, she says. She knows who you are. She's seen you at Birds.
That's kind of creepy. I am being stalked. This is Fast and Furious, and Delilah has her own fucking team. Does she think she can trap me into being her starter husband, her pre-Franco fuck doll?
Joe, she says, where have you been these past few days? Were you on Skid Row?
No.
You need to tell me where you're getting stuff, she says. I know it's not just Des because he didn't hear from you these past few days either.
Delilah, I say, it's not like that.
Then tell me who you were with.
I look at the Kandinsky.
Joe, she says, I'm trying to help you, but I can't help you if I don't know where you're getting your drugs.
She's too smart. Technically, I should eliminate her. But if I were to bash Delilah over the head and go out and buy acid and reduce her body and dispose of it, I would attract the wrong kind of attention. Her parents would miss her. She's been asking around about me, so I would be a suspect in her murder. And then when I find Amy, I will have a harder time killing her because I will be under suspicion. There's no way around it. Delilah has to live. And the only way to get her off my back is to break her heart. I pat the chutes and ladders board. Delilah, I haven't been completely honest with you. There's someone else. She swallows. Her cheeks bloat, or maybe they just turn red. I tell her I'm sorry. I tell her I went to Henderson's party to see this other girl.
But she's enabling you, she pushes.
I shake my head. The pills aren't for me. She pulls away.
Then who are they for?
This girl's mom, I say. She has cancer. Esophageal. Delilah closes the board. I'm sorry, I say.
Whatever,
she says, turning her back on me. I tell her I'm horrible. I tell her she is beautiful. I tell her it's my loss. I hold her. I tell her I am a terrible person and I don't deserve her. I tell her she is beautiful again. I tell her she is smart. She could run the world with her connections and her tech savvy. I tell her she is going to wind up with someone much better than me, and this is when she hugs me harder. This is when she forgives me. When I tell her without a doubt that I will be knocking on her door someday when she's living in a big house up in the hills with marble floors and security, I'll be wishing I was in there with her, but I won't deserve to be. Okay, she says. She shakes my hand. Just do me a favor. Don't talk shit about me with Des and Harvey and these other fucks. They're all just horrible. You got it, I say. Delilah packs up her stalking devices. She has to go to the Polo Lounge to spy on someone. And when she's gone, I find the YouTube video with me at Henderson's. I look through the comments. User AA212310 writes, "Murderer in the house right there." User AA212310 does not respond to any of the many people who have asked what she means about murderer. Thought it was suicide. Do you know something? Was he killed? Thought it was orgy. I will not fixate on the fact that the username contains the initials AA. AA means Alcoholics Anonymous, and AA could be anyone, and it's absurd to think it's Amy when Henderson has millions of fans, many who are deranged, possibly in the AA program, with time to spare to go on YouTube and comment. I will not think about Delilah reading these comments, wondering, investigating. I will not fall down the rabbit hole. I did not get caught. I am fine. I am free. The only thing I ever got caught doing is jaywalking. Then my phone buzzes and I get something I've never gotten before. A Facebook message from Love. Okay, I am a total stalker, but I found you here. I'm going to Malibu. It's too hot, and I think it would be wrong of me to leave you here in this heat. So this is my good deed of the day. In? It's like she knew about my day, my village nightmare. Like she sensed that all I wanted was a way out, a break. I write back all caps, yes. She responds, literally in front of your building. Hashtag psycho killer qu'est-ce que c'est. She writes again, my French spelling sucks, but my French kissing is good. Ha ha. I write back, nothing about you sucks. And of course, it's the truth. I pack a bag and think about Delilah's vacuum mouth and Amy's hungry, hungry hippo, all hands on deck enthusiasm. I will not be getting my dick sucked in Malibu, but I won't have to deal with Delilah. I bring my clothes and my underwear and my computer. I picture Harvey explaining to some new Angelino that this apartment is cursed. The first girl took off, jettisoned her furniture. The next guy, one day he was here, and the next day he was popping pills, allegedly, and then poof, gone. Still, I can't be too needy. I take out a few pairs of jeans. Outside, I search for Love's Tesla, but it's not here. I hear honking, and she's down the street, waving from a Ferrari. I walk to her, and she smiles when I get in. She isn't mad that I bailed on her this morning because of a work thing. She doesn't see it that way at all. I know you have a life, she says. We were in the zone. I had to send like 1 million emails this morning, so believe me, I get it. Did you get your shit done? Yep, I say. Good, she says. Then you can focus on this pantry mix I made for you. It starts with Charles Mingus, and I feel like a fresh air kid on his way out of the ghetto as we pass Hollywood lawns and head toward Malibu. I text Calvin. I'm gonna need a few days. I feel like shit. Sorry I was such a dick earlier. Delilah. Ugh. You know the drill. Anyway, I gotta take off for a while. Let me know if anything happens with GFT. Fingers be crossing, C-Money. Talking a few. In New York, when I ran a bookshop, if anyone talked that way to me, they would have been fired. In LA, I blow off my boss over text and get this in return. Dude, I think I smoked too much weed. Whoa, peace out. Talk soon. Living is so easy in LA, and Love tells me to hang on as we veer onto the 101. Hundreds of cars clog the arteries, and it reminds me of that SNL sketch where they talk about the 101 and the 405. I can't imagine growing up in this madness. In cars. Love's mom calls, and I look at pictures of Love on Facebook. She's at the beach a lot, but she doesn't post full body shots. She drinks, but she never looks wasted. I think I was wrong this morning. I think maybe this is my lucky day. Chapter 23. People who pay thousands of dollars to board glamorous germ boats, aka cruise ships, are trying to embrace a philosophy about life. The idea that it's about the journey, not the destination, so you best enjoy the ride. I have always had a hard time with that philosophy. I am goal-oriented. I put a lot of pressure on myself to be a productive member of society. Even now, I do my best. I keep one hand in Love's vagina and one hand on my phone. I am a multitasker. I don't bask. While Love drives, I review my accomplishments. Because of me, Benji's home soda label was dissolved. Because of me, no publishing houses are wasting electronic ink writing to Guinevere Beck to say no to her stories. And because of me, someone more deserving has Peach Salinger's job. Because of me, Dr. Nikki Angevine is not practicing, not licensed to manipulate patients into blowing him. Because of me, Henderson's talk show does not go on, and someday this moment will be remembered as the initial end of the age of narcissism in America. Because of me, Mr. Mooney was inspired to go away too. He's in Pompano Beach, happy as fuck, banging a broad named Eileen. I also deserve a vacation. I came all the way out here, and as the wind burns my cheeks and pulls my hair back, and as we get closer to the ocean, I decide that this is the road away from everything bad, from Amy, from my self-destructive pursuit of her, from my paranoia and my lies. Everything with Love is good, and everything bad is in the past. I look out the window and I let Amy go, let her fall off a ladder into a chute, or let her hang herself with a resistance band. I have better things to do with my time. I put down my phone. Finally, Love says. I was starting to worry your eyes were going to pop out of your head from looking at that thing so much. I know, I say. I had to take care of some work stuff, but fuck it. I'm gonna be here now. She laughs. I like this plan. I like this view, I say. So beautiful, right? I love the Pacific. You've been out here, right? No, I say, not yet. What? She shrieks. Wait. This is your first Pacific Ocean experience? I admit that she is correct, and I love the way Love is like love itself, boundlessly enthusiastic. My first time here is her first time here, and she is crazed with joy, veering into the left lane, gunning it, and blocking traffic to squeeze into a space on the shoulder. I thought we were going to your parents' house. We'll go after, she says. After what? After you put your toes in the Pacific, of course. She opens the car and strips off her tiny t-shirt. I'll race ya, she says, and all this time, my whole life, I thought horny white people in bathing suits only raced each other to the water in movies and Don Henley music videos. I let her win, and when I get there, she takes my hand in hers and pulls me in for a kiss. Close your eyes, she says. I hold her hand and close my eyes, and it's not like I'm some poor farm kid from Nebraska. I've been in the ocean, but never like this. The stretch of the shore is so wide. The waves are loud, the seaweed is oversized, like the ocean itself. And then a wave comes and hits us, and I pick her up and run through the wall of white water into the thick of it. Have you been to the Maldives? She asks when we resurface. Don't do that, I say. She looks at me. She wipes her mouth. Do what? You know I haven't been to the Maldives, I say. So don't ask me if I've been to the Maldives. How do I know you've never been to the Maldives? She asks, and she's not being sarcastic. Love Quinn must be the least judgmental woman alive. She swims up to me and embraces me before leading me back to shore. She has towels in the trunk. Are rich people always prepared to get in the water? And puts on a new pantry playlist. The first song is Eric Carmen's Make Me Lose Control. I tell her I love this song, and she says she knows. She says she took some of my songs and some of her songs and made a bunch of infinite musical nesting dolls. I don't know what this means, but she explains that each song mentions other songs. Oh, so after this comes Be My Baby and Back in My Arms Again, I say. She nods. You really are the professor. I wish we could keep going, all the way up north, through summer, away from Amy, from Henderson, from Delilah, from L.A. But then she puts on her turn signal and veers off the highway. And we take one dirt road to another dirt road until we approach a gate. Hanging over it is a brass sign in the shape of a half moon. The Isles. Your home has a name? She laughs. You know I like to name everything. Love smiles into a camera, and the gates open, and I hear Elvis, Never Been to Spain. And holy fuck. Wow. The road is paved with patchy grass and seashells, and white sand that must have been shipped in from Bermuda, and is shaded by canopies of trees they don't have in Hollywood. We crunch along, passing Maybachs and Ferraris. Are your parents having a party, I ask? Not exactly, Love says as she dabs her lips with gloss. 40's in tonight's episode of True Detective, so my parents got the family together to watch it in the screening room. He's an actor? I mean, he's not an actor, she says. He doesn't work that much, just once in a while. I think he and Milo have a friend who was doing music on it and got him on. I don't know. She sighs and puts her gloss away. I can't keep up, and I don't try to keep up. She pats my leg. Don't look so nervous. I'm not nervous, I say. But I am nervous. I know how to worry about getting betrayed by Amy Adam or judged by the police. I do not know how to worry about being a bookseller on an estate. You don't have anything to worry about, Love assures me. Everybody already loves you. A little barefoot girl with a popped collar chases a barefoot boy who will never work in retail or file for unemployment. We've entered some upscale Rob Reiner world of rich white people, and I don't think I've seen children since I was in New York. What strikes me more is the safety. In New York, you're constantly vulnerable. There could always be a psycho on the subway, on the fire escape, in the dark near the stoop. I've had my fair share of mentally ill, potentially violent patrons in the shop. My Hollywood apartment is on the first floor with bars on the window, and I walk to and from work. I get into Uber cars and Lyfts with drivers I don't know, and they could always be crazy. But this is so safe, and it's going to take me a minute to get used to it. The total absence of criminals. We pull over to a sandy embankment, and she leaves the keys on the dash. I offer to help with the bags, but she says the helpers can do that. And she takes my hand and leads me onto a path that's been landscaped to perfection, to make it seem like God and wind made this when really it was Mexican laborers. We are closer to the water, bright and blue, impossibly close, just beyond the grass tennis court, green, bright, and Love tells me about the Isles. There are 4 houses on the property, 1 grass tennis court, 1 clay court near the main gate, and 2 swimming pools. There is a boathouse, and I see the Donzi Love's dad told me about, and I want to drive that thing. I will drive that thing. They have a private beach and a shed that appears to be made of actual gingerbread cookies. A sign on the thatched roof reads, Mini Pantry. Mini Pantry? I ask. Nothing mini going on in these parts. She squeezes my balls and begins to give me a hand job right here, right now, about 50 feet away from where the kids have set up a lemonade stand. She gets down and feels me up, and maybe this will be when she blows me. We could get caught at any second. I tell her this, and she grins. Cheshire. Love strokes me and cups my balls, and I am her clay, and she works her fingers to my bone, and her face is so close. I put a hand on her head, but I don't push. I won't push. I will take the hand job, but the hands make me want the mouth. and I push the littlest bit, and she takes a hand away and opens her mouth. Yes, yes. On the tennis court, someone calls out. She licks her fingers and palm instead of licking my dick, and she takes that wet hand back to my cock, and I come. She wipes her hands on a palm frond, and I pulled my shorts up. "You okay? You seem a little tense," she says. I shake my head. "Of course I am. I was just worried about those kids." She smacks my ass. "Well, even if they did see, they gotta grow up sometime, right?" We walk. No wonder 40 calls me old sport. This place is the Great Gatsby, new and improved. Paul Simon sings. Only it's actually Paul Simon, the human being. He's sitting on a lawn chair strumming a guitar for Barry Stein and 40. A strange sight in so many ways. 3 men, 1 guitar, no Garfunkel. "Barry Stein knows him," Love explains. "Barry Stein knows everybody. I think that's why my parents put up with him." "What do you mean?" She tells me that Barry Stein is kind of a self-important douche, but her parents love the movies. Her dad wishes he were in that business, but they don't invest in movies because they're too risky. One of the million maids on staff emerges with a tray of vodka lemonades and mason jars, and 40 is quick to grab 2. He offers 1 to Barry Stein, who shakes him off, and Paul Simon says no too. Nobody wants to drink with 40, and Love sighs. I wish 40 would get it. He always thinks Barry is going to produce one of our stories, and it's not going to happen. "Why not?" I ask. She laughs. "'Cause they suck?" I love that Love isn't self-deprecating or self-aggrandizing. What I don't love is how she pulls my head towards hers and lifts her iPhone. "Afternoon selfie," she cheers. # Summer of Love. I smile. Cheese. Chapter 24. Paul Simon left while we were settling into our suite upstairs in the main house, and I'm not used to it. Any of it. "Where's the bathroom?" I ask Love. "There are some in the cabana and some in the main house, but I love the ones in the blue house," she says. I try not to seem so astounded, but sometimes the difference is too much. The French doors of the blue house are open, and the bathroom is straight ahead, and it's the size of a studio apartment. A fat tabby cat meows and exits. I can try, but I will never be at ease in this. I look outside and watch Dottie hug Pierce fucking Brosnan. A fat child picks his nose. I close the door and sit on the toilet. When I was a kid, my mom used to leave me at Key Foods. Literally just fucking dump me there. She would say we were playing hide and seek, and I knew we weren't, but I would play along. I would hide in the bathroom or sneak upstairs where they paid people to watch out for shoplifters, like Ghetto Casino. The managers all knew me. They knew my mom. They didn't call the cops on her. The nice manager would make me my favorite meal, Encore veal parmigiana. Eventually, my mom would come back and slap me hard on the face and scream at me not to run away or pull that shit again. I promised to be a good boy, and the people who worked at the store went along with the charade. I flush and splash cold water on my face. I leave the bathroom, and helpers, Love's word, not mine, circle in Bermuda shorts. "Can I help you? Do you want anything?" Love changed into tennis whites, and she's on the patio by the courts. 40 waves me over and hands me a caipirinha. Milo is here now, too. He's talking to Love, making her laugh. Barry Stein looks up Love's skirt. Fucker. 40 shakes his head. "I told you not to worry about that." "What's Wiano?" I ask, nodding toward Milo and his stupid tattered t-shirt. "Wiano Club," he says. "And, old sport, I promise you that there is nothing to worry about over there." "Where's Wiano?" 40 sighs. "It's nowhere." He claps. So you got any ideas for movies, Professor? Not really, I say. I watched Milo, the blonde hair on his arms, his chiclet white teeth. The violence in me is like the marketing campaign for Carl's Jr., the way the signs change when they have some new jalapeno fat burger to promote. Instead of killing Amy, I want to kill Milo. 40 crunches on an ice cube. Oh, come on, he says. You gotta have one idea. Everybody's got one. What's the last great thing you saw? Nothing, I reply. This guy I work with always forces me to watch all this crap on Funny or Die. You ever have anything produced? 40 asks. No, I say, and it would be socially inappropriate to pull Milo by his shirt into the water and drown him. Instead, I play along. I tell 40 about an idea I have where you would show that part of Love Actually where Liam Neeson tells his stepkid that they need Kate and Leo. And then, I say, hoping that Love can hear me, that she'll leave Milo to see what she's missing. Then they're on the couch, only instead of showing that scene from Titanic, you show the scene from Revolutionary Road, where Kate and Leo are fucking in the kitchen. 40 cackles. Love doesn't notice. That is genius. Old sport, you need to make that. 40 looks to see if Barry Stein has been eavesdropping, but he hasn't. I shrug. It's just something I think would be funny. You gotta think it's something that will be funny, old sport. And then 40 has to go field some calls, and he leaves. Love comes over and sits on my lap. You having fun? Yes, I say, and I am. With Love on my lap, I am calmer. I can love it here now that she's not talking to Milo. The light in Malibu has power that you can't buy on Instagram. Everyone looks more alive than they did at Chateau, clearer yet grainier. The Isles isn't a home, it is a village, and I wonder if any of the people who work at the pantry know about this place, and if they want to get together and storm the gates. I can picture them all shrieking, "We don't want love, give us money!" Dottie says we've got to get ready for dinner, and I didn't realize time was passing. Love says that happens in Malibu. Beach brain. 40 returns, iPad in hand. Check it out, old sport, he says. And it's like Calvin Redux. I recognize the Funny or Die logo, and I groan, but 40 promises this is gold. The opening titles roll, followed by Liam Neeson and Son in Love Actually, and my heart rate quickens. That's my idea. And they're on the couch watching Kate and Leo in Revolutionary Road. My idea. And the screen rolls black and I see words I like. Words that belong together. The way happily married people do. Written and directed by Joe Goldberg. Love is laughing and clapping, and I hug 40 and shake his hand and thank him, but he tells me not to thank him. This was all you, old sport. But I didn't do anything, I protest. I just had an idea. Bullshit, he says. You had an ending. Everyone has a beginning, but you are the guy who knew how it ended. He hands off my film to Barry Stein. A new life is possible for me, and I see how it is possible to become infected with aspirations. I might be discovered like Mark Wahlberg in Boogie Nights before he fucks it all up. But Barry Stein calls my video cute. I seethe. Once upon a time in New York, I was different, hot. And in Malibu, according to that dirty old fucker, a purveyor of hokey, dated prefab rom-comedies, I am cute. It's a buzzkill. The conversation drifts away from my movie. Barry Stein taps his cigar, then hands them out to Ray, 40, and Milo. He doesn't offer one to me. 40 picks mint leaves out of his teeth and runs his hands through his hair. He is hurt. He didn't like cute either. So, I have this idea, 40 says, and Barry says he needs to use the bathroom, and Milo needs to find his sunblock, and Love needs to help her mom. I look at 40. Cute my ass. 40 smiles. Right on, old sport. Right on. He starts telling me about a script he's working on, and I want to believe in us, and I want to believe this is the start of something. But 40's idea is terrible. In the irredeemable, maybe he needs a shrink kind of way, where you know there is no possibility of him ever having any kind of success as a storyteller. Love was right when she said their ideas are terrible. This idea is called the third twin. Not me in love, he says. 2 guys, identical. They both have tattoos on the backs of their hands from when they were babies, and their mom couldn't tell them apart. It's a special thing when someone who can't tell a story tries. First, the twins are in their mid-20s, and they're in Los Angeles, and then he's describing a scene on a dark street in New York. And the title card smashes. Boom, he shouts. The third twin. Oh, God. We've only just begun. Love and Milo head out to the tennis courts, and I'm in the right place, in the wrong place. I think you mean triplets, I say. There can't be 3 twins, but there can be triplets. But that gives the whole plot away, he gasps. He runs his hands through his hair, and somehow the screenplay moves forward, and we're in Vegas, and the hangover walks into Scorsese's casino. You feel me, old sport? No wonder 40 has never sold a script. I glance at his iPad where he has drawings and notes. Not all messy people are geniuses. Some are just messy. My heart breaks. Vegas, I say. Who's getting married? He stands. He hoots. You know it. Psychic. Instincts. Professor Old Sport. He looks around to see if Barry Stein is watching, and Barry Stein is still not watching. On the court, Love allows Milo to drink out of her water bottle. 40 keeps talking, and the third twin emerges out of nowhere in the desert to kill the twin who's driving to Vegas, trying to save his brother's life, and then we backtrack again. 40 forgot a critical scene. Joe, says 40. Picture this, the third twin, and just call it a fucking triplet, dives into a swimming pool, and we stay with him as he sees the brightness above, the pool party, the music soaring from 8 tracks. I thought the movie was set in the present. He doesn't miss a beat. Sometimes, he says, and other times we're in the future, or the 70s. It's a non-linear narrative. Love whispers something into Milo's ear. So, the third twin emerges from the pool, reborn, and this is when it gets scary. You ready for this? Dottie rings a cowbell, and Love waves at me to come, but she doesn't wait for me when Milo prods her to go inside. I tell 40 we should follow, and he looks at me. Dude, he says, I got cut. I raise my eyebrows. You're not in the episode? My mom digs a celebration, he says. Everybody's stoked. They'll watch it. They'll think they missed me. Everybody wins. I mean, I read for it. I could have nailed it, but it's just as well. First agent I ever had, he warned me, as a writer, you can fuck up your shit if you act. Dottie rings the bell again, and 40 promises we'll be there in 2 minutes. He says we have to run out to pick up a prescription for me, and Dottie says we can send someone to do that, and 40 says it's a new drug, and Dottie sighs. Be fast, boys. 40 and I walk to the embankment where the cars are all tossed around like hungover partiers. 40 says, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and he settles on his spider. Where are we going? I ask. He grabs the keys and revs the engine. Mexico, old sport. Mexico. We leave. Chapter 25. Of course, 40 was being hyperbolic, and we're not actually going to Mexico. We are leaving a paradise of canapes and fish tacos and caipirinhas to go to Taco fucking Bell. I picture everyone back at the aisles in the screening room. I hope love isn't sitting on Milo's lap, and why does there always have to be a Benji, a Henderson, a Milo? Milo is going to be a problem, and when I Google him, it's a string of irritating things. Screenwriting awards, contributions to Vanity Fair, his psychotically eligible bachelor status in nylon. I hate knowing that Milo made it in Hollywood, and anyone who says he doesn't get jealous is lying. We pull into Taco Bell and Love texts. "Are you on the way back?" I read it out loud to 40. "Tell her we hit beach traffic." I look at the open road. "Seriously?" "You're right," he says. "Tell her I'm being an asshole. She'll know what that means." 40, I say. "Maybe you should text her." "I'm driving," he says as he pulls into a spot and turns off the engine. "Seriously, tell her I'm being an asshole. She'll know what that means. It's all good, old sport." So I tell Love that 40 is being an asshole, and she writes back, "Ugh," and says she will cover, and we get out of the Spider and amble across the parking lot into Taco fucking Bell. Inside, we sit at a booth, and 40 tells me about his other script, The Mess. "It was on the blacker list," he says. "That's a more top secret list than the blacklist." I look at him. "What's the blacklist?" He laughs. "The best unproduced scripts in town," he says. "And the blacker list is the even better scripts. Only like 10 producers get the blacker list, and The Mess made it." "Cool," I say. And I wonder if school teachers in LA ever try to instill modesty in their kids. 40 tells me that The Mess is about a kidnapping. "Wow," I say. "I've been working on a kidnapping story too." "No Shinola?" he asks. He's trying so hard, all the time. I tell him we should read each other's stuff, and he says this is an epic idea and forwards me The Mess and The Third Twin. I scroll through my own stories in my phone, the ones I write when I can't sleep, when I think about her, about what the fuck happened, when I make like Alvy Singer and try to correct it all with my imagination. I tell 40 about one of my favorite Amy stories, where we go away together and use fake names. Only in this version, I catch her in the cage while she's stealing the books. I lock her up in there and force her to become my slave. Eventually, she falls back in love with me, and we keep using those fake names. We become friends with the people we ripped off in Little Compton, Noah and Pearl and Harry and Liam. 40 calls it Stockholm Syndrome, but he's wrong. She was hoping to get caught. "Ah," he says. "Naughty girl, nice again." This is why people like writing. You visit old friends without having to go on Facebook and see what they're up to and deal with what idiots call FOMO. You make them into what you want them to be, the people they could be if only they were braver, smarter. "What's this script called?" he asks. "Fakers," I say. But at this point, it's really more of a description of a story than a story. I haven't worked it all out. "Every story begins as a story," he says, as if this makes any sense. Hollywood. He tells me to check out The Mess. "Great minds," he says. "The Mess is very much on theme with your fakers." You want me to read it now? "Send me your fakers," he says. He pops a pill. "I'm in no rush to get back to the fucking aisles. Believe me, we're not missing anything." "Bueno," I say, because that's what a dickwad successful LA writer like Milo would say. We read. We both agree that our respective works are genius. 40 is blown away by my vision in Fakers, and I give it right back to him. I claim to be impressed by structure in The Mess, even though The Mess is incoherent nonsense. And this is when I know I've caught aspirations. Nothing good can come from them. I knew this before I moved here. Already, I have violated Mr. Mooney's advice. I am not getting my dick sucked. I fucked an actress. I swam in a pool. But I also know the way it felt to see those words on the screen of 40's iPad. Written and directed by Joe Goldberg. I need 40 to get my foot in the door and show Milo how it's done. I sure as hell need more than a cute Funny or Die video to put that pompous fucker in his place, and I read enough acting manuals to know that you don't get anywhere here unless you know someone. Now I do. I know 40 Quinn. I tell him we could combine the mess and fakers, and his eyes bulge. Superscript, he says. Fuck yes, the bones are there. Let's do it, I proclaim. Should we get our agents on the horn? He asks. Instead of admitting I don't have an agent, I tell him we should wait. Let's make sure we have something great first, I say. We only get one shot here. He slaps my back. Wise move, Professor. We agree to wait until the scripts are in the hopper until we tell anyone. Love, agents, anyone, everyone. I don't want anyone to tell Milo that I'm trying to do anything. I want to tell that fucker that I did something. Also, Hollywood is stupid, so if our scripts don't sell, then it will be like we never failed. 40 slaps my back and we head to the counter. Make it real with a meal, he says, and I take in the menu. Doritos Locos Tacos, gorditas, something called a quesarito that was not concocted by an abuela in Mexico City, but by a corporate scientist in the middle of America. 40 starts talking chalupas with the stoner at the register. Then we go into the kitchen so he can introduce me to his amigo supremo, Chef Eduardo. 40 orders a ton of food. Dos, loaded potato grillers, and tres gorditas, one beefy 5-layer burrito, and all the fire sauce that you can spare. While we wait for the bill, he reaches into his pocket and takes a bump of blow, and I am officially living in less than zero. The guy at the counter smiles. That's $39.82. Thanks, bro, 40 responds. Don't forget our fire sauce. He whistles. Eduardo, he hollers. You gotta tell the brass that they need a tip option here. How am I supposed to tip you boys? Eduardo laughs. You funny, Mr. 40. Eduardo is probably 40's closest thing to a true friend, and 40 takes out a $100 bill and crumples it and pretends to sneeze and throws the 100 over the counter. The guy at the register has seen this before, and he laughs and says what Eduardo said, what 40 likes to hear. Thank you, Mr. 40. 40 nods, and we go back to our booth and treat the third twin like it's redeemable, even as I kill his ideas and recreate it from scratch. Take it to the desert, I say. The third twin is an interloper who shows up and fucks it all up for the twins. 40 nods, hooked. You can tell he goes back and forth between thinking of Milo and himself as the third twin, and I am suddenly so happy I am an only child. Now, the twins have their lives set, but this fucker messes with everything. I go on. He screws their women and messes with their jobs, and yet it's all fucked up because he betrays both twins, and it turns out they're not as close as they thought they were. Ah, he says. Act 2. And then eventually the twins find a way to trust each other. They're sure that it's them, the originals, so they make a plan and they bring the third twin to Vegas. 40 pounds the table. Location shoot, I love it. But they don't get there, I tell him. Idiot. They pull off the road and they knock out the third twin and leave him for dead. Fuck, he says. That's dark. But then, I grin, last shot of the movie, high above, you see the car pull over and a body is thrown onto the side of the road. 40's eyes gleam. The third twin fucked them both. I nod. There's your movie. 40 says this could work, and he tears into a packet of fire sauce and squirts it into his mouth. Next up, he says, the mess. He thinks it's Tarantino meets Nora Ephron in a classic kidnapping caper. But I've read it, and 40 isn't a writer. He just likes to put names together. Of course, it's a Vegas story. 40 will do anything to go to Vegas. But the characters are all over the place, and sometimes the kidnapper is the guy, and sometimes it's the girl, and it jumps around. Drugs. But I can fix this. I'll just replace it with my fakers. He clicks his jaw and leans back in his seat. Oh boy, he says. There's one thing I didn't think about. What? I ask. Can we do what happens in the booth stays in the booth? I nod. Fuck yes. Love got pissed about the mess last time around. She thought it was about her. Now I'm listening. I wipe my mouth. Why did she think it was about her? 40 sighs and pulls back the curtain. He explains that Love's a relationship girl and she's incapable of being single, which is why she married young and fast, married again. And then, after the doc died, he shakes his head. Man, she was a wreck. Like worried that she was toxic. If she's not divorced, she's widowed, and all she wants is to be with someone. I don't think she's like that. Maybe she was, but she's not anymore. Uh-huh. Anyway, he says, she swore she would never go out with anyone again unless it was gonna last forever. So I used to joke that the next time she meets someone, we just gotta, tie him up and trap him in the aisles so he can't go away, can't pull bad shit, can't go to the doctor and find out he's got cancer. He laughs. So anyhow, that's sort of an inspiration point for the mess. Wow, I say. He smiles. You're freaking out. In the good way, I say. And it's true. I feel special. Love was hunting for something real, and she found it, and it's me, and it's early and absurd, and we've known each other a few days, but fuck, it feels good to be wanted. This is all good by me, I say. I'd just as soon never date anyone but Love again, but please don't tell her I said that. Of course not, he says. I would never. And I mean that both ways. I would never settle down in my 30s, and I would never tell Love that I told you that she wants to settle down. So Milo, I say, the itch that can't be scratched. There's really nothing between them? I mean, nothing recent? 40 sighs. It's all so boring, he says. You have to understand my sister. She is deeply, profoundly, erotically, supremely, wholly sexual. I nod. Okay. So if you mean to ask, did they ever hook up? Well, obviously yes, he says. Back east 100 years ago when we were babies. But I assure you, old sport, the girl does not love the boy. He leans in and burps. Don't take this the wrong way. But Love only likes guys who are rough around the edges, wrong side of the tracks. I can't believe people still use that expression, but before I can respond, 40 claps his hands. Back to the good stuff, meaning business, and he says that Plan B is all over him for a new draft of The Mess, and this is LA where everyone is always making everything up. But I like the idea of being 1 degree of separation away from Brad Pitt. The food comes, and the burritos smell like the gorditas, smell like the grillers, taste like the chalupas, and I don't know why we got so many different things when 40's intention was to smother all of it in fire sauce, an unsophisticated, simple heat that drowns out whatever meats and cheese and veggies were defrosted and packed into these tortillas. The only saving grace is that we're facing the Pacific Ocean. 40 eats like a starving orphan, giant bites that make his cheeks flare. He never makes eye contact while he describes in vivid detail his bungalow at the Bellagio, his gift for counting cards, his passion for the moment, and his adoration of the 70s. It's a truth that most people never want to own up to, that some people were born at the wrong time. 40 would have been better off in the 70s, before AIDS and Twitter, when it might have been enough to have cool jeans and a great Coke connection and a slight resemblance to Hopper, Nicholson, fucking DeVito. I feel extremely sorry for 40 because without a time machine, he will never be happy. We finish gorging and head outside to the Spider. 40 doesn't start the car. Here's the thing, old sport, he says. He pops the glove box and pulls out an envelope. I met a very kind blackjack dealer this past week. He lowers his voice. I am flush, and I am on deadline to get the third twin to my guys at Sony, and I can't have you slowed up because of that day job you have. He hands me the envelope. It's full of cash. I'm okay, I say. I don't want his charity. It's nothing, he says. It's $10K I honestly forgot about. He left $10,000 in the glove box. Rich people. Stupid people. Love is going to wonder where it came from, I point out. He has an answer for that. You're dealing in books, he says. You're a noble small businessman with an admirable work ethic and a solid startup business. You are, therefore, the farthest thing in the world from a gold digger. I've been waiting for him to use that phrase, and I was going to keep working anyway because I am not a fucking gold digger. I get it, I say. Right. You throw pages at me, and I'll do my thing in them, and we'll get a round robin going. Bang these babies out by the end of the summer. Make the rounds and pitch them when the kiddies go back to school. Sound good? I can get started right away, I say. He winks. We're both aware that this partnership is a bit corrupt. But what union isn't inherently uneven in some way? I don't know any perfect couples, true partners who share the load equally. He asks me to hand him a bottle of codeine that's on the floor, and it's disgusting in here. Taco Bell wrappers and muddy bottles of Sprite, Fanta. 40 is a fuck-up, drug-dependent, living in a past that wasn't even his in the first place. When we're featured in Variety, I'll be the hot one and he'll be the other one. He sips his medicated Fanta and starts the car. We might die on the way back to the Isles, but we also might live. We're singing along to the fucking Eagles when we take the sharp left into the estate. 40 hits the brakes and lowers the volume. One thing, he says. My parents are Quakers about my gaming. They call it gambling, as if I'm a sorority girl from Pennsylvania who can't count cards, so let's not mention my score. Deal, I say. One more thing, he says, and I hate when people do that. He pours the rest of his lean onto the grassy sand, and I imagine the squirrels stoned. If you hurt my sister, I'll fucking kill you. It's the first time I respect him. We pull up the driveway, and half the cars are gone. We missed most of the party, and Milo fell asleep on a chaise lounge, and he's an ugly sleeper. Another win. 40 goes to his bungalow, and I go to Love's. The upstairs bedroom is a dream, a topsy-turvy place with a sodded terrace. Love says they copied it from a resort in Maui. I walk outside because I have never stood on grass in the sky, and she asks me to come to bed. 40 got cut from True Detective. She breathes me in. You smell like a taco. Guilty, I say. It's really great of you to go with the flow, she says. 40 gets bummed when he gets cut, and I feel like if you weren't here, he might have disappeared to Vegas or something. Thank you. He's a good dude. She kisses me. I think he needs a break from it, she says. That stupid business is poisoning him, and he should just be here this summer, not trying to cast that thing that's not even done. I squeeze her hand. So let's do it. Let's stay. What about your job? She asks. I tell her I'm selling more valuable books on my own than I am at the store. I can set up a P.O. box and form an LLC and go for it. Love is thrilled for me and says I can borrow an old Prius no one uses anymore so I can hit estate sales and stock up on merchandise. I love that she thinks this is a wonderful idea, and I love that she does not use the phrase yard sailing. She kisses me. She straddles me. And I live here now, in Malibu, in love. Hunting season is over. I will not think of Amy. I will not worry about Amy. I will not beat myself up. Now it's time to rest. That's what you do when you find love. Amy couldn't. I can. I'm the lucky one, not her. Chapter 26. 2 weeks into the summer of love, and there's only one time of day I dread. Tennis time. You have to understand, I am living in a dream world. Every morning begins with love riding my dick. After we fuck, I put on one of the new shirts I bought at the stupid expensive stores on Abbot Kinney in Venice and drive to Intelligentsia and buy an overpriced coffee. I sit with my back against the wall of this Coliseum-style coffee shop, so austere, so clean, so California cold that you never see anybody smiling, and you get dirty looks for ordering iced coffee. I go back and forth between working on The Mess and The Third Twin, and then, around lunchtime, I mail books if I have inventory that moved. Then, every day at 4 p.m., I wish for rain so I can get out of tennis time. I suck at tennis. My forehand is too big and the balls go soaring over the fence. My one-handed backhand never makes contact. My two-handed backhand makes 40 pisses Madras shorts. Sometimes Milo is here, calling out, "Loosen your grip, kid!" And sometimes Love walks all the way around to my side of the court as if I'm a fucking child. Today it's just me and Love because Love's parents have gone to Europe and 40 and Milo are out on the Donzi. Love is feeding me balls and I am missing them or whacking them to China, and finally we decide to just walk on the beach. "Okay," she says when we reach the water. "I just need to say that I know you hate tennis, but you wouldn't hate it so much if you actually tried to get better. And I love you, but you are stubborn, and I've never seen anyone refuse to get better at something. You need to make an effort." I look at her. I heard all of it. She's right. And buried in there, in the middle of all her earnest frustration, there were 3 little words. She didn't mean to say it. I mean, I have been feeling it, the love. But I wouldn't say it either, not this early. We've only had 2 weeks. And yet in 2 weeks we have built a thing between us, a bridge, a shorthand, and I never had this with anyone. Amy and I had sex and heat. Beck dangled a carrot and I bit. But Love and I grow the carrots, peel them, and eat them together. "Look," she cries, pointing to a dolphin out in the ocean. "Did you see it?" "Yeah," I say, "I see it, and don't worry, I got a gun." She bursts out laughing and falls back onto the sand, and I laugh too, and she rolls onto her side, giggling, and I smack her ass, payback. And that's all it takes with Love, one joke, one smack, and she's slipping out of her little skirt and climbing onto me and pulling me out of my shorts and holding my head by the temples and looking into my eyes, close. "Are you deaf?" she asks. "No," I say. "I was being nice." "Well, don't be," she says. "Okay. I love you too," I say. She kisses me as my cock delves into her, and we are perfect together. And I am better for knowing her, and I'm still convinced that there's a special department in heaven where they build vaginas, and if you're lucky like I am, one day you happen upon the one that was built for you. I tell her this when we finish, when we're lying there on the sand. "You should write," she says. "You say some good, weird shit sometimes." I want to tell her that I do write, but it can wait. "Thanks," I say. "Maybe I will." She nudges me. I turn to her. She smiles. "You realize you still have to get back out on the court, right?" Yes, the summer of love is a dream. My skin is glowing thanks to Henderson's products and fucking Love. My screenplays are coming together. 40 and I meet at Taco Bell every couple of days to talk about our work. He reads, he raves, and then he tells me the buzz he's building. I really am proud of myself that I'm finally on a true vacation. You can't even call the screenwriting work. I love it too much. I'm better at tennis after Love's big lecture, and I almost think it's a good thing that she won't suck my dick, because if she did, I might become so happy that I wouldn't be me anymore. The Corinthians are right, and Love is patient. We go horseback riding, and I don't know how to ride a fucking horse, so here we are again, Love teaching me. "Robert Redford is a good learning horse," she says. Robert Redford? I ask, and her mom named all their horses. Love says it's a miracle they're not all named Robert Redford.
My mom is kind of obsessed with him, she explains.
We trot along, and now she wants to know how I lost my virginity, and I tell her to go first.
It was with Milo,
she says.
We were staying on his family's boat, and we're docked at Wiano Club, and the three of us, me and 40 and Milo, we used to sneak out and steal the flags off the golf course.
That's why he's always wearing those shirts. Martha's Vineyard, yacht clubs, all that cocky pink and green.
And then one night, Milo was like, let's hide from 40 and freak him out. And then, and it was terrible, and it hurt. And did I mention that it hurt?
She gazes upward, and all the pain in her life, she's found a way to process all of it.
And then 40 got nailed for stealing the flags.
She laughs, and of course the three of them collectively refer to that night as the night they all got nailed. And I am so happy I grew up poor and that there is nothing so cute about my coming of age. Love elbows me.
I showed you mine, she says. Your turn.
Well, I say. I was having dinner at Chateau Marmont, and this waitress came up to me with a piece of paper. She smacks me.
That's not funny.
I shrug. She pats my leg.
When you're ready, she says. No rush.
We are quiet together. Like I said, love is patient. Love is kind. We ditch plans to go to a ceremony in Culver City where Love is supposed to get an award because Milo calls from Commerce Casino. 40 trashed the room and they're holding him. Can't Milo take care of it? I ask. And I worry about my business partner, but at the same time, this is what I expect from Hollywood. Love says it's better we go. Why? I ask. Her eyes well with tears.
Because with 40, you have to step in or people get sick of him, she says.
It's a long drive to Commerce. It's ugly in Commerce. It's not glamorous. It's vinyl. I watch Love stay up holding her brother all night. He's a blubbering mess. She tells him it's okay. When he realizes this was the night of her award, she tells him it's okay.
They canceled it, honey bunny, she says.
Her voice is aloe vera.
I didn't miss anything. Try and sleep.
The next morning on the way back to Malibu, I worry that Love is a better person than I am. I am quiet and grumpy and pick a fight about Milo. The fact that he's texting her, that he's at the aisles waiting for us to get home.
Joe,
Love says,
I can't ever get mad at anyone for needing a break from 40, okay? Milo is here because we need him. Because I need him. Please don't be jealous. He's dating a really nice girl named Lorelei right now, and you have nothing to worry about.
I'm not jealous.
Look, she says, 40 is drawn to everything bad. It's like whether it's people or writing or his drugs or anything, he has the worst instincts of anyone. I don't know what's going to happen to him.
I want so badly to tell her that 40 is going to be fine because he's discovered a talented writer. I want to tell her that I am the third twin and that she makes me want to be kind too. I know we'll have to take care of 40. I know he's never going to get by on his own. I know he's insecure and unhappy and negative, and I see the way Love cares for him. Listen, I say. I know you keep putting off going to Phoenix and visiting the charity volunteer coordinators. Why don't you go tonight? I'll hang with 40. Love smiles and texts Milo to go home, and she mounts me when we get back to the aisles. She doesn't wait until we park. She presses on my leg for me to brake, and she attacks me in the car, in the driveway. She thanks me for staying with 40, and I tell her it's no big deal, and she raises her eyebrows.
It's Thursday,
she cautions me.
It's summer.
Love was right. 40 is demanding and drunk at Matthew McConaughey's, where nobody really wants to say hi to him. He is rude to a bartender who's doing the best she can. I apologize to her when she's on her break, and she says it's
totally cool. Dude, she says, you look spent.
I tell her about 40, and she does that California thing where she waits for her turn to talk and then tells me her name is Monica and she's house-sitting in a place near the Isles and bartending and surfing. She asks me if I surf, and it's a question that offends me, but I don't even get to finish the boring conversation because the other bartender is tapping my shoulder. Are you the one with the wasted friend? That's me. And my wasted friend is looking for me. The surfing girl bartender tells me to lighten up.
Try and find the fun, she says. It's like all you can do.
The Californian refusal to accept that sometimes things just fucking suck. Like getting into the car with high 40 and making our next stop an S&M hooker who lives on a ranch up in Topanga. I sit on a couch near too many dogs barking and try not to listen to him fuck her or call her mommy. It is the darkest, longest night of my life. And knowing that love has had countless nights like this makes me love her so much more. A lot of girls, they would have left by now. When I have to drag him out of his spider and into his house, his slumbering body is so dense and unresponsive that I worry he might be dead. But he isn't, and something has to change. I need to find a babysitter for this kid. Someone who will put up with his shit, someone mellow and needy. The next day, while he sleeps it off and my girlfriend teaches the children to swim for love in Phoenix, I prowl the beach looking for the bartender who told me to
find the fun.
She's where she said she would be, on all fours, scrubbing her stupid board. She's different when she's off duty, more stripperish, with one of those decorative bandanas wrapped around her head and a necklace glistening around her waist. Her body parts are taut and brown. She is a stereotypical LA girl, and she's too hot for 40, but anyone who gets this dressed up to scrub a surfboard is blank and hungry. She looks over her shoulder constantly. She's perfect. I go to her. I wave. Chapter 27. As Love says, Monica might be the most chill girl in the world, and I'm so glad I recruited her. Monica is unflappable and calm. As Love says, you could punch her in the face and she would just keep smiling. She eases into a relationship with 40 automatically, which means Love and I are off the hook. Monica is super common, with brown hair that is always parted on the left and bangs that fall into her eyes. Bangs she is constantly fingering, licking, pushing aside. I want to take a razor and shave them the fuck off, but I would never do any such thing. Monica is my savior, 40's pacifier. He pets her. He likes her consistency. He tries to talk to me about her open mind in the sack, but I tell him I don't want to know about her lack of nerve endings. I'm still trying to forget what he said last week. You can pee on her, old sport. On her face. Monica is a severe Californian. A Beach Boys kind of girl who smiles all the time and follows 40 around trying to get him to drink coconut water. I picture her alone in the middle of the night, cutting her inner thighs. But it's possible that I'm wrong, that some people are just free of demons. She is always exactly the same, and she doesn't bloat or get moody or crave burritos instead of sushi. Everything is chill. And one night we are all nestled on floats in the pool watching a movie outside. This is how it is here. You live in an Esquire spread and you are the star, and Love gasps.
It just hit me, she says. We're friends. You guys, you're Monica and Chandler, and we're Rachel and Ross.
Monica hasn't ever seen a whole episode of Friends, but she says that sounds cool, and 40 says he stopped listening to Love talk about Friends several years ago. And I dive off my float and swim over to Love and let her celebrate her epiphany. Love's parents go off to Europe, and Milo goes off with his Lorelei chick who lives in Echo Park, and 40 hires a house sitter to cover for Monica, which means she's here all the time. These are the last 4 weeks of summer, and we couple up and do things, big things. We take a helicopter to Catalina, and we hop a jet to Vegas, and we eat in the pool, and we swim in the pool, and Monica brings home veggies from the farmer's market, and Love calls them vegetables, and I wish this was it. Indefinite. But then Robert Frost wasn't fucking around, and there is a new nip in the air. An increasingly noticeable one. The beach isn't quite as densely crowded as it was yesterday, and motherfuckers at Intelligentsia are starting to trickle in wearing scarves. It's a sign. There is change ahead. Our heavenly summer is going to end. The days are getting shorter, and Love is wrapped up in blankets, looking at boots and puppies online, but now there are actual boxes of boots arriving every day, piling up in the kitchen, in the bedroom, on our grass patio. Love tears into the boxes and tries on the boots, but she doesn't wear them, the way she doesn't adopt any actual puppies. She says this is her favorite time of the year, when she puts Boys of Summer on all the pantry playlists. I remind her that it's kind of absurd in California, where it's not going to start snowing. She looks at me and tells me I'm getting a little red. She is critical lately. I tell her I already put on lotion and the sun doesn't feel as strong. There's friction between us now that wasn't here a day ago, and I don't know if I'm a summer fling. Joe, she says, you need to put on more lotion. I really think I'm okay. She rolls her eyes. But you're not, she says. The sun stays strong here. I'm fine, I insist. An hour later, I am a fool. I am crisp and cold and hot and burnt, and my skin has been destroyed. She doesn't say, I told you so, but she does cross her arms and wear a floppy hat. We move to the shaded area of the pool, and she says if I had put on the lotion, I wouldn't have gotten burned. I did put on the fucking lotion, but clearly someone left it out in the sun, and all the protective power of it was destroyed. I am not going to fight with her. This is the summer of love, and I have to believe in the fall of love, even though it has an ominous tone. I look at 40, asleep in the chair. Monica is inside getting ready, as if you need to get ready to lie by the fucking pool. Too hard, I say when Love rubs aloe on my red shoulders. Sorry, she says, and she lightens her touch, but that hurts too, and I flinch. Joe, she says, maybe you should do this yourself. I take the bottle. I can't do it myself. I can't reach my back. The thing about a true sunburn is there is no quick fix. I lie on my belly, and Love puts a sheet over me and kisses the back of my head. She says she's going to go change. Change? Yeah, she says. I have a meeting. About your charity? She scruffs my hair. About a movie. The one you and 40 were working on? I ask, and I don't like this. But she doesn't have time to change her clothes, or her attitude, or answer my question because Milo is here, whistling, in a Black Dog Martha's Vineyard t-shirt, and it's like he knows New England is my hate place, where Beck was born, angry and unsolvable, where Amy fooled me with Charlotte and Charles, where Love lost her virginity to Milo, undoable and indelible, a cherry popped on old sand. You sick, buddy? Milo asks as he hugs my girlfriend. He forgot to put on sunblock, Love says. Also, you're early, Mai. Sorry, he says, and he looks at me and winces. Hey, you should put some aloe on that. I did, Love says, but it's that burn where all you can do is wait. They're both standing over me, and even though it hurts, I have to tear the sheet away and sit upright on this fucking chair. My own skin burns me, a localized panic attack on my largest organ. It's not so bad, I say. What's up, Milo? Where's Lorelei? Lorelei's on her way to New York to go to a wedding in the Hamptons, he says. Love nudges him with her foot. You should go, she says. She seems like a good one. She is a good one, he says, and I had every intention of accompanying her. Who doesn't love a Hamptons wedding? Me, fucker. And Milo pulls something out of his pocket. It's a piece of paper folded up into a tiny triangle. He passes it to Love, who takes it and laughs. Milo eye fucks her as if I'm not here. shameless interloper, and I imagine a pack of black dogs ripping into him, eating him alive. Love unfolds the note, and she is quivering, and I remain invisible. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God! I take it that's a yes. She runs to him barefoot and straddles him, and he's spinning her around, and I'm sitting here in splitting pain, and somehow 40 is sleeping through all this. I refuse to ask to be let in on the conversation, and Love pats Milo's back, and he puts her down. She comes to me and takes my hands. Joe, she says. Joe, 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 Joe. And then she kills me. The news is disgusting. Milo got funding to direct a feature he wrote, and he's going to play the lead opposite Love. What's it called? Boots and Puppies, she announces. Ah, I say, because I am too shocked to say actual words. All this time, she was searching for news about Milo's movie. She loves boots, and she loves puppies, but she loves Milo's movie more. Milo is the third twin. Smug as fuck. I wonder if he got her first husband thrown in jail. And I wonder if he was in a wetsuit waiting underwater to murder her cancer-stricken doctor husband. 40 is waking up, yawning, going for the vuv. Milo is a bad guy. And wait, Love is an actress. I'm so confused, I say. You're gonna act? Milo lights a cigarette and relocates his wayfarers to the top of his blonde Jew-fro. Love is an amazing actress, he says. But she's not for sale, you know? We know she's too good for that, but this is our baby. Boots and Puppies is 95 pages of straight-up sex and conversation. It's gonna change movies. It's a horror movie without any blood. It's about the sanctity of the human heart. It's the kind of stuff they used to make movies about. Barry Stein says it's the big chill, only in this case, the dead body is sort of us, you know, as a society. The level of bullshit. And I look at 40, our movies have plots, but he's on Team Milo. He plays along, and very quickly I know why. 40 says he had no idea that he would be brought on as a producer, and he high-fives Milo. And Milo says the script wouldn't be as good as it is without his insights, and I want to kill everyone, and my skin, on top of all this, my skin. Love wraps up in a beach towel as if she needs to cover up suddenly. Already she is different, self-conscious, a simpering actress, overthinking her words, pursing her lips. My Love sounds like a fucking asshole as she simpers. Our perfect little baby. Where are we gonna shoot? 40 asks, clapping his hands. We nabbed a great house in the Springs, Milo says. 40 says nice, and Love is awestruck. It's real, she says. It's really real. My skin burns and my heart burns, and the three of them talk more about the movie as if I asked. Milo started writing it when they were at crossroads, and you can love someone all you want, but you can't go into her past and become a part of her formative years. Boots and Puppies is the baby Love and Milo are going to make together while I sell old books. Monica appears, hair blown out, same as ever, stomach taut, same as ever. 40 tells her the good news, and she is predictably stoked. She and 40 pop 2 bottles of champagne, and 40 is also stoked for his buddy, and it's a celebration, and I'm relieved that I'm sick. At least I don't have to fake it. Love feels my forehead. I think you have a fever, baby, she says. Classic sun poisoning. You should go lie down. Love the girlfriend would want to go with me. Love the actress wants me out of here. 40 offers me some Vicodin, and Milo agrees with Love, saying I should get out of the sun. He means that I should get out of this world, their life. Love is impatient with me, leading the way up the stairs, prattling on about her identity, how she's not an actress, and the movie's not a movie. It's the kind of story nobody in Hollywood tells anymore, she says. A really small love story. Love story. Great, I say. She crosses her arms, Classic California cold.
You don't seem all that happy for me.
Of course I'm happy for you, but right now mainly I feel like I'm gonna puke. She winces.
Don't hate me, but it would be so great of you to do that in the bathroom, she says. This guy puked in my old bed once, and the smell never really went away.
I'm gonna let that one slide. I promised to vomit in the toilet, and she tells me to rest and take a cold shower if I can stand it. She says she'll check on me in a little while when I'm not sick boy, the debilitated obligation upstairs. I listen to her trot down the stairs. A few minutes later, Boots and Puppies arrives in my inbox, a read-only PDF, and the party outside begins, and the first song to start it all is Boys of Summer. I can't read Boots and Puppies in this frame of mind, and I have another new email, a Google alert for a holy fuck no article in the Boston Globe. Everything is falling apart at once, my skin, my life, my love, and I am prostrate on a bed I don't own. I open the link and there's a picture of Dr. Nicky Angevine. Prison agrees with him. His hair is short and he's a little thin but toned. Dr. Nicky tells the reporter that his work as a therapist prepared him for incarceration. Bite me. And the article goes into great detail about his ongoing pursuit of an appeal. Dr. Nicky says the authorities have tracked down all his patients except for one man whose name they can't print in the paper for reasons of confidentiality, and fuck me. They're looking for me. Well, they're looking for Danny Fox, the name I used when I went to talk to Dr. Nicky in his beige office and sat on his beige couch. But it's me all the same. I read on. The facts are disturbing. The NYPD cannot locate this former patient. Dr. Nicky tells the paper that patient X was a good kid, a real kid, late 20s. But he also says some cunty shit about me. He says I was obsessed with a young woman. And then I read the worst sentence I have ever read in any newspaper. Dr. Angevine concedes that he is not a detective, but I do wonder, he says, did patient X find me through Guinevere Beck? In my gut, I think he did. Dr. Nicky, the paper can fuck off, he's not a real doctor, he's an MSW, has done pretty well for himself. A lot of his patients are getting together online trying to find patient X, convinced that Dr. Nicky is innocent. His ex-wife is on his side too, telling some bullshit story about how Nicky nurtured tomato plants in their garden upstate and never could have killed someone. Fuck you, wife. And fuck doctor-patient confidentiality, because in the 32 comments below, some asshole named Adam Mayweather reveals that patient X went by the name Danny Fox. And this is why you have to kill people. If you don't, they don't learn anything. They just re-emerge, more muscled, more manipulative, more hell-bent on taking you down, maneuvering reporters into furthering their agenda. Fucking Boston Globe and fucking Danny Fox. I should have refused to give a last name. I leave the computer and run into the bathroom and splash cold water on my face. I vomit. I stay there slumped. Love comes into the bathroom and kneels down behind me.
Poor sick baby, she says.
Nah, I manage. I'm fine, just a sunburn. How are you?
Is it awful if I say I'm great? She asks.
Her voice is different and I don't like it. There's more Kardashian in there.
I just feel like yes, you know?
Yeah, I say. And this is how summer love crumples, how it deflates like a helium balloon in a hospital. She kisses the back of my head, then retreats. She says she doesn't want to get sick, as if I'm contagious, as if you can catch a fucking sunburn.
You have to feel better by tomorrow, she says. There's a tribute to Henderson at the UCB, and we have to get people hyped on Boots and Puppies. Do you feel like you'll be better by then?
My girlfriend Love would have wanted me to feel better because generally, if you love someone, that's what you want. But actress Love is like the fashionable cunt Andrea who drinks the Kool-Aid in The Devil Wears Prada. I don't like this new Love.
Do you feel like you'll be better by then?
Fuck that question. Fuck the way she's standing in the doorway instead of stroking my back. I vomit. Chapter 28. I insist on driving to Henderson's memorial. Love fights me. She wants us to have a driver, but I say I want to take my car, and of course I need a car. Oh, there's more good news. Fucking Milo is with us because they're bonding because of boots and puppies. As if they aren't already bonded, as if she didn't lose her virginity to this fucktard sitting with his legs spread in the back seat. They're both back there, as if I'm a Lyft driver, as if I'm the servant, and every time I glance at them in the rearview mirror, his knee is a little bit closer to hers. Monica's riding shotgun. She's psyched, and I can't imagine her enjoying UCB humor, getting any of the jokes. She wears too much makeup, and she's too athletic for the Franklin Village UCB crowd, where the idea is that girls have messy hair and patterned leggings and long tongues they stick out in pictures for Instagram. I don't miss the village. I don't want to go back. Everything is wrong, and I ask Monica why she didn't ride with 40.
He had to do some stuff, she says, and I needed to get ready.
She always needs to get ready, and 40 had to pick up drugs, and Monica sprays foundation onto her cheeks, and Love bonds with Milo, and the car smells like Monica's makeup. Everything is wrong. To think of Dr. Nikki amassing an army behind bars in Rikers and me escorting this group to a goddamned Henderson tribute. I crack my window to get a little air, and Love asks me to roll it up. Hang on, I reply. Milo chimes in. Joe, it's really windy back here. I want to ram this car into a truck. Hang on, I say, fussing with the button.
I'm good with whatever,
Monica says. Typical valuable fucking contribution. Love laughs a new laugh, her actress laugh.
Well, I have fall hair, she giggles. Joe, please shut it now. Your hair does look cute,
Monica rejoices. Monica's hair looks the same as always, and the three of them are in it together now, talking about hair. I finally get the window shut. Love doesn't thank me. She looks at Milo.
You don't think it's too done? I feel like it's an obvious blowout.
I feel like she might have gotten a blowout, Milo responds. Monica nods.
I feel like it could go either way. Like you can do that yourself if you follow directions from a lure or something. I can send you some videos.
They're all idiots. And Milo says he's going to do character breakdowns of the characters' favorite books and magazines, and Monica loves the idea. And Love says it will be fun, and I am the quiet one, the silent driver. I may as well be wearing a fucking chauffeur cap. Milo slyly manages to cut Monica out of the conversation by running over the game plan for pimping the movie tonight, and I wish I could think of anything to say to Monica, but she's already taken off into her phone, chatting, and I can't think of a fucking thing to say to her anyway. I'm not going to survive this ride, and I turn on the radio, and Love asks me to turn it off. Sure, I say, no problem.
Joe, she says, are you pissed about something?
Not at all, I say. Milo, you know you didn't have to drive. Love,
he insisted. I don't know why.
I like driving. I catch Love's eye in the rear view. She has on so much eyeliner she looks like a stranger. Milo squeezes Love's knee. It's okay, he says. We all got this. Right, Joe? I almost want to laugh, but instead I just smile, big and juicy. You know it, Milo. We hit traffic, and I will not let any of it get to me. Los Angeles is a giant high school cafeteria sometimes, and I survived real high school. Surely I can deal with my girlfriend morphing into a mystery bitch and icing me out. It's not like I want to participate in their conversation anyway. The two of them droning on about how sick of Malibu they get every year, how they can't wait to get back to civilization and restaurants and awards show seasons and steakhouses and shows at the Roxy and the UCB. But if Monica had manners, She would stop texting and engage with me. She would quell the pervasive atmosphere of rejection overwhelming me in this fucking car, and then maybe if I were lost in conversation with her, Love would get jealous and want to join our conversation. But no, Monica fucking texts. Love and Milo talk, and I interrupt them and tell Love that I have some great pantry playlists, but she says she's going to turn on some Steve Miller Band through her Bluetooth. Why Steve Miller Band, I ask. It seems so random, like someone passionately demanding a grilled chicken sandwich. Nobody laughs at my joke. And Love says she loves grilled chicken sandwiches, and there's a scene in 2012 when Amanda Peet is in a grocery store during an earthquake and the floor splits, and this is how that is. Love is more distant with every eighth of a mile. No wonder the divorce rate in the industry is so high. Soon we pull off and we're on Franklin, and it's the same old gas station, and there's the same old Scientology Celebrity Center, and there's the same old Franklin Village, and Love pouts when I hang a left onto Bronson and drive toward the canyon. "You don't want a valet?" she asks. "I'd rather park myself," I say. She huffs. "Look, if you need cash for the valet, I have it." Milo bites his lip, and if this scene winds up in anything he ever writes, I will kill him. Monica is still ignoring all of us, choosing the people in her phone. I veer into a spot like the scrappy, rough-around-the-edges villager that I am. Love yelps, overreacting, lurching. Oh, please. Love can't get out of the car fast enough, and I tell Monica it's time to go, and she's confused. "We're here?" she asks. Love smiles at me like I'm a third cousin she hasn't seen in years. "So," she says, "you must be excited to reunite with your friends from the neighborhood? Or wait, are they all stuck working?" "They wouldn't be into this kind of thing," I say. She links her arm through mine, half-heartedly. "I might be able to get some SRO tickets," she says. "That means standing room only." I pretend to sneeze and pull my arm away. "I know what it means," I say. "I'm from New York." "Oh, I know," she says. "There's no forgetting that." We walk in silence. And I won't be seeing my 4 fucking friends. I learned online that they're all pretty busy. Calvin got a DUI and he's working crazy hours. Harvey Swallows got throat cancer and he's trying to embrace the humor and the irony. Dez is having a party for his dog, Little D. Delilah is doing on-air coverage for some wannabe Entertainment Tonight kind of show on a network I've never heard of. We are almost at Franklin when Love tugs on my arm. "Are you mad at me or something?" "No," I say. "Then why were you such a dick in the car?" "Why was I a dick?" "Don't make it about a word," she says. "You know what I mean." "Love, you're the one being a dick." "Very mature," she says. "Look, something is just fucked up and you're shutting down and it's bullshit and I can't take it right now." "So don't," I say. "You're still gonna try and tell me you're not being a dick?" I shrug. 40's up ahead on the corner, waving to us. She sighs. "I don't have time for this." "For me," I say. This is happening so fast, and her eyeliner looks like war paint. "Joe," she says, "this isn't good." "What the fuck does that mean?" "It means I have so much pressure on me right now, and you're adding to it instead of helping me." "I'm adding to it," I repeat. I want to throw her over my shoulder, but she doesn't want that anymore. She doesn't want me anymore. "After the show, we need to talk," she says. And that is how you know it's over. Need is not want. Your girlfriend wants to talk to you, but the girl who doesn't love you just needs to talk to you, and I guess I should have known. She picked me up so quick, so smooth. Now she'll drop me so quick, so smooth. I tell her to go, and she says whatever, and runs to her brother and Milo, and the 3 of them start talking boots and puppies. Monica is here now. Too late. "What's up?" she asks. I can't deal with her generic shit right now. "Nothing," I say. My heart hurts. "Cool," she says.
I have been so crazy getting ready to jam, you know? My temp agency is not very cool about people going away and stuff. They need to chill.
Where are you going? She is puzzled, but she is always puzzled.
Location,
she says, like I should know.
Aren't you coming too?
I look at her. I don't know about location. And this is how I know what Love needs to talk to me about. She needs to tell me that it's over, that she's not bringing me to location. Monica bites her lip.
Oops,
she says.
I assumed Love told you. 40 asked me to go yesterday. Dude, don't get all worked up. Let's have fun.
But I can't have fun. I am too good for this shit. I want to end this first, beat Love to the punch. I want to smash all her fucking tennis rackets into the grass court until they splinter. We spent the whole summer together and she doesn't even have the decency to not invite me. She doesn't look back as we round the corner, and her new jeans are so tight, I hope she gets a yeast infection. She links arms with Milo and they greet Seth Rogen and his wife, air kisses, hugs. She isn't motioning for me to come over. And now I have to have a reunion with Calvin. He has the night off and he's here, hugging me. There's a new small potbelly underneath his Henderson shirt, and I'd like to think that Love is watching me reunite with him, wishing that I would make an introduction, but I know better. Her friends are famous. She doesn't need me. Calvin cracks a tasteless joke about how I hit the jackpot, and I don't laugh. Monica checks the time on her Google wristwatch. Calvin grabs her arm. She giggles.
It's a present,
she says.
I could never, get this.
From your boyfriend? He asks. She nods, but she flirts.
He saw it on Pinterest. He can be really sweet when he wants to be.
Calvin looks at me. Where's your watch, Joe bro? I tell him it's in the shop, and he starts to hit on Monica, and they're talking surfboards and eBay, and it's increasingly obvious they're gonna fuck. There's so much change, too much change, and everything I built is falling apart, and Calvin is programming Monica's number into his phone. I should have left when Love said, we need to talk. She is laughing too hard at James Franco's jokes as Milo accepts congratulatory hugs from Justin Long. This is supposed to be a tribute to a dead man, and instead it's a bunch of boy men in moth-eaten t-shirts laughing at their own jokes. Cocky fucks who get paid to make jokes get pussy because they get paid to be funny. I can't breathe. It's time to go inside. I don't sit with actress Love. She's in the important people section, directly across from me with the James Franco people between Milo and 40. Milo is wearing the Four Seas ice cream t-shirt he was wearing the first night at Chateau. I bet they went there after he popped Love's cherry. Everyone around me is going on Insta and Twitter and Vine to share snapshots of the people across from us, the celebs. Monica elbows me.
Grab and pass,
she says. I grab and pass, and it's a single sheet of paper with the lyrics to Coming Up Easy by Paolo Nutini, a hipster Scotsman who fucks models and makes cool music. I look at Monica.
It was Henderson's favorite song, she says. We're all gonna sing along. He made a joke about it once, like he wanted a singing thing. Amazing, right?
It's bullshit. And Henderson's favorite song was either Oh What a Night or Sherry, and I want to tell them they're all wrong. I knew him best because I killed him. His tastes were more in line with middle-aged Americans who drive Buicks and buy Disney vacation packages on Expedia, and I am so sick of this city, everyone pretending to be cool, even in death. The lights go down and the tribute begins with Milo jogging onto the fucking stage. Monica finds Calvin on Facebook and Love claps for Milo on stage. He waves for more applause instead of telling everyone to stop, and Love hoots and everything is ending. I don't know her anymore, and we don't need to talk. I'm not dead or blind. I see her cheering for him, choosing him. This black box cage is real, and I barely recognize her anyway with her hair. It's ending. Our relationship. The applause. Welcome, friends and fans, Milo begins. I hate the word fan. It's almost as bad as follower. He raises the sheet of paper with the lyrics. "We're going to start this night out the right way," he says. "The way Henderson would want it, in song." The screaming. I think my ears are broken. Love laughs at Milo's bad jokes, and Monica whispers that Twitter is blowing up, and Love is going to dump me after the show. She's lost interest in me. She became an actress. Or maybe she was always an actress, like Amy was. Maybe I got stupid the second I got aspirations. I cringe to think of the movies I wrote, the way I jumped into business with 40. Fuck it. Fuck all of it. The house lights flicker, the show's about to start, and Love licks her little lips, the ones that never met my cock. I clench my program. In that book, A General Theory of Love, the good relationships are defined by two chairs side by side. Love and I are facing each other, and yet she is not looking at me. Instead, she's leaning into Milo. Her shoulders are relaxed, and she was probably dying for this moment. She's got her movie. She's got her director. She doesn't need me now. Milo elbows her to look at something in his phone, and she laughs at it, whatever it is. I don't know. I'm too far away. We need to talk. No, we don't, Love. You want to ice me out and make me sit on the other fucking side of the room while you look in Milo's phone and let him put his hand on your thigh? Fine, have it your way. Love takes Milo's hand as she sings along to Coming Up Easy, and I bury my face in my hands. Monica asks what's wrong. Nosebleed, I say.
Yikes, she says. I told 40 his coke is not as good as he thinks it is. Calvin says you guys have a pretty good hookup here.
I'm too depressed to discuss Dez's talent as a drug supplier, and I tell Monica I have to go, and she says, cool. And the villagers are irritated as I squeeze by. It's tight as an airplane, and my dick is in all their faces, and when I get outside onto the street, I send Love a text message. I got a nosebleed. I'm going to go to the pantry and get a coffee. I miss you. I don't know what happened. iMessage relays that the message has been read, but Love doesn't write back. Silence received. That's it. The end. I don't know what I did wrong, but I know what she did wrong. It all goes to hell when they want to be actresses. Chapter 29. I yank the door to La Poubelle. It's cool and dark and fairly empty. Everyone is worshipping Henderson or waiting for the after-party at Bird's in honor of his old stomping ground. But at the bar, there is one girl in a Band-Aid dress nursing a glass of vodka and trying to flirt with the disinterested bartender. I've never wanted a blowjob so bad in my life. Delilah! I call out. She turns. She smiles. Well, look what the cat dragged in. She pats the empty seat beside her. I order a vodka double, no mixers, no time for that. Delilah introduces me to the new bartender as her old friend Joe. And this means that Delilah still wants me. I refresh the Google search on Dr. Nikki when she goes to the bathroom. A feminist blogger has picked up the story. She's calling for change.org to remove his petition and go feminists go. They are all horrified at the idea that this murderer, who was in a position to help people, is trying to use a patient as a scapegoat. They think it is misogynistic to speak ill of Guinevere Beck, who was a thriving and intelligent woman, a writer, an MFA candidate, a happy, well-adjusted New York woman. They want Dr. Nikki to shut up. They want his wife to seek counseling. They want the police department to accept that desperate men like Dr. Nikki do things like invent patients named Danny Fox. Thank you, feminists. And fuck you, Love. And hello, Delilah. Sidling up to the bar, patting my leg, telling me I look good, tan, smacking her blowjob lips together, unabashedly hungry. I am hard. I smile. You look good, too. If all my suffering has a purpose, and I don't yet know that it does, then the purpose can be boiled down to this. Delilah's vacuum cleaner mouth inhaling my cock on the loading dock in back of the pantry. She said I was weird for wanting it here. It's dirty, it smells like trash. It's a grocery store parking lot, ew. But I know what she likes, and I told her to get on her knees and suck it, and the miracle of life, the sperm reaches the egg, the tennis ball teeters and falls to one side, not the other. Delilah did it. She sucked me the way I like, the way I want. I missed that. I needed that. Love is not all you need. Fuck love. Fuck love. Don't fuck Delilah and I are walking back to my place, and she's grateful to be with me, and I like this better, the way she clings. As we fall in step together, it becomes possible that this could be my life, that it could be one of those classic love, fuck that word, stories where the right girl was upstairs all along. In this quarter-mile trek, Delilah holds on tight to my hand and describes an argument she had at Oak's Gourmet with a guy who was rude to her about asking for ketchup. She is funny, all worked up, and this could be us together. We reach my building, her building, our building. There's a brand new door at Hollywood Lawns. Yeah, Delilah says. Someone got fucked up and fell into the door. Home trash home. And I unlock the door, and Delilah takes charge and throws me against the wall of mailboxes. She feels my dick underneath my pants. She licks my neck. Now, she says, I want you inside of me now. I unlock the door to my apartment, and she tears off my shirt, and I shred her Band-Aid dress, and this is fucking. Rage mixed with sex, and I wonder what set her off, and at the same time, I don't care. It works. She wants me, and I want her, and I need to fuck the love out of my system. I pull on Delilah's hair and I bite her nipples and smack her ass hard, and she scratches my back. And this is Hollywood fucking. You can't get mad in Malibu, not really. Delilah salivates over my balls, and she is not a cheater like Love. Love who gets to act in a fucking movie without trying to act. Love who gets to star in a fucking movie without suffering through auditions, without waitressing or striving or watching the Oscars on a futon, burning with desire to be there, spending night after night at the UCB trying to learn, to hone a craft. Fuck Love. I like Delilah, and I try to be a gentleman. I stay in bed with her when it's over. I feign interest. So, how was your summer? I ask. My summer was my summer, she shrugs. Not really any such thing as summer in LA, you know? Only difference is some of the parties are at beach houses. But what a pain, going out to the beach? Ugh, East Coast water is so much better, right? Fuck yes, I say. Delilah may think she didn't have a summer, but she is wrong. She did. There's something more settled about her. Something changed inside of her, and she doesn't seem as tormented. She's like the kitten that got neutered. She's calm. She isn't as sick with aspirations now that she's moonlighting for this pseudo-entertainment tonight show. We lie in my bed, gazing at the ceiling that used to get on my nerves. The bubbling, lowly barricade that once seemed so literal. A roadblock to a higher life. It all doesn't seem as bad as I thought. I forgot how nice it is to be contained. I know the boundaries here. I know what's mine. I don't have to feel like I'm eating someone else's frosted flakes, and I don't have to say thank you all the time. I'm hungry, I say. Want to order a pizza? Delilah asks. No. I want to dive under the covers and kiss her thighs, and lick her, and feel her hands in my hair. I do this, and she reacts the way I want her to react. She calls up my name. Her legs shake. She sounds like she's crying and laughing at once. She sounds like an animal, like she found the afikoman. I am good enough for Delilah. She treats me like her Milo, telling me how great I am, how big I am, how much she missed me. She does not mention her mother, and she does not try to parlay this romp into future meetings like some desperate ne'er-do-well at a blackjack table trying to make it all back. She has learned a thing or two, and I could do anything to her in this bed. She gives me her ass, her fingernails, her vigor. Afterward, we order in chicken and French fries, and we watch Hannah and Her Sisters. I pay for the chicken, and I hold the remote, and we don't need a screening room. We don't need an ocean out the window. We just need my 42-inch TV, my dick, my futon. Delilah scratches my chest.
What's it like?
What's what like?
The Quinn mansion, she says. I've only seen pictures on Curbed LA. Is there really a bowling alley?
It was the wrong question. I closed the box of chicken. She's supposed to be basking. She's supposed to be fantasizing about our future. She is not supposed to be reporting, and I don't like the way she sits. On her side, elevated, like she's doing yoga, like she's Molly Ringwald in the Breakfast Club, so blasé. She wants to know about love, and I deflect. I tell her that it's complicated but over, and she wants to know where we met and when. I tell her I don't want to talk about it, and she says she needs it in order to move on, have a fresh start. She says she has been seeing someone this summer too, and she will tell me anything I want to know about that, and now I remember everything wrong with Delilah, with Franklin Village. And I check my phone. Still nothing from Love, but Monica wrote to say Love got wasted. They all passed out at Milo's house. She says Love is mad at me. I remind Monica that I told Love I was sick. I am waiting for a response from Monica when Delilah starts in again on Love, like a fat kid trying to get another cookie.
Please, she says. I'm a big girl, and this is not about feelings. I just like to know these things. Tell me where you met her. Where does someone like Love Quinn hang out?
She came into the shop, I lie. Monica texts.
Passing out, everything will be fine. Love is out cold, 40s high as shit, and Milo is...
Her phone must have died because that's it. Delilah prods me. I put my phone down. What? I ask.
The bookstore? She says. You're trying to tell me that Love Quinn came into that bookstore?
Yeah, I say, defensive. She reads. She pulls her hair back and looks away. What's wrong? I ask.
Nothing, she says. It's just that I think you actually met her at Soho House.
I have nothing to hide. I did, I say. I don't know why I'm being weird. I feel weird talking about her to you. She says I don't have to feel weird, and she tells me about the guy she's been seeing, and she can't tell me his name, but he's an actor, and he's someone I would have heard of, and he has something you can't buy with all of Love's money. Her words, not mine.
He's famous, she says. Like, legit famous. And it's good, but sometimes he freaks out and pulls shit like he did tonight and stands me up.
You were waiting for him at La Pou? She nods, and this is why she changed. She didn't evolve. She didn't grow. She didn't forsake her aspirations for a healthier outlook on life. She got some famous dick inside of her, and some famous dick called her back. Between us, we have no money, no fame, no power, no butler, no boxes of Frosted Flakes that just appear without having to go to the grocery store, no elevated lawns under starry skies. Between us, we just have negativity. We both got dumped, fucked over. I tell her I'm exhausted, and she asks if she can stay. We both check our phones, and we're both still losers. I don't need to be on this futon alone, so I tell her it's fine. We don't spoon. We're both too wounded, and I fall asleep wondering if there will be more angry sex in the morning. When I wake up at 5 a.m., I'm still a loser, and there is no message from Love. I sigh, but as long as I'm here, I could go for another blowjob. I roll over. I'm ready to go, and I reach for Delilah. But she's not here. I rub the sleep out of my eyes and head toward the bathroom, and there she is, in a bra and panties, like some drug-addled victim of human trafficking, hunkered down in my bathroom. And in her hand is a reusable pantry bag. My reusable pantry bag. The one I brought to Henderson's. Chapter 30. Delilah, I say. My heart gets loud in my throat. What the fuck is she doing? She whips her head around.
Joe? She says, her eyes wide. I was looking for toilet paper.
There's a roll on the counter. I step toward her. She cowers. She hunches forward as if she's praying. "Is there?" she asks, nervous, insincere. "There is," I say. "I don't see how you could have missed it." "Oh, she says. Guys, a lot of the time, you don't have toilet paper." I don't like the high pitch of her voice, and she turns around and scoots backward, as if she can cover the pantry bag, as if she can backflip into my tub and escape through the drain. She went through my things. She is a self-destructive fiasco of a person. She couldn't just stay in the bed with me. She couldn't be content to suck my dick and cheat on her not-a-boyfriend. Nope. Like an addict who loads the syringe even after she knows the batch is bad, that it killed a bunch of people, Delilah got out of my bed and went into my closet where she doesn't belong. She is an addict. And you can't go to rehab for what has stricken her. A star-fucking disorder where she risks her own life and security and happiness to find out what Love Quinn's home looks like. "What are you looking for?" I ask again. I taunt the cat. I poke the tiger. "Nothing," she says. "It's okay." "You said you were looking for toilet paper," I remind her. Dumb girl, can't keep her own story straight. "Did you find any toilet paper in there?" She stands up. "I think I should go." "I think you should stay." She stands in front of the pantry bag as if her legs are cover. "Find anything good in there?" I ask. "Joe," she says, "I am not like that. I was just looking for toilet paper." "Delilah," I say, "I don't think you're telling the truth." It's always the same with these fucking people. Bad people when they're caught. They try to sell you. In Delilah's case, she actually tells me that she knows people who could make a documentary about all this. "Like Serial," she pitches as if this is what I want. "I mean, I'm not going to jump to conclusions about this bag and the way you were at Henderson's and all the ways things are adding up, but Joe, this could be very interesting." "I don't think so," I say. "Let's just talk about it," she says. "Get in the tub." She whimpers. "Please no, I'm sorry, I'll go." I point. "Get in the fucking tub." She cries, and I had a feeling this would get loud, and she yammers again. "I know people," she says. "No," I remind her. "You fuck people." I knock her back into the tub, and she falls. I use some of the tape from the bag to seal her mouth shut and tie her arms together. I close the bathroom door and block the doorknob with a chair. I turn on some music, Journey's greatest hits, to drown out her muffled cries as I tear the Kandinsky off the wall. She doesn't know art. She doesn't know anything but celebrities, and she is an empty person, a mean person. She will never be happy. She won't stop shooting for the stars, sucking them off, trying to pull them down to her futon, to her chicken bones. I am not going to kill her just because she knows I killed Henderson, because she's crying about it in my bathroom as if it's the path to freedom. No, I'm also going to kill her because there is no happy ending for a star-fucking girl like Delilah. A girl who actively refuses to embrace her talents, celebrate her insides, lead with her brain. After this famous guy, whoever he is, finishes with her, she'll go tramping for someone else until one day she realizes she's too old to be taken seriously by these motherfucking pricks. And then she'll either spend her savings on surgery, or pop pills, or move away and try to sell her secrets to a publisher. Oh, the sadness of the Angelino with a bank account dwindling, a forehead creasing, a self-esteem level deflating. I wish Delilah were a little more like me. I wish she were more confident. I wish she never stopped believing in herself, like her tattoo. But she did. She thought she needed someone famous in order to feel worthy. She could have settled down with Des or Calvin or me or any of the guys she met, but she wanted fame more than love. She will never be happy, and really, I'm doing her a favor. She will never find what she's looking for. I pull an orange Rachel Ray knife out of the butcher's block. L.A. kills women. It's a shame that Delilah moved here. She should have gone back to New York. You don't belong here unless you're tough, beautiful, or talented. What I am doing is a kindness, a mercy killing. I am putting her out of her misery. I open the bathroom door and she's cowering in the tub, on her knees. Sad cat. Poor kitten. Her face is a wad of chewed-up gum. All the joy is gone. Somewhere along the way, she broke her own heart, and without a heart, you can't get better. I know, I say. I know how sad you are. I know how sick you are. But it's over. Steve Perry's unmistakable voice crescendos and Delilah hyperventilates. She cries and cries, and how badly she needed this. How much more of this there would be for her were she to stay on this long and lonely road ahead. The girl who paid someone to inscribe words on her thigh, words that she could not live by, words she did not understand. The key is not just to continue believing, after all, but the key to life is to believe in something that matters, something big and beautiful, something more profound than fame, money. I grab her extensions, and I smash her head into the tub, and that's it. No more tears. Blood trickles down her forehead. I was right. She isn't beautiful. She was pretty, and I don't feel sorry for her. It's like they say about everything in this world. You can't feel sorry for yourself. A lot of girls, they would have loved to be so pretty. Chapter 31. It's a good thing I brought that giant duffel bag to L.A. I don't know how else I'd get her the fuck out of here. But first, I have to get dressed and find my keys and run all the way up to Tuxedo Terrace and get my car. I throw on sweatpants and a shitty old t-shirt I wore when I worked at the bookstore. It's cold, my lungs hurt, and when I get to my car, it's all fogged in and I don't have time for this. This is LA, there shouldn't ever be any bullshit with the weather. My teeth chatter as I defrost the windshield, and Henderson is a bad luck charm, even dead. When I reach Hollywood Lawns, I put on my hazards and put the car in park. I jog up the steps, back inside, and get my giant empty duffel bag out of the closet and unzip it, and the zipper is loud, stuck. No. I yank. No. I know for a fact that I don't have any trash bags big enough to hold her, and I pull again and I cut my finger, but the zipper behaves. I lift Delilah out of the tub and set her inside the bag. She looks like she's being swallowed by a giant black flower. And I pull the zipper over her feet, covering her legs, past her journey tattoo. I zip more, obscuring her cheap panties and her cheaper bra and her too short neck and her too big mouth and her closed eyes and her rounded forehead and her hair. She never needed extensions. I try to lift the bag, but I'm going to have to drag it, and fast. This is a crowded neighborhood, and everyone wants to be skinny. Soon, there will be exercisers. I carry the bag